Bhujbal Knowledge City, the part of MET League of Colleges, driven by a single-minded focus on imparting quality education. MET BKC Institute of Pharmacy established in 2006 with a mission to develop students socio-technically. The institute has maintained the quality right from the establishment, as it reflects from the accreditation and various awards which college has achieved. MET IOP is the first NBA accredited pharmacy institute in Nashik region. MET BKC Institute of Pharmacy has been approved by AICTE PCI and is affiliated to Savitribai Phule, Pune University. MET BKC IOP offers full-time courses in Bachelor of Pharmacy, Masters of Pharmacy and PhD. Institute stands for its excellent, well-lighted and ventilated ambience with range of facilities like classroom which are equipped with an overhead projector, speakers, smart board, etc. Well-equipped and spacious laboratories which provide experimental learning experience. State-of-art pilot plant simulating the pharmaceutical industry with range of equipments for formulation, development and evaluation. Institute has separate instrument room having range of sophisticated instruments as per the need of industry and research work like HPLC, UV, FTIR, etc. Heart of Institute, the library, one of its own kind with open access, great ambience and various national and international book collections to give great learning experience. Institute is also a well with gymnasium which is equipped with a number of professional electronic and manual universal fitness machines along with indoor sport facilities and music room. Campus also has an amphitheater for social gathering and expression of students. The institute believes that the quality of faculty member and their commitment to excellence is the core competence towards its development. With this thought, institute have more than 50% doctorates, 200 plus publications, 5 patents, 1 copyright and 16 book publications. Our students are encouraged to take part in national and international competitions and events as part of their curriculum. To add feather on hat, we have Ms. Archana Kapse, Air 3 in GPAT 2019, Mr. Aditya Darade, Air 1 in GPAT 2014 and Mr. Parag Mehta, Air 15 in GPAT 2010, who have qualified national level exam GPAT with dignified ranks. MET IOP has signed 8 Memorandum of Understanding, that is MOU, amongst them are Japanese Industry, Asahi Kasei and Malaysian University Technology Mara. MET Institute of Pharmacy provide a platform for expressing students and showcase their hidden talent through Antaranga and MET Utsav annual social gathering. Success comes down to you with appropriate attitude, effort and focus, which is certified by various achievements which Institute has received. Best Magazine Award by SPPU, Champions Trophy at National Pharmacy Week, Award for the Best Research Paper and Presentation, Best College Award by Student Development Board SPPU for Student Welfare Activities. Institute has also been honored with highest rank Platinum by AICTE C2 survey for its outstanding linkage with industries for consequently 2 years, which surely strengthen the institute and students to survive in this brave new world of technology. Bhujbal Knowledge City Institute of Pharmacy, the place where your search ends. Bhujbal Knowledge City, the part of MET League of Colleges, driven by a single-minded focus on imparting quality education. MET BKC Institute of Pharmacy established in 2006 with a mission to develop students socio-technically. The institute has maintained the quality right from the establishment, as it reflects from the accreditation and various awards which college has achieved. MET IOP is the first NBA accredited pharmacy institute in Nashik region. MET BKC Institute of Pharmacy has been approved by AICTE PCI and is affiliated to Savitribai Phule, Pune University. MET BKC IOP offers full-time courses in Bachelor of Pharmacy, Masters of Pharmacy and PhD. Institute stands for its excellent, well-lighted and ventilated ambience with range of facilities like classroom which are equipped with an overhead projector, speakers, smart board, etc. Well-equipped and spacious laboratories which provide experimental learning experience. State-of-art pilot plant simulating the pharmaceutical industry with range of equipments for formulation, development and evaluation. Institute has separate instrument room having range of sophisticated instruments as per the need of industry and research work like HPLC, UV, FTIR, etc. Heart of Institute, The library, one of its own kind with open access, great ambience and various national and international book collections to give great learning experience. Institute is also a well with gymnasium which is equipped with a number of professional electronic and manual universal fitness machines along with indoor sport facilities and music room. Campus also has an amphitheater for social gathering and expression of students. The institute believes that the quality of faculty member and their commitment to excellence is the core competence towards its development. With this thought, institute have more than 50% doctorates, 200 plus publications, 5 patents, 1 copyright and 16 book publications. Our students are encouraged to take part in national and international competitions and events as part of their curriculum. To add feather on hat, we have Ms. Archana Kapse, Air 3 in GPAT 2019, Mr. Aditya Darade, Air 1 in GPAT 2014 and Mr. Parag Mehta, Air 15 in GPAT 2010, who have qualified national level exam GPAT with dignified ranks. MET IOP has signed 8 Memorandum of Understanding, that is MOU, amongst them are Japanese Industry, Asahi Kasei and Malaysian University Technology Mara. MET Institute of Pharmacy provide a platform for expressing students and showcase their hidden talent through Antaranga and MET Utsav annual social gathering. Success comes down to you with appropriate attitude, effort and focus, which is certified by various achievements which institute has received. Best Magazine Award by SPPU, Champions Trophy at National Pharmacy Week, Award for the Best Research Paper and Presentation, Best College Award by Student Development Board SPPU for Student Welfare Activities. Institute has also been honored with highest rank Platinum by AICTE C2 survey for its outstanding linkage with industries for consequently 2 years, which surely strengthen the institute and students to survive in this brave new world of technology. Bhujbal Knowledge City Institute of Pharmacy, the place where your search ends.
Hello, 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 hello.
Bhujbal Knowledge City, the part of MIT League of Colleges, driven by a single-minded focus on imparting quality education. MIT BKC Institute of Pharmacy established in 2006 with a mission to develop students socio-technically. The institute has maintained the quality right from the establishment, as it reflects from the accreditation and various awards which college has achieved. MET IOP is the first NBA accredited pharmacy institute in Nashik region. MET BKC Institute of Pharmacy has been approved by AICTE PCI and is affiliated to Savitribai Phule, Pune University. MET BKC IOP offers full-time courses in Bachelor of Pharmacy, Masters of Pharmacy and PhD. Institute stands for its excellent, well-lighted and ventilated ambience with range of facilities like classroom which are equipped with an overhead projector, speakers, smart board, etc. Well-equipped and spacious laboratories which provide experimental learning experience. State-of-art pilot plant simulating the pharmaceutical industry with range of equipments for formulation, development and evaluation. Institute has separate instrument room having range of sophisticated instruments as per the need of industry and research work like HPLC, UV, FTIR, etc. Heart of Institute, the library, one of its own kind with open access, great ambience and various national and international book collections to give great learning experience. Institute is also a well with gymnasium which is equipped with a number of professional electronic and manual universal fitness machines along with indoor sport facilities and music room. Campus also has an amphitheater for social gathering and expression of students. The institute believes that the quality of faculty member and their commitment to excellence is the core competence towards its development. With this thought, institute have more than 50% doctorates, 200 plus Bhujbal Knowledge City, the part of MET League of Colleges, driven by a single-minded focus on imparting quality education. MET BKC Institute of Pharmacy established in 2006 with a mission to develop students socio-technically. The institute has maintained the quality right from the establishment, as it reflects from the accreditation and various awards which college has achieved. MET IOP is the first NBA accredited pharmacy institute in Nashik region. MET BKC Institute of Pharmacy has been approved by AICTE PCI and is affiliated to Savitribai Phule Pune University. MET BKC IOP offers full-time courses in Bachelor of Pharmacy, Masters of Pharmacy and PhD. Institute stands for its excellent, well-lighted and ventilated ambience with range of facilities like classroom which are equipped with an overhead projector, speakers, smart board, etc. Well-equipped and spacious laboratories which provide experimental learning experience. State-of-art pilot plant simulating the pharmaceutical industry with range of equipments for formulation, development and evaluation. Institute has separate instrument room having range of sophisticated instruments as per the need of industry and research work like HPLC, UV, FTIR, etc. Heart of Institute, the library, one of its own kind with open access, great ambience and various national and international book collections to give great learning experience. Institute is also a well with gymnasium which is equipped with a number of professional electronic and manual universal fitness machines along with indoor sport facilities and music room. Campus also has an amphitheater for social gathering and expression of students. The institute believes that the quality of faculty member and their commitment to excellence is the core competence towards its development. With this thought, institute have more than 50% doctorates, 200 plus publications, 5 patents, 1 copyright and 6 Bhujbal Knowledge City, the part of MET League of Colleges, driven by a single-minded focus on imparting quality education. MET BKC Institute of Pharmacy established in 2006 with a mission to develop students socio-technically. The institute has maintained the quality right from the establishment, as it reflects from the accreditation and various awards which college has achieved. MET IOP is the first NBA accredited pharmacy institute in Nashik region. MET BKC Institute of Pharmacy has been approved by AICTE PCI and is affiliated to Savitribai Phule, Pune University. MET BKC IOP offers full-time courses in Bachelor of Pharmacy, Masters of Pharmacy and PhD. Institute stands for its excellent, well-lighted and ventilated ambience with range of facilities like classroom which are equipped with an overhead projector, speakers, smart board, etc. Well-equipped and spacious laboratories which provide experimental learning experience. State-of-art pilot plant simulating the pharmaceutical industry with range of equipments for formulation, development and evaluation. Institute has separate instrument room having range of sophisticated instruments as per the need of industry and research work like HPLC, UV, FTIR, etc. Heart of Institute, the library, one of its own kind with open access, great ambience and various national and international book collections to give great learning experience. Institute is also a well with gymnasium which is equipped with a number of professional electronic and manual universal fitness machines along with indoor sport facilities and music room. Campus also has an amphitheater for social gathering and expression of students. The institute believes that the quality of faculty member and their commitment to excellence is the core competence towards its development. With this thought, institute have more than 50% doctorates, 200 plus publications, 5 patents, 1 copyright and 16 book publications. Our students are encouraged to take part in national and international competitions and events as part of their curriculum. To add feather on hat, we have Ms. Archana Kapse, Air 3 in GPAT 2019, Mr. Aditya Darade, Air 1 in GPAT 2014 and Mr. Parag Mehta, Air 15 in GPAT 2010, who have qualified national level exam GPAT with dignified ranks. MET IOP has signed 8 Memorandum of Understanding, that is MOU, amongst them are Japanese Industry, Asahi Kasei and Malaysian University Technology Mara. MET Institute of Pharmacy provide a platform for expressing students and showcase their hidden talent through Antaranga and MET Utsav annual social gathering. Success comes down to you with appropriate attitude, effort and focus, which is certified by various achievements which institute has received. Best Magazine Award by SPPU, Champions Trophy at National Pharmacy Week, Award for the Best Research Paper and Presentation, Best College Award by Student Development Board SPPU for Student Welfare Activities. Institute has also been honored with highest rank Platinum by AICTE C2 survey for its outstanding linkage with industries for consequently 2 years, which surely strengthen the institute and students to survive in this brave new world of technology. Bhujbal Knowledge City Institute of Pharmacy, the place where your search ends. Bhujbal Knowledge City, the part of MET League of Colleges, driven by a single-minded focus on imparting quality education. MET BKC Institute of Pharmacy established in 2006 with a mission to develop students socio-technically. The institute has maintained the quality right from the establishment, as it reflects from the accreditation and various awards which college has achieved. MET IOP is the first NBA accredited pharmacy institute in Nashik region. MET BKC Institute of Pharmacy has been approved by AICTE PCI and is affiliated to Savitribai Phule, Pune University. MET BKC IOP offers full-time courses in Bachelor of Pharmacy, Masters of Pharmacy and PhD. Institute stands for its excellent, well-lighted and ventilated ambience with range of facilities like classroom which are equipped with an overhead projector, speakers, smart board, etc. Well-equipped and spacious laboratories which provide experimental learning experience. State-of-art pilot plant simulating the pharmaceutical industry with range of equipments for formulation, development and evaluation. Institute has separate instrument room having range of sophisticated instruments as per the need of industry and research work like HPLC, UV, FTIR, etc. Heart of Institute, the library, one of its own kind with open access, great ambience and various national and international book collections to give great learning experience. Institute is also a well with gymnasium which is equipped with a number of professional electronic and manual universal fitness machines along with indoor sport facilities and music room. Campus also has an amphitheater for social gathering and expression of students. The institute believes that the quality of faculty member and their commitment to excellence is the core competence towards its development. With this thought, institute have more than 50% doctorates, 200 plus publications, 5 patents, 1 copyright and 16 book publications. Our students are encouraged to take part in national and international competitions and events as part of their curriculum. To add feather on hat, we have Ms. Archana. Bhujbal Knowledge City, the part of MET League of Colleges, driven by a single-minded focus on imparting quality education. MET BKC Institute of Pharmacy established in 2006 with a mission to develop students socio-technically. The institute has maintained the quality right from the establishment, as it reflects from the accreditation and various awards which college has achieved. MET IOP is the first NBA accredited pharmacy institute in Nashik region. MET BKC Institute of Pharmacy has been approved by AICTE PCI and is affiliated to Savitribai Phule, Pune University. MET BKC IOP offers full-time courses in Bachelor of Pharmacy, Masters of Pharmacy and PhD. Institute stands for its excellent, well-lighted and ventilated ambience with range of facilities like classroom which are equipped with an overhead projector, speakers, smart board, etc. Well-equipped and spacious laboratories which provide experimental learning experience. State-of-art pilot plant simulating the pharmaceutical industry with range of equipments for formulation, development and evaluation. Institute has separate instrument room having range of sophisticated instruments as per the need of industry and research work like HPLC, UV, FTIR, etc. Heart of Institute, the library, one of its own kind with open access, great ambience and various national and international book collections to give great learning experience. Institute is also a well with gymnasium which is equipped with a number of professional electronic and manual universal fitness machines along with indoor sport facilities and music room. Campus also has an amphitheater for social gathering and expression of students. The institute believes that the quality of faculty member and their commitment to excellence is the core competence towards its development. With this thought, institute have more than 50% doctorates, 200 plus publications, 5 patents, 1 copyright and 16 book publications. Our students are encouraged to take part in national and international competitions and events as part of their curriculum. To add feather on hat, we have Ms. Archana Kapse, Air 3 in GPAT 2019, Mr. Aditya Darade, Air 1 in GPAT 2014 and Mr. Parag Mehta, Air 15 in GPAT 2010, who have qualified national level exam GPAT with dignified ranks. MET IOP has signed 8 Memorandum of Understanding, that is MOU, amongst them are Japanese Industry, Asahi Kasei and Malaysian University Technology Mara. MET Institute of Pharmacy provide a platform for expressing students and showcase their hidden talent through Antaranga and MET Utsav annual social gathering. Success comes down to you with appropriate attitude, effort and focus, which is certified by various achievements which institute has received. Best Magazine Award by SPPU, Champions Trophy at National Pharmacy Week, Award for the Best Research Paper and Presentation, Best College Award by Student Development Board SPPU for Student Welfare Activities. Institute has also been honored with highest rank Platinum by AICTE C2 survey for its outstanding linkage with industries for consequently 2 years, which surely strengthen the institute and students to survive in this brave new world of technology. Bhujbal Knowledge City Institute of Pharmacy, the place where your search ends. Bhujbal Knowledge City, the part of MET League of Colleges, driven by a single-minded focus on imparting quality education. MET BKC Institute of Pharmacy established in 2006 with a mission to develop students socio-technically. The institute has maintained the quality right from the establishment, as it reflects from the accreditation and various awards which college has achieved. MET IOP is the first NBA accredited pharmacy institute in Nashik region. MET BKC Institute of Pharmacy has been approved by AICTE PCI and is affiliated to Savitribai Phule, Pune University. MET BKC IOP offers full-time courses in Bachelor of Pharmacy, Master. Bhujbal Knowledge City, the part of MET League of Colleges, driven by a single-minded focus on imparting quality education. MET BKC Institute of Pharmacy established in 2006 with a mission to develop students socio-technically. The institute has maintained the quality right from the establishment, as it reflects from the accreditation and various awards which college has achieved. MET IOP is the first NBA accredited pharmacy institute in Nashik region. MET BKC Institute of Pharmacy has been approved by AICTE PCI and is affiliated to Savitribai Phule, Pune University. MET BKC IOP offers full-time courses in Bachelor of Pharmacy, Masters of Pharmacy and PhD. Institute stands for its excellent, well-lighted and ventilated ambience with range of facilities like classroom which are equipped with an overhead projector, speakers, smart board, etc. Well-equipped and spacious laboratories which provide experimental learning experience. State-of-art pilot plant simulating the pharmaceutical industry with range of equipments for formulation, development and evaluation. Institute has separate instrument room having range of sophisticated instruments as per the need of industry and research work like HPLC, UV, FTIR, etc. Heart of Institute, the library, one of its own kind with open access, great ambience and various national and international book collections to give great learning experience. Institute is also a well with gymnasium which is equipped with a number of professional electronic and manual universal fitness machines along with indoor sport facilities and music room. Campus also has an amphitheater for social gathering and expression of students. The institute believes that the quality of faculty member and their commitment to excellence is the core competence towards its development. With this thought, institute have more than 50% doctorates, 200 plus publications, 5 patents, 1 copyright and 16 book publications. Our students are encouraged to take part in national and international competitions and events as part of their curriculum. To add feather on hat, we have Ms. Archana Kapse, Air 3 in GPAT 2019, Mr. Aditya Darade, Air 1 in GPAT 2014 and Mr. Parag Mehta, Air 15 in GPAT 2010, who have qualified national level exam GPAT with dignified ranks. MET IOP has signed 8 Memorandum of Understanding, that is MOU, amongst them are Japanese Industry, Asahi Kasei and Malaysian University Technology Mara. MET Institute of Pharmacy provide a platform for expressing students and showcase their hidden talent through Antaranga and MET Utsav annual social gathering.
Chhagan Bhujbal Sir and trustees of Mumbai Educational Trust, and our own respected Dr. Shefali Bhujbal Ma'am, Chief Administrator and our support system.
It is my immense pleasure to welcome you all to the national level conference on navigating the fundamentals and opportunities in pharmaceutical regulatory affairs. MET's first METRACON is an exclusive regulatory affair conference held by MET's Institute of Pharmacy. This conference aims to provide better understanding of regulatory concept with recent update in industry. In this conference, various industrial experts are going to present various requirements for documents, registration and approval process of pharmaceuticals by regulatory agencies across the world. Also, students will have better understanding regarding pharmaceutical regulatory affairs, job opportunities in regulatory affairs and skills required in regulatory world.
Before we begin, let us take a moment to acknowledge the presence of our distinguished guests. Today, we have with us Ms. Shruti Kharidia, Managing Director, Regtech India Solution, Dr. Parag Kulkarni, Regulatory Affairs Lead, CMC, Medicom Healthcare, Dr. Anjali Apte, Senior Manager, Regulatory Affairs, CMC, Cencora Pharmalex, Mr. Amol Ghotmare, Supply and Logistics Operations Manager, PAREXEL International. We are truly honored by the presence of our distinguished speakers who has graciously agreed to share their expertise with us today. Their insights will undoubtedly enrich our understanding in this field.
We also extend our warmest welcome to all, whether you are joining us in person or virtual. Your active engagement will make this conference a success.
Let us take a glance at journey of our institute. I request Dr. Smita Kakad ma'am to present MET at a glance.
Good morning and welcome you all. It's my privilege to introduce you our dedicated institution for education, research and innovation. Since its establishment in the year 2006, our institute achieved the excellence in fostering academic rigor, skill development with the visionary leadership of our leaders, our chairman Sir Honorable Sri Chhagan Bhujbal Sir, our trustees Honorable Sri Pankaj Bhujbal Sir, Honorable Sri Samir Bhujbal Sir, Honorable Dr. Shefali Bhujbal Ma'am, our mentor and Chief Administrator. Our institute started its journey in 2006 with the UG course in B Pharmacy and now come up with the PG courses in pharmaceutics, pharmaceutical regulatory affairs, pharmaceutical quality assurance techniques, pharmacology and pharmaceutical regulatory affairs. Our PhD research center is established in 2017, which is affiliated to Savitribai Phule Pune University. MITS Institute of Pharmacy is approved by Pharmacy Council of India and accredited with National Board of Accreditation and NAC. Institute is affiliated to Savitribai Phule Pune University and received the recognition by Institutions Innovation Council MHRD. Institute also received the recognition from University Grant Commission under the section 2F and 12B, and consecutively 3 times we received the platinum rank under AICTE CII survey. In Pharmacy Institute of India survey during NIRF, we received the good ranking position in the band of 76 to 100. With our expert faculties, state-of-the-art infrastructure facilities and mentors, we continuously trying to achieve the excellence and our faculties, total 50 faculties are there. Amongst them, 14 are PG and PhD guide. 20 staff members are holding PhD degree and 12 staff members are pursuing PhD. Different department working meaningfully and doing research collaboratively for the development of better research culture and bridging the gap between industry and institutions. About our regulatory affairs department, these are the faculties and esteemed guides for our RA students. These are key recruiters for regulatory affairs students. Our project trends for regulatory affairs students are nothing but comparative registration of medical devices, different regulatory requirements of Indian as well as US and UE regulations, preparation of market authorization report, dossiers, and to study the EU regulation in vitro diagnostics and checklist for IVDR, and preparation of abbreviated new drug applications processes for US for different products. Institute has structured Regulatory Affairs Committee (RAC) with the objective to bridge the gap between industry and academia and to understand the current regulatory scenario in industry. So we can bridge up the gap between it, and our students are always having the knowledge about recent trends rather than whatever is in our curriculum. This committee constitutes of members from 10 renowned organizations like Pfizer, Hetero, PAREXEL, Glenmark, Advanced Enzyme, and Elanco. We used to arrange annual meeting with these members for the continuous upliftment of knowledge of staff as well as students. These are the departmental activities held by Regulatory Affairs Department for student development. Apart from this, our institute is equipped with laboratories having facilities for nanoformulation development, their screening and characterization. In solid unit dosage form and other solid preparations, we have granulation equipment, tablet compression equipment, and coater. Our central analytical laboratory is equipped with HPLC units, UV visible spectrophotometer, and FTIR instrument. Aseptic room is well equipped in pharmaceutics department for the parenteral preparation, its pre-formulation, then aseptic transfers of some microbiological projects. These are the major stakeholders for the continuous upliftment of our student, internal quality assurance cell, institutional innovation council, R&D, IPR, and industry advisory committee. They are continuously fostering our students for the growth with the new agendas and new interactions during meeting held with them. These are some of the national and international partners. We have the MOUs with them to again bridging the gap between industry, academia, and to align the industry-based culture in our research project. So here we learn to work collaboratively with the industrial partners, where our student and staff are continuously on the front of innovation. Our research publications are in well-reputed journals with the good publishing house like Elsewhere, Science Direct, Bentham, and many more. These are some of the prominent publications we are having. Our UG, PG, and PhD students are filing IPR for the promising project. So recently, we have 10 granted patents with us and 17 are filed. Design registration are 3 and received 1 copyright for our faculty. This is the list of granted patent. These are the industrial projects our staff members have completed with consultancy services for national and international industries. So not only at the national level but at international level our staff has the footprint. One of the faculty member have completed the project under the Korean company Regtech, and by Korean Society of Ginseng he also received the grant. Our Department of Pharmacology have worked for preclinical estimation for COVID Behad, a Malaysian company. For promising project, our faculty members have received the grants from different reputed organizations like AICT, BRAC, DST and Korean Society of Ginseng. Recently, in last month, we are happy to announce this that our MET-IOP has been awarded with the prestigious FEAST grant of 64 lakh by DST with the collaborative work of investigators from our institute. At international level and national level, we received the awards and recognition for our research work, which is aligning with the Sustainable Development Goals set by United Nations. These are some of the projects we are looking for commercialization and startup development. We are continuously doing for student development where we have structured different welfare committees, student welfare committees, and they plan their activities as per the policies and frequently take the meetings and mentoring of students. We also have some certificate courses for students, technical session by industrial experts, industrial visits and training session by industrial experts, grooming session for soft skill development and personality development, fieldwork and training program hands-on training session for students, both for UG and PG. These are key recruiters for MET IOP. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Sandeep Sonawane, sir, Head of Pharmaceutical Regulatory Affairs Department, to give a brief introduction about METRACON.
Good morning. A very warm and heartfelt welcome to the esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests, renowned speaker, and enthusiastic participants to this first METRACON 2025, a national level conference on navigating the fundamentals and opportunities in pharmaceutical regulatory affairs organized by Department of Pharmaceutical Regulatory Affairs, Meds Institute of Pharmacy, Bhujbal Knowledge City, Nashik. It is a great privilege to host this distinguished gathering of regulatory professionals, academicians, researchers, and students who have come together from across Maharashtra and other states, including Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Daman and Diu, and Andhra Pradesh to explore the evolving regulatory landscape. We are honored to welcome renowned industry professionals who will share their expertise through 4 engaging sessions. Additionally, a hands-on demonstration session on pharma regulatory, the software that is PharmaReady has been arranged that offers participants a practical learning experience in regulatory submission software. We sincerely hope that this first METRACON 2025 serves as an enriching platform for knowledge sharing, professional networking, and skill development. Thank you very much.
Now I request all the respected dignitaries to proceed for the digital inauguration.
I request the dignitaries to please join us on the dais. Today's chief guest, Ms. Shruti Kharidia ma'am, respected Principal Dr. Sanjay Kshirsagar sir, HOD Dr. Sandeep Sonawane sir, and coordinators of today's event, Ms. Vaidai Gaidani ma'am and Ms. Mahima Vadje ma'am.
I would request Dr. Gitanjali Devkar ma'am, Head of Pharmaceutical Quality Assurance Department, to introduce our honorable chief guest and speaker.
Welcome all. Good morning all. It's a privilege to introduce our chief guest, Ms. Shruti Kharidia. She is Director and Founder, Regtech India Solutions. She has regulatory affairs professional with 13 years of experience in regulatory affairs development in pharma and herbal companies. Communication expert for product development and regulatory affairs activities with the vision of clarity of requirements between manufacturers, traders and distributors. Today she is going to take us through the journey of drug through the documents, and definitely this session will explore the critical role of regulatory documentation in bridging a drug from research to patients, highlighting key challenges and best practices in compliance and submission. Thank you.
Thank you ma'am. I request respected Principal Dr. Sanjay Kshirsagar sir to felicitate Ms. Shruti Kharidia ma'am and present a memento as a token of love from MET's family.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Honorable Principal Dr. Sanjay Kshirsagar sir to give a keynote address.
Good morning, dignitaries on the dais. Our today's first session expert, Ms. Shruti Kharidia, and also the chief guest for the today's program, Dr. Parag Kulkarni, Dr. Anjali Apt, Dr. Amol Ghotmare, who are going to give us you the knowledge, upgrade your knowledge, and may present you the opportunities in the regulatory affairs department. Convenor for today's program, Dr. Sandeep Sonawane, HOD, coordinator, Mrs. Gaidane, Mrs. Vadje, and all my dear students. I welcome you all at Met Institute of Pharmacy, Bhujbal, City. We know we are already late with the program, so my address will be only the keynote address. And intention of this program is to present the certain opportunities which are there in the regulatory affairs department. And we are very when we given a thought about having this program at the Met Institute of Pharmacy, we are not thought that we may get such a huge response from the student. We thought there may be some student who may approach us to look after the opportunities in the regulatory affairs department. When we started with the registration, आता आमच्याच स्टाफला बसायला जागा नाही. This is what we are experiencing, and some of our students are sitting outside
there are many students across the India who are joining online conference, and there are in the classroom also we are arranged the virtual, say the streaming of today's program. So that shows the eagerness of the students towards learning the things. That is not shows our response, but I take it as how the students are eager to learn the new things, how the students are eager to find out the new opportunities might be in the regulatory affairs department. So it becomes the responsibility of all the experts, including us, to give us the appropriate knowledge, appropriate opportunity, which may be helpful for you to choose your path. So I again welcome you all. I extend my sincere thanks to all the experts for accepting our invitation and involved in the guiding of the students. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Ms. Mahima Vadze ma'am to present inaugural vote of thanks.
I am very much thankful to Honorable Sri Chagan Bhujbal sir, founder, chairman, Mumbai Educational Trust, Bhujbal Knowledge City, our respected trustees, Sri Samir Bhujbal sir and Sri Pankaj Bhujbal sir, and our own Dr. Shefali Bhujbal ma'am, Chief Administrator, for being our motivational support to conduct such programs and events for well-being of students. I extend my sincerest thanks to HR department, EDP department, Civil and Maintenance department, canteen, Disha services for every help associated with the session. I am very thankful to our motivation, respected principal Dr. Sanjay Kshirsagar sir for his persistent guidance and support. Last but not least, I am very much thankful to our own team members, all teaching and non-teaching staff members, and our own students for every support and help associated with the program. For first session, we have with us Ms. Shruti Kharidia ma'am, Director and Founder, Regtech India Solution. Without any further delay, let's start with our first session on Journey of Drug through Documentation. I request the dignitaries to occupy the front chairs in the front row. I would like to request Ms. Shruti Kharidia ma'am to enlighten us with her words.
Good morning. Thank you, sir, Sanjay sir. Thank you, Met Institute of Pharmacy, and special thanks to Mahima ma'am, Gitanjali ma'am, for giving me this opportunity here in this platform. This is first experience for me, so if I made any mistake, please forgive me. Let's start our journey, right, for the regulatory affairs. Now, आप लोगों को पता है what is the regulatory affairs? क्या आप जानते हो regulatory affairs क्या है? मैं सुन सकती हूँ आप लोगों से? कोई बताएगा? Any student can raise their hand. Regulatory affairs इंटरेक्शन नहीं करोगे तो ये सेशन इंटरेक्टिव नहीं होगा, आपके लिए फिर एट द एंड ऑफ द डे बोरिंग हो जाएगा. सो व्हाट द रेगुलेटरी अफेयर इज, कोई नहीं जानता है? सीरियसली कोई नहीं जानता है? बोलिए.
हाँ, yes.
Thanks.
वेरी नाइस। इसके अलावा चलो मैं आपको एक चांस देती हूँ। आप सबके पास मोबाइल है? गूगल आउट कीजिए, व्हाट इज द रेगुलेटरी अफेयर। क्या मिला? कौन बताएगा? क्या डेफिनेशन मिली? अभी बोल सकते हैं? At least from 5 people, 5 students. कोई बोलेगा? आप बोलेंगे सर?
Google says Reg Affairs will be focused on ensuring that products like pharmaceutical and devices comply with the regulations set by regulatory agencies to protect public health and safety.
किसी ने ये ढूंढा? Has somebody get that? It's a breach between manufacturers and Ministry of Health. किसी को मिला? Yes or no? कितने को मिला? Yes, raise your hands. बस? No, raise your hands. Okay. चलो, मैं आगे बढ़ती हूँ. Now, what is regulatory affairs? Is a bridge. Now, what the bridge means? Bridge का meaning क्या होता है? कि communication करना? Is only one way communication or a two way communication? Two way communication. किन किन के बीच का? Manufacturer से Ministry of Health, right? So what does the bridge means? Just the communication? नहीं. अगर सिर्फ communication का ही काम करना होता तो regulatory affairs जैसे high technical, high education field की existence ही नहीं होती, जरूरत ही नहीं होती. It's not the postman job, right? Regulatory affairs is, there is a lot, many things are involved like interpretation, understanding, implementation and compliances. Okay? It's not just the communication, it's not just the brief कि यहाँ की बात यहाँ पे देनी है, यहाँ की बात यहाँ पे देनी है, ऐसा नहीं है. वो क्या बोल रहे हैं उसको समझना है, उसको अंडरस्टैंड करना है, उसको कंप्लाई करना है, उसको इम्प्लीमेंट भी करवाना है. That is the role of regulatory affairs people. This thing I have written from the Google. ये bridge वाला जो sentence है ना, ये Google से आया है. ये वाला, right? ये definition इसीलिए मैंने आप सब लोगों को Google आउट करने के लिए बोला था कि यहाँ पे काफी सारी चीजें हैं. सिर्फ ड्रग अप्रूवल इज नॉट अ पार्ट ऑफ रेगुलेटरी अफेयर, वो अकेला नहीं है. ड्रग सब्सटेंस अप्रूवल लेना है, एक्सपीरियंस अप्रूवल लेना है, देयर आर क्लिनिकल रिगार्डिंग क्लिनिकल ट्रायल्स है, बायोइक्विवेलेंस स्टडीज है, बायोअवेलेबिलिटी स्टडीज है, फार्माकोविजिलेंस है. काफी सारी चीजें हैं जो रेगुलेटरी अफेयर्स के अंदर आती है. ये सारी चीजें मिला के एक रेगुलेटरी अफेयर्स का टॉपिक बनता है. सो इट्स अ वाइड टॉपिक. राइट। मेन इसका एम क्या है, ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ द रेगुलेटरी अफेयर्स क्या है, जो हमने पहले बोला वही है, इट्स इंटरप्रिटेशन, अंडरस्टैंडिंग, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन एंड कंप्लायंस, बट इट इज कनेक्टेड विद अ ड्रग, connected with the people, it is connected with the safety and efficacy. फॉर एग्जाम्पल जैसे शुरू करते हैं, जब आप एक ड्रग डेवलपमेंट शुरू करते हो या वहां से लेके एक ड्रग बनता है, तो उसके साथ काफी सारी लीगल रिक्वायरमेंट एंड साइंटिफिक रिक्वायरमेंट्स जुड़ी हुई है, वो भी एक बंदे को पता होनी चाहिए। तो वो सबको पता कैसे चलेगी, तो वो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ के थ्रू पता चलेगी, राइट। So scientific and basic legal and scientific requirements according to different countries, these are different, right? फिर it ensures the patient safety and efficacy. It facilitates the timely approvals. इसका क्या मतलब है that facilitate the timely approvals? क्यों रेगुलेटरी अफेयर्स ये फैसिलिटेशन करता है, क्यों करता है, क्यों इसका एग्जिस्टेंस हुआ है? फॉर एग्जाम्पल मैं एक कंपनी हूँ, सर एक कंपनी है, मैंने एक डोजर देना है, सर ने भी एक डोजर देना है, सबमिट करना है, राइट। मैंने अपने तरीके से डॉक्यूमेंट बना के सबमिट किया, सर ने अलग तरीके से डॉक्यूमेंट बना के सबमिट किया, तो सामने वाले मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ उसको रिव्यू कैसे करेंगे? मैंने कुछ बनाया, उन्होंने कुछ बनाया, रिक्वायरमेंट्स पता नहीं है, फॉर्मेट्स पता नहीं है, सबमिशन का टाइम पता नहीं है, तो ये सारी चीजें बहुत कियोस क्रिएट करती है। इसीलिए मिनिस्ट्री हैज laid down the guidelines, they have laid down the requirements कि हमारी कंट्री में जो भी सबमिट करेगा, either it is prescription drug or a OTC drug or a medical device or a cosmetic or a supplement, जो भी है, हर एक चीजों के लिए उन्होंने एक गाइडलाइन बनाई है। गाइडलाइन इन टर्म्स ऑफ गाइडलाइंस फॉर लीगल रिक्वायरमेंट्स, गाइडलाइंस फॉर टेक्निकल रिक्वायरमेंट्स, guidelines for development of products, guideline for how to submit the producer or a document, guideline for the processing of the document, guideline for registration. यहाँ तक कि there are the guidelines for re-registration, there are the guidelines for the life cycle management. एक बार कमर्शियल हो जाने के बाद क्या करना है, उसकी भी गाइडलाइन they have developed, right? तो उसकी वजह से it facilitates the timely approval, it facilitates the quality of the product, ताकि हर कोई बंदा कोई भी ड्रग कोई भी कंट्री में रजिस्टर नहीं करवा सकता है, ठीक है। और उसी की वजह से प्रोडक्ट का कंप्लायंस भी हो जाता है, राइट। नाउ व्हाट इज द प्रोडक्ट लाइफ साइकिल? द वर्ड प्रोडक्ट लाइफ साइकिल, उसका मतलब क्या होता है, किसी को पता है? प्रोडक्ट लाइफ साइकिल मतलब उसका डेवलपमेंट से लेके जब तक वो मार्केट में यूज होता है तब तक की उसकी पूरी जो साइकिल है उसको भी मैनेज करना रहता है, राइट। अभी इन टुडेज देयर आर द सॉफ्टवेयर्स फॉर द रेगुलेटरी इंफॉर्मेशन मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम, प्रोडक्ट लाइफ साइकिल मैनेजमेंट, देयर आर सॉफ्टवेयर, उसी के थ्रू ये इजीली हो जाता है। जो फर्स्ट पॉइंट था ना, साइंटिफिक रिक्वायरमेंट, पेशेंट सेफ्टी एंड एफिकेसी, उसी के रिगार्डिंग ये है कि रेगुलेटरी कंप्लायंसेस जो मैंने आपको बोला गाइडलाइंस, राइट। सो देयर आर द गाइडलाइंस रिगार्डिंग जीएमपी, जीसीपी एंड जीएलपी। मैं कुछ भी बना नहीं सकती हूँ, मेरा मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट देयर इट हैज टू कंप्लाई विद द सर्टेन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग फैसिलिटी रिक्वायरमेंट्स, राइट। इट्स अ जीएमपी रिक्वायरमेंट होती है या जीसीपी रिक्वायरमेंट। क्लिनिकल रिक्वायरमेंट्स मतलब क्या? गुड क्लिनिकल प्रैक्टिस, जो क्लिनिकल रिक्वायरमेंट्स को कंप्लाई करता है, उसका मतलब क्या होता है? एथिक्स फॉलो करना, जो बायोइक्विवेलेंस स्टडी होता है, क्लिनिकल ट्रायल्स होता है, एनिमल में होता है, फिर ह्यूमंस में होता है, उसके रिगार्डिंग जो स्टडीज होती है उसकी भी एक गाइडलाइन है। लेबोरेटरी प्रैक्टिसेस की एक गाइडलाइन है, तो जो जीसीपी, जीएमपी, जीएलपी फॉलो करने की भी रिक्वायरमेंट्स आर written by the Ministry of Health. The same way उसका प्रोसेस लाइक ड्रग अप्रूवल प्रोसेस, हम जब फर्स्ट टाइम, ये आप सब लोग ये टर्मिनोलॉजी से अवेयर होंगे, राइट? आईएनडी, एनडीए, यूएसएफडीए की ये सारी टर्मिनोलॉजी यू मस्ट बी अवेयर। तो ये प्रोसेस की टर्मिनोलॉजी है, डॉक्यूमेंटेशन सेट की टर्मिनोलॉजी है कि ये सेट ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंट को डीएमएफ बोलते हैं, ये सेट ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंट को डोजियर बोलते हैं। डोजियर यानी सीपीडी एंड ईसीपीडी, वो आप लोगों को भी पता ही होगा। नाउ व्हाट इज द पोस्ट मार्केटिंग कंप्लायंसेस? The word says post marketing compliances, मतलब क्या? ओके, यहाँ पे आईएनडी है, एनडीए है, माँ है, ठीक है? मार्केटिंग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हो गया, आईएनडी रजिस्टर हो गया, एनडीए रजिस्टर हो गया, एएनडीए भी रजिस्ट्रेशन हो गया, मतलब माय प्रोडक्ट हैज बीन रजिस्टर्ड विद मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ। Now you can start marketing or you can start distributing that product in particular country, मतलब वहां के लोगों ने आपकी दवाइयां यूज करनी शुरू कर दी है। That terms is related to post marketing compliance। जब एक बार आपके मतलब वो कंट्री के जो बंदे हैं उन्होंने जब मेडिसिन को यूज करना शुरू किया है, तो वो मेडिसिन की क्या इफेक्ट आती है, क्या एडवर्स इफेक्ट आती है, क्या एफिकेसी कितनी आती है, वो सब मॉनिटरिंग करना रहता है, वो जरूरी रहता है। और दैट कम्स अंडर पोस्ट मार्केटिंग कंप्लायंसेस, एडवर्स ड्रग रिएक्शंस मॉनिटरिंग एंड सेफ्टी अपडेट्स, राइट? पीएसयूआर रिपोर्टिंग, मतलब उसको रिपोर्ट भी करना रहता है, जो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ को हम रिपोर्ट करते हैं, ठीक है? उसके साथ लाइफ साइकिल मैनेजमेंट, दैट आई हैव ऑलरेडी मैंने आपको बताया। तो ये पूरा एक साइकिल है, जो ड्रग डेवलपमेंट हुआ, एपीआई डेवलपमेंट हुआ, ड्रग प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट हुआ, फिर डोजियर बना, फिर रजिस्ट्रेशन हुआ, तो मार्केटिंग हुआ, फिर उसका री-रजिस्ट्रेशन, पूरा एक लाइफ साइकिल चला। दैट इज द रेगुलेटरी अफेयर पूरा। अभी इसके साथ हम उसका डॉक्यूमेंटेड जर्नी शुरू करते हैं, राइट? नाउ फर्स्ट इज व्हाट द जर्नी इज एंड व्हाई यू नीड अ जर्नी। क्यों हमें जर्नी की जरूरत होती है, क्यों उसको लिखना होता है, क्यों करते हैं हम लोग, क्यों करते हैं? आपने ऋग्वेद, अथर्ववेद ये सब नाम सुना है? अगर उन लोगों ने वेदांत नहीं बनाए होते तो क्या हमें आज नॉलेज होता? अगर वो लिखा नहीं होता तो हमें पता ही नहीं होता, राइट? तो ये ड्रग कैसे डेवलप होता है, किस तरीके से इसका पूरा इवॉल्वमेंट हुआ है, वो लिखना जरूरी है। क्योंकि ऐसा नहीं है कि 5 साल या 10 साल में उसका लाइफ साइकिल खत्म हो गया, नहीं। जैसे पैरासिटामोल है, मेटफॉर्मिन है, ग्लिक्लाजाइड है, काफी सालों से, एजिथ्रोमाइसिन है, जेंटामाइसिन है, काफी सालों से ये दवाइयां चल रही है, राइट? तो कौन से पॉपुलेशन में, इंडियंस में, अमेरिकन में, अफ्रीकन पीपल में उसका क्या इफेक्ट आता है, कितने डोजेस में जाता है। फॉर एग्जांपल, जैसे पैरासिटामोल टैबलेट आप लेते हो, राइट? तो यूजुअल आर डोजेस 500 milligram, but on African people they used to take 1 gram। वही दवाई का असर देखने के लिए, वही एक बुखार उतारने के लिए उनको 1 ग्राम मेडिसिन लेना पड़ता है, और हमारे में सिर्फ 500 मिलीग्राम में वो इफेक्ट देता है। तो वो कंट्री वाइज, रेसेस वाइज वो इफेक्ट अलग अलग होता है, किसी की साइड इफेक्ट अलग अलग आती है, हमारे में जो आती है वो दूसरे पॉपुलेशन में नहीं आती है। वो सारी जर्नी को हमें डॉक्यूमेंट करना जरूरी है, इसलिए ऐसा एक हमने सोचा कि ये टॉपिक रखते हैं हम लोग, राइट? जैसे आपने सुना होगा ऑटोबायोग्राफी, पढ़ा भी होगा, कैसे वो एक बंदा बना, कैसे वो इवॉल्व हुआ, कैसे सक्सेस हुआ, जिसकी स्टोरीज हम आज भी सुनते हैं। फॉर एग्जांपल स्वामी विवेकानंद, महात्मा गांधी, दे आर स्टिल अलाइव बिटवीन अस थ्रू देयर स्टोरीज, थ्रू देयर जर्नी, राइट? वैसे ही ड्रग की भी एक जर्नी होती है, और अब जर्नी को डॉक्यूमेंट करना क्यों जरूरी है? Why it is necessary to document these journeys? कोई बताएगा? You have a documented proof, yes, right? चलो एक छोटा सा एक्सरसाइज करते हैं. आप लोगों के पास पेन एंड पेपर है? Okay, you just follow my command. Okay? बहुत ज्यादा स्पेस नहीं चाहिए, थोड़ा ही स्पेस चाहिए. Okay, can you start? Draw a circle. Now draw a second circle. Draw vertical line, one vertical line. Draw one horizontal line. Now write A, B, C and D. सबने किया? अभी आप एक दूसरे का चेक कीजिए, किसी का शायद मैच भी नहीं हो रहा होगा, बिकॉज मैंने कोई इंस्ट्रक्शन नहीं दिया था कहाँ पे क्या सर्कल ड्रॉ करना है, कहाँ पे क्या हॉरिजॉन्टल लाइन ड्रॉ करनी है, कैसे करनी है. राइट? हो रहा है? ऐसा ही हो रहा है? मुझे एक्चुअली ऐसा करवाना था. किया है ऐसा किसी ने? नहीं किया है? It was just that कि डॉक्यूमेंटेशन इसलिए रिक्वायर्ड है कि तो ही मैं प्रॉपरली उसका कमांड दे पाऊंगी. मैंने ऐसा नहीं बोला था कि एक बड़ा सर्कल ड्रॉ करो, उसके अंदर छोटा सर्कल ड्रॉ करो, फिर उसके अंदर एक हॉरिजॉन्टल. मैंने ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं बोला था. राइट? सो दिस थिंग हैज अ इफेक्ट. मुझे कैसे बनाना है, आपको कैसे बनाना है, सब मैंने डेवलप कर दिया. फिर मेरे नीचे जो काम कर रहा है, मेरे साथ जो काम कर रहा है, उसको कैसे पता चलेगा कि इसमें किस तरीके से डेवलपमेंट करना है, कितना ग्रैन्युलेशन करना है, कितना ड्राइंग करना है, राइट? कौन से डोज में देना है, उसका क्या इफेक्ट होगा, वो नहीं पता है. तो इट हैज टू बी डॉक्यूमेंटेड बिकॉज वो सालों साल चलने वाली जर्नी है. इसलिए डॉक्यूमेंटेशन, कम्युनिकेशन हैज टू बी देयर एंड दैट इज व्हाई इट इज डॉक्यूमेंटेड जर्नी. तो क्या सोचे, वो डॉक्यूमेंटेशन आपको कहाँ हेल्प करेगा? जैसे कम्युनिकेशन में, नॉलेज ट्रांसफर में, फर्दर प्रोसेस डेवलपमेंट में, इमरजेंसी मैनेजमेंट की जनरल टर्मिनोलॉजी है जिसका फार्मा में रिलेवेंस है. बट इन जनरल these are also relevant. Legal protection, training, tracking progress, continuous improvement, वो सब जगह पे एक वो हेल्प करता है हमें. ठीक है? Now let's connect this principle in pharma. Now this documentation practice is known as good documentation practice, right? कि हमें किस तरीके से डॉक्यूमेंट को बनाना है. It starts with inception to its monitoring in the market. वो कंटिन्यूएशन में चलता रहता है, right? For example, tracking progress. मैं इसको एक एज एग्जाम्पल आपको समझाती हूँ. ठीक है? मैंने आज इन 2011 में जेमसेटाविन टैबलेट बनाया. I have developed its specification, I have developed its formulation, or I made a sample and I have stored in a warehouse, right? फिर वो मार्केट में भी चला गया, उसका इम्पैक्ट भी अच्छी तरीके से आया, वो खत्म हो गया, यूज हो गया. Now in 2011 11 के बाद सीधा 2015 में मुझे वो बनाना है, राइट? आई गेट के मुझे अभी फिर से उसको बनाना। अगर मैंने वो पहले जो स्पेक के हिसाब से बनाया था, जो एमओए के हिसाब से उसको एनालिसिस किया था, जो फॉर्मुलेशन के हिसाब से उसको बनाया था, वो मैंने अगर रिकॉर्ड नहीं किया है तो मेरे पास वो ट्रेसेबिलिटी नहीं रहेगा। जो फॉर्मुलेशन है, जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रोसेस है, उसमें कौन से ग्रेड का एक्सीपिएंट आई हैव यूज्ड, अगर वो भी मैंने नहीं रिकॉर्ड किया तो वो मेरा पूरा ट्रैक चला जाएगा। तो फिर से कोई अलग टैबलेट बन जाएगी जिसका शायद रिजोल्यूशन नहीं आता होगा, ठीक है? इसलिए ये डॉक्यूमेंटेशन इज मच नेसेसरी एंड मच नीडेड। जैसे ड्रग का जर्नी कहाँ से शुरू होता है? ड्रग सब्सटेंस डेवलपमेंट। ड्रग सब्सटेंस पता है आपको? पता है, राइट? नाउ कोई एक पर्टिकुलर एपीआई आप लेते हो, फॉर एग्जांपल मेटफॉर्मिन लिया, तो शुरू होता है पहले मेटफॉर्मिन का डेवलपमेंट। पहले मैंने एपीआई कहाँ से शुरू होगा? एक मेटफॉर्मिन का स्ट्रक्चरल सिंथेसिस से शुरू होगा, एक केमिकल सिंथेसिस या वो फर्मेंटेशन प्रोसेस से बनता होगा। जैसे कि आप देखोगे तो म्यूपिरोसिन है, क्यूसिलिक एसिड है, डेफिडॉक्सामीन है, दिस आर द एपीआई, वो फर्मेंटेशन प्रोसेस से बनते हैं। कुछ एंजाइम से वो फर्मेंटेशन प्रोसेस से बनते हैं। फिर इफ यू टेक द हेपेरिन, इनॉक्सापेरिन, these API वो बायोलॉजिकल सोर्स से बनते हैं। पोर्साइन सोर्स है, बोवाइन सोर्स है, वो बायोलॉजिकल सोर्स से बनते हैं। कुछ API है जो केमिकल सिंथेसिस से बनते हैं। तो वो सारे अलग-अलग ड्रग डिस्कवरी और ड्रग डेवलपमेंट की प्रोसेस को यूज करके आप एक API बनाते हो। वो API मैंने एक ड्रग का बना दिया, फिर उसका क्या इफेक्ट आ रहा है वो कैसे आप चेक करोगे? इनिशियल लेवल पे देयर आर द सॉफ्टवेयर्स, जो सॉफ्टवेयर आपको एक हेल्प करता है, आपको हिंट देता है if the structure of this particular substance is like this, then it might be having this type of impact on the human body। पर आप ह्यूमन में भी उसको चेक नहीं कर पाओगे, तो पहले हम चेक करते हैं उसको एनिमल में, रैट में, माइट बी विद डॉग, विद माइस, आप सब चेक करते हो कि उसका क्या इफेक्ट है। तब जाके आपको पता चलेगा कि आपने कौन सी कैटेगरी का एक ड्रग सब्सटेंस डेवलप किया है। फिर वो डेवलप हो जाने के बाद प्राइमरीली आप एक उसका डोजेज फॉर्म डिसाइड करोगे कि उसका इफेक्ट क्या आता है, ये ओरली जाएगा कि ये इंट्रावेनस जाएगा या एक्सटर्नल में जाएगा। उसके इंडिकेशन के हिसाब से, इसके यूज के हिसाब से आप एक डिजाइन करोगे कि प्रोडक्ट कौन सा बनेगा। एक प्राइमा फेसी लेबोरेटरी में एक डोजेज फॉर्म बनेगा, फिर वो डोजेज फॉर्म फिर से जाएगा टेस्टिंग के लिए ऑन एनिमल स्टडी, फिर एक छोटे-छोटे क्लिनिकल ट्रायल्स लेके to check on human on a very small subject group, right? Might be on a patient or might be on a healthy subject पे हम पहले चेक करेंगे। फिर उसमें अगर वो पॉजिटिवली रिजल्ट देता है तो फिर आगे स्टडीज बढ़ती है। आगे स्टडीज बढ़ती है उसमें क्या आता है कि हम उसका फार्माकोकाइनेटिक्स पहले चेक करते हैं, ADME, you must be aware about it, right? ADME के पैरामीटर्स हमारे पास आते हैं, फिर उसका बायोअवेलेबिलिटी चेक होता है, उससे हमें पता चलता है कि ड्रग इज सेफ और नॉट। पता चलता है? नहीं पता चलता है। एडीएमई और बायोअवेलेबिलिटी से नहीं पता चलेगा, हमें तब पता चलेगा जब हम उसको थोड़े ज्यादा सब्जेक्ट ग्रुप पे एनालिसिस करेंगे, ठीक है? तो फेज 1 क्लिनिकल ट्रायल हुआ, फेज 2 क्लिनिकल ट्रायल हुआ एंड फेज 3 क्लिनिकल ट्रायल हुआ। तब तक हमारे पास उसका सेफ्टी यानी एडवर्स इफेक्ट, साइड इफेक्ट्स के डेटा आएंगे, उसकी एफिकेसी के डेटा आएंगे, ठीक है? वो हो जाने के बाद फिर हमारा डोजियर मतलब रजिस्ट्रेशन का प्रोसेस शुरू करेंगे। हमने एक डोजियर बनाना है, ड्रग सब्सटेंस के डॉक्यूमेंट, ड्रग प्रोडक्ट के डोक्यूमेंट, हमारे जो क्लिनिकल स्टडीज हुए हैं उसके सारे डॉक्यूमेंट को इकट्ठा करके एक डोजियर बनेगा, फिर वो रजिस्ट्रेशन में जाएगा। वो धीरे धीरे एक कंट्री में हुआ, दूसरी कंट्री में हुआ, ऐसे वैसे शुरू होते होते हम काफी सारी कंट्री में रजिस्टर करवाएंगे, फिर उसका पोस्ट मार्केटिंग सर्विलेंस होगा। दिस इज व्हाट द जर्नी ऑफ अ ड्रग, बट स्टिल इट इज नॉट एंड्स विद द रजिस्ट्रेशन। वो चलता ही रहेगा जब तक वो यूज में है, जब तक वो और जर्नी चलता ही रहेगा, ठीक है। These are the three main pillars of the pharma: safety, quality, safety, and efficacy. Now, what the quality is? What the quality is? Okay, what the safety is? पढ़ के बता दो भैया, कोई तो बताओ। क्वालिटी क्या है? बोल सकते हो आप? बोलिए। It's this degree of excellence. Okay. What the safety is? For the pharma, for the drug product, quality means हमने एक सेट ऑफ क्राइटेरिया डिसाइड किए हुए होते हैं कि हमारा प्रोडक्ट इस क्राइटेरिया से मैच होना चाहिए, राइट। उसका डिस्क्रिप्शन ऐसा होना चाहिए, वो इतना रिजोल्यूशन देना चाहिए, उसका स्टेबिलिटी इतना होना चाहिए, इम्प्योरिटी नहीं बढ़ना चाहिए। एक टारगेट प्रोफाइल हम बनाते हैं, उसको मैच करता हुआ और उस थ्रू आउट द शेल्फ लाइफ, मतलब 2 साल की है, 3 साल की है, थ्रू आउट द शेल्फ लाइफ वो क्वालिटी भी मेंटेन होनी चाहिए, राइट। दैट्स द क्वालिटी फॉर द फार्मा प्रोडक्ट। नाउ द सेफ्टी मींस it's regarding, it has to be safe in patient, right? No side effects, no adverse effects. But ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई भी दवाई जो मार्केट में है वो उसमें साइड इफेक्ट्स नहीं होती है, साइड इफेक्ट्स होती है, पर एक वर्ड है बेनिफिट रिस्क रेशियो। रिस्क बेनिफिट रेशियो वो क्या होता है आपको पता है? मतलब मैंने एजिथ्रोमाइसिन लिया, इट्स एंटीबायोटिक, अगर वो मेरा इंफेक्शन कम कर रहा है फिर साथ में मुझे नौशिया भी साइड इफेक्ट दे रहा है, तो आई एम मच मोर बेनिफिटेड विद द एजिथ्रोमाइसिन बिकॉज़ मेरा इंफेक्शन कम हो रहा है, राइट। तो नौशिया मैं हैंडल कर लूंगी उस तरीके से। तो हमारा रिस्क बेनिफिट रेशियो भी मेंटेन होना चाहिए, साइड इफेक्ट्स भी हमारे बेनिफिट के सामने मेंटेन होनी चाहिए। एंड द थर्ड इज इफेक्टिवनेस व्हिच इज कनेक्टेड अगेन कि क्या इंडिकेशन के लिए यूज कर रहे हैं, उसका इफेक्टिवनेस कौन से इंडिकेशन में है, वो भी इफेक्टिव होना चाहिए। मतलब मैंने दवाई तो ले ली पर वो इफेक्ट नहीं कर रही है तो वो नहीं चलेगा, वो भी हमें स्टडी करना होता है। So let's connect it. मैंने और एक बार तो ऑलरेडी ये सारी चीजें बता दी है, तो इसको और इलैबोरेट करने की जरूरत नहीं है, ठीक है। ड्रग डेवलपमेंट से लेके डॉक्यूमेंटेशन, डिजाइनिंग, ट्रेनिंग, हाँ एसओपी नहीं बताया है, पर एसओपी मैं नेक्स्ट स्लाइड में बता दूंगी आपको। अभी ये डॉक्यूमेंट कौन कौन करता है, कौन से लेवल पे डॉक्यूमेंटेशन होता है, कहां से शुरू करना है, कौन से लेवल पे होता है, कौन बताएगा? फर्स्ट थिंग बोलिए। मैन्युफैक्चरर से, ओके। कौन से लेवल का और किस तरीके का डॉक्यूमेंटेशन मैन्युफैक्चरर से होता है? मैन्युफैक्चरर नेचुरली एक प्रोडक्ट बनाते हैं, either it is drug substance or a drug product or an excipient or a raw material or a packing material, ठीक है। तो वही चीजों रिगार्डिंग उसका डॉक्यूमेंटेशन होगा, वो डेवलपमेंट करते हैं, उसको बनाते हैं, उसको मेंटेन भी करते हैं, ठीक है। तो मैन्युफैक्चरर वो डॉक्यूमेंट बनाएंगे। फिर रिसर्चर्स क्या बनाएंगे? रिसर्चर्स यानी जो ड्रग सब्सटेंस को डेवलप करते हैं, ड्रग प्रोडक्ट को डेवलप करते हैं, ठीक। There is a difference researchers and manufacturers between that. Manufacturers usually develop नहीं करते हैं, मैन्युफैक्चरर डेवलप की हुई चीजों को मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करते हैं, रिसर्चर्स डेवलप करते हैं। तो डॉक्यूमेंटेड जर्नी रिसर्चर से पहले शुरू होता है कि मैंने क्या डेवलप किया है, फिर मैन्युफैक्चरर को वो डॉक्यूमेंटेशन मेंटेन करना रहता है कि इसमें कोई चेंजेस ना हो जाए। अदरवाइज फॉर एग्जांपल मैं बना रही हूँ ग्लिसराइड टैबलेट, ठीक है। अभी ग्लिसराइड टैबलेट, this glyceride component has a high solubility, ठीक है, तो मैं सिंपल सा टैबलेट भी बनाती हूँ तो मेरा डिसोल्यूशन ऑलमोस्ट 80% आ जाता है। कहीं ऐसा कुछ हो गया, मैंने कुछ लुब्रिकेशन ज्यादा दे दिया, ज्यादा टाइम के लिए कर दिया या क्वांटिटी चेंज कर दिया, मुझे पता नहीं है, बनाने वाले ने चेंज कर दिया, सडनली डिसोल्यूशन मेरा 60% हो गया, फ्रॉम 80% टू 60% ड्रॉप हो गया। तो अभी मुझे ढूंढना है, तो मैं कॉज कैसे ढूंढ पाऊंगी अगर वो डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं है? तो रूट कॉज कैसे ढूंढ पाऊंगी? नहीं हो पाएगा, राइट? तो इसीलिए डॉक्यूमेंटेशन इज नेसेसरी। नाउ व्हाट अबाउट हेल्थ केयर प्रोफेशनल्स? हेल्थ केयर प्रोफेशनल्स में कौन आते हैं? कौन आते हैं? डॉक्टर्स, फिजिशियंस, ठीक है, उनका क्या रोल रहेगा यहाँ पे? बोलिए, क्या रोल रहेगा इनका? एडीआर रिपोर्टिंग में उनका रोल रहेगा, क्योंकि साइड इफेक्ट्स को कन्वे तो करना पड़ेगा। मैन्युफैक्चरर्स उनको बताते हैं कि आप ये दवाई हम मार्केट में लेके आए हैं, राइट? वो दवाइयां वो प्रिस्क्राइब करते हैं, तो पेशेंट को जो भी साइड इफेक्ट्स आता है वो डॉक्टर्स को बताते हैं। हॉस्पिटल में भी फिजिशियंस, डॉक्टर्स को पता होता है कि ये साइड इफेक्ट्स हुआ है, ऐसा इफेक्ट हुआ है, एक दवाई के साथ मैंने दूसरी दवाई दी थी तो ये इफेक्ट हुआ है। तो वो सारी चीजें आएगी हेल्थ केयर प्रोफेशनल से मैन्युफैक्चरर के पास, मैन्युफैक्चरर से जाएगी ये चीजें मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ के पास कि ये दवाई का इतना इतना इफेक्ट होता है। नाउ तो व्हाट इज द रोल ऑफ मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ? मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ का क्या रोल है? सबसे बड़ा रोल है, आप लोगों को पता ही है। हाँ, उससे पहले रजिस्ट्रेशन और लाइसेंसिंग के पहले एक चीज आती है, उसके पहले एक चीज आती है, उससे भी पहले एक चीज आती है। ये सारी चीजें वो आप लोग तब कर पाओगे जब आपके पास गाइडलाइंस होगी, because these are everything is written, everything is defined, right? रजिस्ट्रेशन, एप्लीकेशन, इंस्पेक्शन, ये सारी चीजें डिफाइंड है। तो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ गाइडलाइंस पब्लिश करती है, रिक्वायरमेंट पब्लिश करती है, राइट? तो शुरू फिर से करते हैं थोड़े थोड़े एग्जांपल्स के साथ। फॉर एग्जांपल डिस्कवरी एंड ड्रग डेवलपमेंट एंड प्री क्लिनिकल रिसर्च का आपको एक एग्जांपल देती हूँ। आपने थैलिडोमाइड का नाम सुना है? सुना है? व्हाट इज द यूज ऑफ इट? मॉर्निंग सिकनेस, हाँ, और पता है आपको? हाँ, लेप्रोसी में पता नहीं है, मुझे नहीं पता। ओके, थैलिडोमाइड इज यूजुअली यूज्ड फॉर मॉर्निंग सिकनेस। सो इसका डिस्कवरी हुआ था 1950 में, 1950 1960 के आसपास, ठीक है, यूरोप में हुआ था। पता है थैलिडोमाइड ट्रेजेडी क्या थी? सबको पता है। तो वो अगर ट्रेजेडी हमने डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं की होती, अगर उसको इग्नोर किया होता, तो वो डेवलपमेंट में आगे नहीं बढ़ पाती कि इसको बंद करना है, उसकी वजह से ये यूज होता है। मतलब जो एबनॉर्मलिटीज डेवलप हुई थी, बर्थ डिफेक्ट जो हुआ था, ठीक है, वैसा ही एक दूसरा एग्जांपल है कैटेगरी ऑफ इटोनिटॉक्सिक टेलेटॉक्सिन में, और एक एपीआई है जो बान हो चुका है, पता है किसी को? रेविकॉक्सिन, जो 2004 में सब पता चला था कि ये दवाई के साथ स्ट्रोक, हार्ट अटैक इज कनेक्टेड विद दिस मेडिसिन एज अ साइड इफेक्ट्स। तो फिर 2004 में यूएस एफडीए ने और यूरोप ने मिलकर इसको भी बैन कर दिया था, ठीक है। तो ये क्लिनिकल ट्रायल वन, जो फेज 1, फेज 2, फेज 3 क्लिनिकल ट्रायल है, पोस्ट मार्केटिंग सर्वेलेंस है, उसमें ये सारी चीजें पता चलती है और उसकी दैट इट हैज अ इफेक्ट, राइट? क्लिनिकल रिसर्च के टाइम पे भी पता चलेगी। डेवलपमेंट एंड दिस रिव्यू बाय मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ, ये मैंने बोल दिया है। Guidelines by MOH. गाइडलाइन पब्लिश करने का क्राइटेरिया क्या होता है? कैसे गाइडलाइन पब्लिश होती है? किस तरीके से डॉक्यूमेंट होती है? आपने पढ़ी है ना गाइडलाइन ANDA की, IND की, किस तरीके से वो पब्लिश होती है? रातों रात तो नहीं बन जाती है, वो इवेंचुअली बनती है। ठीक है, मैं एग्जांपल देती हूँ। नाइट्रोसामिन इम्प्योरिटी का नाम सुना है आप लोगों ने? व्हाट द नाइट्रोसामिन इम्प्योरिटीज आर? नहीं सुना है ना? ठीक है। नाइट्रस कंपाउंड एंड अमाइन कंपाउंड जब इकट्ठा होते हैं तो नाइट्रोसामिन ग्रुप बनता है, और ये कंपोनेंट है जो दवाई में होता है तो वो कार्सिनोजेनिक रहता है। ठीक है, बिफोर 2007 किसी को भी नहीं पता था, तो 2007 में ये चीज लॉसार्टन के केस में फर्स्ट टाइम इन यूएसए ये हमारे सामने आई थी कि लॉसार्टन एपीआई बनाने में नाइट्रस ग्रुप एंड अमाइन ग्रुप कंबाइन हो रहा है, जिसकी वजह से नाइट्रोसामिन बन रहा है, और वो नाइट्रोसामिन प्रेसिस अमाउंट में भी टैबलेट में कैरी फॉरवर्ड होकर पेशेंट में जा रहा है, तो जो कार्सिनोजेनिक इफेक्ट देगा। ठीक है, तो पहले तो वो गाइडलाइन नहीं थी, फिर ये होने के बाद यूएसएफडीए ने एक ड्राफ्ट गाइडलाइन निकाली रिगार्डिंग दिस नाइट्रोसामिन इम्प्योरिटी। ड्राफ्ट गाइडलाइन शायद डेढ़ साल तक वो ड्राफ्ट रहा, फिर उसका फाइनल वर्जन आया। ठीक है, तो गाइडलाइन भी एक साथ नहीं बन जाती है, वो धीरे धीरे होती है। ड्राफ्ट होता है, फिर उसका फाइनल वर्जन, दे वेट लाइक उन लोगों को एक पीरियड डिसाइड करते हैं, जब तक बिटवीन दैट पीरियड कोई एक्सपर्ट होता है जिसको कमेंट देना होता है, उनका एक वर्किंग ग्रुप रहता है जो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ को गाइड करता है, उसके बाद ये फाइनल होता है। तुरंत ऐसे फाइनल नहीं हो जाती ये चीजें, और ये सब में एप्लीकेबल है, इवन इन मेडिकल डिवाइसेस, ट्रेडिशनल एंड हर्बल मेडिसिन, फार्मास्यूटिकल प्रोडक्ट्स, सब में ये चीज एप्लीकेबल होता है कि गाइडलाइन का प्रोसेस यही रहता है कि पहले ड्राफ्ट बनता है, फिर उसका फाइनल वर्जन आता है, और वो भी ट्रेसेबिलिटी के साथ गाइडलाइन बनाते हैं। जैसे हमने कुछ भी उन लोगों को चेंज करना है गाइडलाइन में, तो वो ट्रेसेबिलिटी इन दैट गाइडलाइन को भी देते हैं कि हमने नेक्स्ट वर्जन में उसको क्या चेंज किया है, करेंगे या प्रीवियस वर्जन में क्या था और अब क्या करेंगे। This is I have already discussed why the guideline has been developed, how it is developed. Multiple level of guideline, international, regional, national and institutional. आइडिया होगा, शब्दों से भी पता चलता है, right? What is the international level, regional level, national level and institutional level guidelines? Okay, for example, ICH guidelines का आपने नाम सुना है? ठीक है, वो सब कंट्रीज में एप्लीकेबल होती है, वो इंटरनेशनल लेवल की गाइडलाइन है। डब्ल्यूएचओ जिनेवा का आपने नाम सुना है? तो जो कंट्री डब्ल्यूएचओ को फॉलो करता है वो डब्ल्यूएचओ की गाइडलाइन को फॉलो करता है। यूएस की गाइडलाइन है वो यूएस की पर्टिकुलर कंट्री के लिए है, यूरोप की गाइडलाइन यूरोप की कंट्री के लिए है। वैसे ही हर एक कंट्री में अलग अलग उसकी खुद की गाइडलाइन होती है। इंडिया में जो अथॉरिटी है उसका नाम क्या है? सीडीएससीओ। सीडीएससीओ की भी खुद की गाइडलाइन है कि ड्रग रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए क्या रिक्वायरमेंट्स है। हर एक लेवल, इंटरनेशनल लेवल, नेशनल लेवल एंड इंस्टीट्यूशनल लेवल, दैट इज व्हाट इंस्टीट्यूशन मतलब मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट है। ठीक है, अगर उसने एसओपी नहीं बनाया है, अगर उसने सिस्टम को डिफाइन नहीं किया है, एक गाइडलाइन नहीं बनाया, तो वो सिस्टम वर्क नहीं कर पाएगा। तो गाइडलाइन इस तरीके से मल्टी लेवल पे होती है। ये एक एग्जांपल था सोर्सेस ऑफ गाइडलाइन। Okay, now let's go to the CDD and ACDD. मैं बहुत ज्यादा elaborate नहीं करूंगी, अंजलि मैम और सर करने वाले हैं। Yours the topic, right? So, what's the CDD, ACDD and regional? These are the types of format of the dossier submission. CTD मतलब ACTD मतलब now ECTD मतलब electronic version of the submission, right? And regional matlab, see, there are the countries, for example, Europe, US, Middle East, CIS countries, जहाँ पे CTD गाइडलाइन फॉलो होता है. एशिया है, मतलब आसियान है, जहाँ पे फिलीपींस है, वियतनाम, थाईलैंड, श्रीलंका, वहाँ पे ACTD फॉर्मेट होता है. और लैटिन अमेरिकन कंट्रीज है, जैसे कि पेरू है, कोस्टारिका, बोलिविया, जमाइका, वो साइड की कंट्रीज है जिसकी खुद की गाइडलाइन है. दे डोंट फॉलो सीटीडी और एसीटीडी. उनका खुद का लिस्ट ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंट्स है, उनके खुद की रिक्वायरमेंट्स है. दैट इज रीजनल फॉर्मेट ऑफ द डोसिज. Let's start with the basic documentation for drug substance. Drug master file. Drug substance के लिए जो documentation होता है, set of the document, उसको drug master file बोलते हैं, DMF. Now this DMF has two different portions, open part and restricted part. आपको पता है क्या open part है, क्या restricted part है? Have you heard of it before? Okay. Open part मतलब it's open for everyone. Being API manufacturer, I can share my documents to finished product manufacturer because उनको वो API use करना है, तो उनको जो necessary information चाहिए वो मेरे open part में आएगी. और जो information मेरे लिए confidential है, I don't want to disclose those information to finished product manufacturer, वो मैं restricted part में रखूंगी, which is regarding manufacturing process of the drug substance, right? इसका सबमिशन टाइप भी अलग अलग होता है. एक मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक ओपन पार्ट है जो फिनिश प्रोडक्ट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के थ्रू सबमिट होता है. रिस्ट्रिक्टेड पार्ट है जो डायरेक्टली मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ को सबमिट होता है. इसका रीजन ये है कि उसको हम लोगों को डिस्क्लोज नहीं करनी है वो इंफॉर्मेशन. ठीक है. दिस इज द टेबल ऑफ कंटेंट ऑफ ड्रग सब्सटेंस डीएमएफ. अभी आप पूरा सेटअप डॉक्यूमेंट देखोगे तो इट्स लाइक विद जनरल इंफॉर्मेशन, मैन्युफैक्चरर, कैरेक्टराइजेशन, उसका कंट्रोल, उसका रेफरेंस स्टैंडर्ड, कंटेनर क्लोजर एंड स्टेबिलिटी. नाउ जनरल इंफॉर्मेशन मतलब क्या? इन जनरल मैं पूछती हूं आपको विद रिगार्डिंग ड्रग सब्सटेंस, जनरल इंफॉर्मेशन मतलब क्या? रूट ऑफ एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन मतलब वो कैसे बनता है, राइट? तो वो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पोर्शन में आएगा, S.2 में आएगा. इसमें उसका स्ट्रक्चर क्या है, उसका मॉलिक्यूलर वेट क्या है, वो सब्सटेंस के बारे में जो जनरल इंफॉर्मेशन है. उसका पीएच क्या है, पीके वैल्यू क्या होता है, उसमें पॉलीमॉर्फिज्म है कि नहीं, आइसोमरिज्म है कि नहीं, कायरलिटी है कि नहीं, उसका पीएचडी वैल्यू क्या है, उसका सॉलिबिलिटी क्या है, वो जो बेसिक डिटेल है वो जनरल इंफॉर्मेशन में आता है. सिर्फ उसको एक अपने हमने जो एपीआई बनाया है वो क्या है, that we describe in general information. फिर आता है मैन्युफैक्चरर S.2. उसमें रूट ऑफ सिंथेसिस आता है कि ये कौन से रूट से बन के कौन से स्ट्रक्चर तक बना. ठीक है. रूट ऑफ सिंथेसिस, डिटेल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रोसेस, उसके साथ और क्या आता होगा? हम जितने भी इंग्रेडिएंट यूज करते हैं, मतलब जितने रिएजेंट्स, जितने सॉल्वेंट्स, जितने स्टार्टिंग मटेरियल यूज करते हैं वो बनाने के लिए, उसका सबका एक स्पेसिफिकेशन होता है, उसका मेथड ऑफ एनालिसिस होता है, उसका प्रोसेस वैलिडेशन की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रोसेस है, उसको कैसे वैलिडेट किया है, कैसे बना है, वो सारी चीजें उसमें आती है. फिर कैरेक्टराइजेशन आता है, मतलब यू आर कैरेक्टराइजिंग द एपीआई, व्हाट यू आर प्रिपेयरिंग, what you intend to prepare, is it prepare or not, right? वो कैरेक्टराइजेशन में आता है. जैसे आपने एक स्ट्रक्चर बनाया, उसमें एक CH3 ग्रुप है, एक कीटोन ग्रुप है, एक अमाइन ग्रुप है, तो क्या आपके एपीआई में वो ग्रुप है? तो आप उसको कैरेक्टराइज कैसे करोगे? आपने फैक्टरल एनालिसिस सुना है, पढ़ा भी है शायद. फॉर एग्जांपल IR, राइट, NMR, मास. जैसे मास स्पेक्ट्रा से आपको मॉलिक्यूलर वेट पता चलता है. NMR, H1 NMR, C13 NMR से आपको पता चलता है इसमें कौन से फंक्शनल ग्रुप्स हैं. IR में उसका वेवलेंथ, वेव पैच से आपको पता चलता है कि कौन
कौन से फंक्शनल ग्रुप है, उससे आप डिजाइन कर पाते हो कि हमने जो बनाया है वो वही मॉलिक्यूलर स्ट्रक्चर को मीट करता है कि नहीं करता है। फिर एक्सआरडी का नाम सुना है आपने, पॉलीमॉर्फिज्म का सुना है नाम? मेरा एपीआई में अगर पॉलीमॉर्फिज्म है तो मैं उसको कैसे चेक करूंगी? दैट इज थ्रू एक्सआरडी, बिकॉज तीन चार अलग अलग पॉलीमॉर्फिक फॉर्म है, तो हर एक अलग अलग पॉलीमॉर्फिक फॉर्म का अलग अलग एक्सआरडी रहता है, तो उसी से वो स्पेसिफाई होता है कि हमने जो बनाया है वो वही है। सो एक कैरेक्टराइजेशन, इसके साथ आता है इम्प्योरिटी प्रोफाइलिंग। एपीआई में कौन कौन सी इम्प्योरिटी है, हमारे सिंथेटिक प्रोसेस में कौन सी बन रही है, वो सारी प्रोफाइलिंग कैरेक्टराइजेशन में आती है। हमने उसको जनरलाइज कर दिया, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रोसेस दिखा दिया, उसको कैरेक्टराइज कर दिया। फिर उसके बाद आता है हम जो बना रहे हैं उसका क्वालिटी मैच होता है कि नहीं होता है, मतलब उसका स्पेसिफिकेशन। फिर उसका मेथड ऑफ एनालिसिस, उसको एनालिसिस करने के बाद उसको हम चेक करते हैं, तो उसका रिजल्ट मिलता है, वो सीओए में डॉक्यूमेंट होता है। ठीक है, रेफरेंस स्टैंडर्ड, कौन सा स्टैंडर्ड यूज करके एनालिसिस किया है उसको भी डॉक्यूमेंट करना जरूरी है। उसके बाद उसको कौन से कंटेनर में पैक करोगे। ठीक है, मेरा मन हुआ तो मैंने ट्रांसपेरेंट बैग में पैक किया, किसी ने पैक कर दिया ब्लैक बैग में पैक कर दिया, किसी ने ड्रम में पैक किया, किसी ने हार्डबोर्ड ड्रम में पैक किया, एचडीपी में किया। ऐसा तो होगा नहीं, आई हैव टू डिफाइन पैकिंग आल्सो। सो जो पैकिंग डिफाइन किया है उसका डॉक्यूमेंट करेंगे कंटेनर फ्लो सिस्टम में। एंड देन स्टेबिलिटी, स्टेबिलिटी मतलब स्टेबिलिटी जो आपने सुना होगा, स्टेबिलिटी चैम्बर में रख के उसका स्टेबिलिटी चेक करते हैं, राइट? तो पर्टिकुलर वो प्रोडक्ट का स्टेबिलिटी भी चेक करते हैं। ठीक है, उसको भी डॉक्यूमेंट करते हैं। अगर शेल्फ लाइफ 5 साल का है तो 5 साल तक स्टेबिलिटी कंटिन्यू करते हैं, शेल्फ लाइफ 4 साल का है तो 4 साल तक स्टेबिलिटी करके फिर उसका डेटा को बना के उसको यहाँ पे डॉक्यूमेंट करते हैं। सेम ये जैसे सीजीडी में था, राइट? ACGD में the table of content is same, documentation system is same, उसमें कोई चेंज नहीं। ये ही सारी चीजें ड्रग प्रोडक्ट में आती है, सेम प्रिंसिपल्स है, सब चीजें सेम है कि उसका मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रोसेस, उसका डेवलपमेंट, उसका स्पेसिफिकेशन, मेथड ऑफ एनालिसिस, एवरीथिंग इज सेम। जैसा एपीआई में आता है सेम फैक्टर ड्रग प्रोडक्ट में आता है। अभी एक है पोर्शन, ये सारा हमने टेक्निकल डिस्कस किया, अभी लीगल साइड एक बार डिस्कस कर लेते हैं। लीगल डॉक्यूमेंटेशन क्या रहेगा? जो शुरुआत किया था ना, देयर आर द लीगल रिक्वायरमेंट्स एंड टेक्निकल रिक्वायरमेंट्स, राइट? सो दीस आर द टेक्निकल रिक्वायरमेंट्स हैव बीन डिस्कस्ड, नाउ व्हाट आर द लीगल रिक्वायरमेंट्स? यहाँ पे नहीं लिखी है मैंने। फर्स्ट है हम जीएमपी फॉलो करते हैं, गुड मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रैक्टिस फॉलो करते हैं, तो वो फॉलो करते हैं कि नहीं वो चेक कौन करता है? कौन करता है? सुनाई नहीं दिया। कौन चेक करता है कि हम जीएमपी फॉलो करते हैं कि मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ रेगुलेटरी बॉडीज चेक करते हैं। फॉर एग्जांपल इन इंडिया हमारा हर एक स्टेट में एक एफडीए है, वो स्टेट एफडीए आके हमारा डब्ल्यूएचओ जीएमपी का ऑडिट करता है। ठीक है, वो ऑडिट करने के बाद दे इशू द सर्टिफिकेट, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग लाइसेंस देता है, डब्ल्यूएचओ जीएमपी का सर्टिफिकेट देता है। ठीक है, तो एक जीएमपी सर्टिफिकेट एंड मैन्युफैक्चरिंग लाइसेंस वो भी लीगल रिक्वायरमेंट में आता है, जो सबमिशन के लिए जरूरी है, डॉक्यूमेंटेशन के लिए जरूरी है, टू शो अदर कंट्री मिनिस्ट्रीज लाइक कि हम ये जीएमपी फॉलो कर रहे हैं। ठीक है, उसके साथ ही सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ फार्मास्यूटिकल प्रोडक्ट करके भी एक डॉक्यूमेंट आता है जो हमारा एफडीए इशू करता है, वो भी पर्टिकुलर लीगल रिक्वायरमेंट के अंदर आता है। प्री सेल सर्टिफिकेट है, सीओपीपी है, वो सारी चीजें इंपॉर्टेंट है। उसके बाद कवर लेटर, एप्लीकेशन फॉर्म, वो तो एक नॉर्मल चीज है। ठीक है, हाँ, मॉड्यूल 1 में आता है एसएमपीसी। स्टडी किए, साइड इफेक्ट स्टडी किया, कॉन्ट्राइंडिकेशन स्टडी किए क्लिनिकल ट्रायल के टाइम पे, तो वो डॉक्यूमेंट कहाँ पे करने हैं? तो इनोवेटर जो होता है, जो ये सारा स्टडी करता है, वो डॉक्यूमेंट करता है। वो डॉक्यूमेंट को कहते हैं यूएसडी टर्मिनोलॉजी के हिसाब से लीफलेट, यूरोप की टर्मिनोलॉजी के हिसाब से एसएमपीसी, राइट, समरी ऑफ प्रोडक्ट कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स, जिसमें ये सारी डिटेल्स वो एक लीफलेट में लिखते हैं ताकि जो यूज करने वाला बंदा है, हेल्थ केयर प्रोफेशनल है, वो सबको पता चले। So it's a type of a document to convey what they find to other people, right? Same way it is for PIL for OTC drugs. कि ये ड्रग क्यों लेना है, कब लेना है, क्या साइड इफेक्ट्स आ सकते हैं, उनको कैसे स्टोर करना है, राइट? डोजियर डीएमएफ का मॉड्यूल वो सबको पता है, मुझे उसको इलैबोरेट करने की जरूरत नहीं है। This is also I have discussed. ये भी हमने बात कर लिया। लाइक एसओपी, एसओपी क्यों होता है, क्या होता है एसओपी? स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर्स कौन बनाता है? यूजुअली जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करता है, जो एनालिसिस करता है, राइट? तो वो डॉक्यूमेंटेशन के लिए उसके पर्पस से बनाता है। अलग अलग लेवल के अलग अलग डॉक्यूमेंट्स होते हैं, लाइक एमएफआर, डीएमआर, डीपीआर, मतलब मास्टर प्रोडक्शन डॉक्यूमेंट है, एनालिटिकल डॉक्यूमेंट है। वो सारी जो प्रैक्टिकली हम करते हैं, जो प्रैक्टिकली हम एनालिसिस करते हैं, उसको ही हम डॉक्यूमेंट करते हैं और उसी की एसओपी बनती है टू मीट जीएमपी एंड जीएलपी रिक्वायरमेंट्स।
Okay, ma'am, it's about to complete now.
ये चीजें भी मैंने वैसे तो बता ही दी है कि मास्टर डॉक्यूमेंट, स्पेसिफिकेशन, टेस्टिंग प्रोटोकॉल, लेबोरेटरी प्रैक्टिस, उसको डॉक्यूमेंट करना थ्रू एसओपीज एंड स्पेसिफिकेशंस एंड ऑल। नाउ द फार्माकोपिया, द थिंग इज दैट ये फार्माकोपिया क्या है, क्यों फार्माकोपिया बना है? आपने पढ़ा है किसी ने फार्माकोपिया? क्या होता है फार्माकोपिया? हर एक मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ ने एक यूनिट बनाया होता है, एक इंस्टीट्यूट बनाया है जो ये पब्लिश करता है। मैं कोई भी क्वालिटी अपने हिसाब से क्वालिटी डिसाइड करके पर्टिकुलर कंट्री में उसको रजिस्टर नहीं करवा सकती हूँ, ठीक है? इंडिया में इंडियन फार्माकोपिया है, मतलब इंडियन मिनिस्ट्रीज ने उसको डिसाइड किया है कि अगर आपको टर्बिनाफिन टैबलेट को रजिस्टर करना है तो ये क्वालिटी का वो होना चाहिए, स्पेसिफिकेशंस उस हिसाब से होने चाहिए। तो वो लोग ड्रग सब्सटेंस, ड्रग प्रोडक्ट के मोनोग्राफ को उसमें पब्लिश करते हैं, एनालिटिकल मेथड पब्लिश करते हैं जिस हिसाब से उसको डेवलप करना है। जनरल चैप्टर्स होते हैं कि डिसोल्यूशन के क्या क्राइटेरिया होंगे, रिलेटेड सब्सटेंस के क्या क्राइटेरिया होंगे, आपको वैलिडेशन कैसे करना है। इट हैज बीन डिफाइंड इन फार्माकोपिया और हर एक मिनिस्ट्री उसको पब्लिश करती है। जो बड़ी कंट्री है लाइक यूएसपी, आईपी, बीपी, अलग अलग पब्लिकेशंस होते हैं। तो पूरा क्वालिटी का डॉक्यूमेंटेशन वो फार्माकोपिया में होता है कि हमारा ये क्वालिटी का रिक्वायरमेंट है, ठीक है? अगेन इट्स अ डोजियर, व्हेन यू कंपाइल एवरीथिंग, डीएमएफ, ड्रग प्रोडक्ट का डॉक्यूमेंटेशन, क्लिनिकल डॉक्यूमेंटेशन, वो पूरा सेट ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंट कहलाएगा डोजियर। सो जर्नी ओवर, जर्नी ओवर नहीं, इसके बाद आएगा फार्माको विजिलेंस, ठीक है? फार्माको विजिलेंस इट्स ऑलरेडी बीन, मैंने बोल दिया है कि पोस्ट मार्केटिंग सर्वेलेंस आप करते हो, पीएसयूआर, आरएमपी सबमिशन, वो पूरा डॉक्यूमेंटेशन के थ्रू होता है और वो कंटिन्यूअसली चलता रहता है। कुछ भी साइड इफेक्ट आता है, फॉर एग्जाम्पल मेटफॉर्मिन का बताती हूँ। मेटफॉर्मिन जब इनिशियली डेवलप किया था वो एज एंटी डायबिटिक डेवलप किया था। इवेंचुअली पता चला कि इसकी इफेक्ट है रीनल इंपेयरमेंट में, हिपैटिक इंपेयरमेंट में भी वो इफेक्ट देता है एंड कुछ केसेस, कैंसर के केसेस में भी वो पॉजिटिव इफेक्ट देता है। तो वो यही ऑब्जर्वेशन से हमें पता चलता है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल और एक है पैरासिटामोल टैबलेट।
अगर आपने देखा होगा ना, तो जब आप छोटे थे तब पैरासिटामोल टैबलेट के ऊपर वार्निंग साइन नहीं आता था दैट इट इज इंजूरियस टू लीवर, पर अभी आप लेते हो ना तो बड़ी कंपनी के ब्लिस्टर पे वो साइन आता है. क्यों आता है? बिकॉज ग्रेजुअली हमें पता चला है कि वो लीवर के लिए अच्छा नहीं है, राइट? तो ये सारी एक्टिविटी जर्नी से, डॉक्यूमेंटेशन से ही हमें पता चलता है. दैट इज व्हाई इट इज इम्पोर्टेंट फॉर अस. थैंक यू टाइम देने के लिए, सुनने के लिए. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Thank you, ma'am. From the audience, if anyone have any questions regarding this session, you can ask. And for those who are attending online, can mention their questions in the chat box.
किसी को कुछ पूछना है? यहाँ पे आ जाके अकेले बैठ. एरर्स तो नहीं बोल सकते हैं, पर हम जो रिक्वायरमेंट्स गाइडलाइन में लिखी गई है, जो रिक्वायरमेंट्स गाइडलाइन में लिखी गई है, अगर वो रिक्वायरमेंट्स को हम कंप्लीटली कंप्लाई करते हैं तो यूजुअली रजिस्ट्रेशन प्रोसेस में डिले नहीं होता है. वो हमारे एंड से समझने में, हमारे एंड से इंटरप्रिटेशन में, या कुछ केसेस में हम उसको फॉलो नहीं कर पाते हैं, तो वो डिले करने का रीजन होता है. यूजुअली वो एरर नहीं होता है उसमें.
Anybody else have any question? I would like to request Dr. Anjali Apt to give the concluding remarks.
Thank you, Shruti ma'am. It was an excellent presentation. You took us through a valuable insight of journey of drug throughout its life cycle and guidance regarding preclinical, clinical documentations and DMF. Dossier submission was really valuable and it was super to navigate the journey of drug.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I request Ms. Shruti Kharidia ma'am to join the audience in the first row as we proceed with the second session. Let's move on to our second session. For this session, we have with us Dr. Parag Kulkarni sir, Regulatory Affairs Lead, CMC, Medicom Healthcare. I request Dr. Sonawane sir, Head of Department Regulatory Affairs, to accompany Dr. Parag Kulkarni sir on the dais.
You want me to sit down?
Now, I would like to request Dr. Deepak Thambere sir to introduce our respected speaker.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Parag Kulkarni. Parag is highly experienced professional in the healthcare sector with over 14 years of expertise. He has completed his BCom from Cencora College of Pharmacy in 2006, MS from Sheffield Hallam University in 2008, and postgraduate diploma from Clinical Research International. Currently, he is serving as regulatory affairs lead at Medicom Healthcare. Mr. Kulkarni has an extensive background working with renowned organizations such as Pharma Limited, Ransom Natural Limited, Lonza, and GlaxoSmithKline Pharma. He has solid grip of CGMP, quality by design, and the drug development process, with experience in analytical development, particularly in inhalation product development. He is proficient in analytical techniques like reverse HPLC and method validation. Mr. Kulkarni has led various projects including testing of clinical release batches, managing OOS results, supervising contract staff. His expertise also extends to the European regulatory compliance and internal auditing ISO 9001-2015. His key interest lies in contributing to the successful development and launch of the drug product from phase 2A to the market. With this brief introduction, I welcome Dr. Parag Kulkarni to the Mains Institute of Pharmacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Sonawane sir to felicitate Dr. Parag Kulkarni sir and present a memento as a token of love from MT's family.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to request Dr. Parag Kulkarni sir to illuminate us on understanding of Module 3 for dossier preparation.
Thank you. Good afternoon all. Okay, so today's topic of discussion for me is module 3 for dossier preparation. Okay, so next please. Where is it? Right. I guess we all have seen this triangle while studying pharmacy, right? Most of you have seen this hundreds of times, right? So today I'm only going to focus on the tiny bit there called module 3. So what's module 3 for us? So module 3 is basically the quality section of the module or dossier, and it deals with the basically CMC. So CMC is chemistry, manufacturing and control, and I think it sums up everything about what you want to include in this dossier. So the most important thing it deals is with the chemistry or the drugs, how it is manufactured, what do exactly do with the drugs, how the manufacturing is performed, and basically how do you control it so that when it is prepared accordingly, it will go to the patients. So you have to make sure that it is good enough to go to the patients. So CMC has everything that you need to be able to write about it and manufacture and go to the public. For me, module 3 is the most important part, not just because I work on it, but I think it is the most elaborative and the biggest part of it, because if you are aware of how medicines come to the market, usually module 4 and 5, which deals with the clinical data, non-clinical data, you can probably buy from somewhere, or maybe when you go to internet or when you go to various literature search, you can get all the bibliographical references for that. You can attach to your application, and basically your application will be more or less will be done. But with module 3, you can't do that. You have to prepare your drug product. You have to do hundreds of testing to be able to understand that, okay, my drug product is safe, it has the quality, and it is efficacious. Then only you can get your product into the market. And that's why I think module 3 is probably the most important part of the dossier. I'm not undermining any other module, please make no mistake, but I think for me module 3 is quite important. So with respect to module 3, what I want to say is Shruti ma'am earlier has covered lots of things. So you'll find that there are lots of concepts, lots of words which are going to be coming again and again. But I'll try to make it more practical for you. I don't want to make it really theoretical. I know it sounds boring and really dry, but please hear me out. This is what you're going to do when you go out of this university and do something for yourself. Yeah. So there are main 4 portions in module 3, which I'm going to talk a little bit about. So first one is 32S, so which talks about drug substance, 32P, which talks about drug product, 32A, which talks about appendices, and 32R, regional information. Yeah. So 32S, as ma'am has shown us earlier, it has these various sections that you want to be looking at and you want to be writing on. So first section is general information. What I'm going to tell you is if you are working on innovative drug product, if you are working or probably on generic which is already available in the market, you're going to have distinct difference between how you write about it. So for example, if you're going to write about innovative drug product, and in that if you're going to write about your drug substance, you're going to refer to your in-house data about your drug substance. So everything will be available in your database in your company, which you just have to refer to and get all the information which you just talked about. So what is the general information about your drug substance, the chemical properties, physical properties, the structure and everything, it will be available in your library of your company, which you just have to find out, get the data out, and that's it. Your section is done. Happy. Yeah. The next section is going to be manufacturing. So manufacturer section is mainly about who does the manufacturing, what are the responsibilities of every single company you mentioned there. It has to have elaborative information about all the things about the manufacturing company, what it does, how it does. Pretty simple, but really important. Simple, you can't have mistakes in that, you have to be pretty accurate in that as well. The next section is going to be about description of manufacturing process. So this section, what you want to write about is how you did your manufacturing of your product or drug substance, sorry. So you want to be writing a process flow diagram of your drug substance journey, right from A to Z. What are the steps involved? So basically, how we write for example, we all know about Vanshavali, right? Like how our generations have gone, right, from like 4-5 generations to now. Exactly the same thing you're going to do with your drug substance. So where it processed, so where the raw material or starting material came from, how it got involved into a chemical reaction, what are the other steps that it went through to get the final product. Everything you want to be documenting in this section. So basically it is like a narrative building of your drug substance. Yeah, that is the main thing you want to be focusing on. Once you've written with that, you want to write in detail every single step that was involved. While you're writing that, you will notice that there are lots of things which are really important for it to happen. So there are lots of critical things which if you don't follow, you're not going to get your quality drug substance. Yeah. So it may have testing like pH testing, temperature, mixing, all those things that you're going to do in your manufacturing, they have to be noted down and you want to make sure that you follow it. If not followed, you're not going to have the quality product which you want. Control of materials. So this section is going to have all the materials that you've used for the drug substance manufacturing, and you want to be writing about the quality and grade of this material that you are going to use. So for example, if you're going to use in a commercial sort of scenario, you want to be using a really high grade material like EP class or IP, BP, something like that, which already has some standard and because of which you're using in your manufacturing facility. Control of critical steps and intermediates. So this section is really important because once when I had said about description of manufacturing process, when I discussed about some of the testing, some of the parameters which are really important for manufacturing. So the testing, which if not performed, they are going to fail your drug substance batch. So here you want to be talking about all those IPCs or in-process quality control checks which you need to do to be able to get your quality drug substance batch. Yeah, I know it is a little boring, but please stay with me and you will understand what needs to be done. Manufacturing process development. This section usually comes in the restricted part of the ASMF or DMF, which ma'am had just earlier spoken about. So ASMF or DMF, which we normally use the terminology, especially if you go to Europe, UK, you're going to use terminology called ASMF. Even in Canada, I guess they use the terminology ASMF. So ASMF is basically active substance manufacturing, right? Something like that. And DMF is drug master file. So as we know, there is applicants part and restricted part. So this section, which I just said, manufacturing process development, will come under restricted part because the drug substance manufacturer does not want to share their proprietary knowledge or whatever technology they are using to the finished product manufacturer. So if you are working in a drug product company, you will not have access to what they do exactly. You will just say that please refer to restricted part. That's it. End of the story. But if you are working in a drug substance company, you will be writing extensive details about how you came to this description of manufacturing process, because you just don't get your manufacturing process overnight. You have to be working on your process for days and days before you actually get your method right. So you'll be working on one method, then you find out actually I can do this better, so you work on that method again, and finally when you get your method, that's when you get your proper method, which you are going to write in S222. But when it comes to 2.6, you want to be writing about all those things that you have done to be able to achieve 2.2. Okay, and that's why this section is really important. Characterization is another thing where you actually characterize drug, as ma'am had correctly pointed out, in which you're going to talk about the impurities and how did you get to the conclusion that okay, this is the drug substance I'm going to be using for my drug product manufacturing. Impurities, again, you're going to talk about, as we know, I'm pretty sure you know that impurities come from processing. When it goes through lots of chemical reactions and everything, you might get impurities from that, or you may get impurities from your raw materials, you might get from your equipment processes. There are various other ways from which you're going to get your impurities, so you want to be focusing on all those impurities. Then there is a thing ma'am just explained about nitrosamine impurities, which is kind of must nowadays. I guess from 2020 or 2019, every single project you work on, you have to give your nitrosamine impurities assessment. Otherwise, it will not just move. Yeah. So all these things will come under impurities. Next section is control of drug substance. As I said earlier, you want to control what drug substance you're using, and how you want to control. Everything will fall under this control of drug substance. So first section is specification. Do we know what is specification? Anyone can guess? Like, do you know how it looks like? What does it contain? Idea? No? Sleepy? Okay, I'll just give you a hint. So basically specification is just a table which has what testing method you're going to do, what is the reference for this testing, and what is the acceptance criteria. If you combine everything together, you're going to get a specification. Okay, so reference, when I mention reference to the testing, this reference may come from your usual sources like IP, BP, EP, whatever, or it may come from your internal knowledge that you've developed while developing your drug product, or sorry, drug substance, All these things will be part of the specification, and that's what you're going to refer to when you write your specification. The specification building usually happens when you have lots of batches. It goes through development phase from which you're going to get your testing methods. Then you have your stability studies from which you develop, okay, I want these 1 2 3 4 5, these are the testing I want them in my specification. So from all this data you've generated, you come to conclusion that I want this kind of testing for my drug substance, and that will fall under specification. Okay. Analytical procedure section will have all the testing which we just talked about in the specification, which you want to be writing in detail about what the analytical testing is going to be. For example, for assay testing, impurity testing, it could be IR, it could be identification assay, anything you have in specification, it has to have a place in analytical procedures. So make sure, don't miss out on something which you have already written in specification, but it's not in the analytical method. No, it can't be working like that. You have to be, you have to have good attention to detail if you want to be succeeding in this field. Always remember, most of the section refer to each other when it comes to dossier writing. So if you have written something in one section, it will reflect in some other document as well. So make sure it reflects there. Next bit is about the validation. Do we know what is validation? Have you heard of this? Yeah? No? Yes? Probably not. So validation is basically, how do I say? Validation is something, if I'm using, or if I'm doing a testing on something, is that good enough? Is that fit to is that fit for the purpose? It is what basically validation does. So there are various activities which you are going to do to show that my analytical method is good enough and it is good enough to use for my drug substance specification. So all those activities will be documented in validation of analytical procedure, right? So using the manufacturing process, whatever batches we have processed, they will come under batch analysis. So in batch analysis document, what you're going to do is you're going to make a small table which will have number of batches you produced, their batch numbers, and date of manufacturing, under which you're going to just write COFA or certificate of analysis of all those batches, and basically just gather the data like as per the specification. So you'll have a table which will have your specification, and there will be another column to say whether your testing has passed or not, or whatever the value you've generated for that, that will come under batch analysis. Okay. And justification of specification is just to give you justification. Why am I doing certain thing? You just basically write in there, because I did XYZ testing, because I have lots of development data from which I found that this testing is suitable for performing this analysis, and that's why I'm using this testing, and this is why I have specification limit of 1 to 5, for example. This is what you say in justification of specification. I'm just going to skip a couple of things which ma'am has already talked about. For example, container closure system. Reference standard, basically you just mentioned basically, what standard you're going to use to be able to test your drug substance. Okay, even though this is a drug substance, it still has to be tested against something, right? So for example, when you get your grades, we tend to check with our friends, right? Or with the top of the class that, okay, I've got, for example, 70%. How much did the topper get? Did he get 80%? We still compare, right? So if you want to compare, you want to be comparing against the top standard, or at least analytical working standard. So that sort of comparison, or that sort of information will go in this reference standard. Okay, container closure is already covered by ma'am, so I'm not going to go in detail, but basically what you want to be doing is you just want to be talking about what sort of material, or what sort of container you want to be using for your drug substance, and you write everything about it basically. So once you receive it in your lab, how you test it, how do you make sure that it is the same exact quality impact in which you have to put your drug substance material, and all the testing that you have to do
once you receive it, what are the results and everything, the specification, how it looks, everything, photographs as well. All those kind of things I want to put in particulars. Try not to write very specific information that comes from the vendor because it is not something under your control. For example, a polyethylene magnet which will be used for the container purchase system of the drug substance. If it has a reference number, maybe it is a good idea to have this reference number noted down in your container purchase system. But batch number is a big no. You don't want to be writing that. Because if you write down every single time they are going to use different batch number, if you do that, you're going against the dossier, which means you're going to notify the regulatory body that I've made some changes to my documentation. So you don't want to be very specific. Try to write as vague as possible, but try to write as much information that is required for your dossier. So, but obviously, you gain that experience, while you work on lots of projects. You understand what is required and what is not required. So, yeah, just build on that experience and you understand. Right? Stability, we all know. I guess you guys perform in your college as well because I guess spoken to Ankit, I know that we have some stability checkers here, what is stability and what is not. But usually, I'll just give you a quick snapshot in here. So, ICH has given us some guidelines about how to perform stability testing. So, you perform some testing on your drug substance as per ICH, you generate data, and everything will go in here. Okay. So, in stability summary, which is the first section, 7.1, you want to be writing about what batches you use for your formal stability studies, what sort of data you generated, and what is the conclusion, the most important one. And obviously, including the protocol, what you follow. So everything that will fall under the stability summary. S7.2, which is post-control stability, in which you want to be writing about, for example, at the time of submission, if you have not sufficient data, then you have to commit to the regulatory body. And although, for example, I have already 12 months data generated on my drug substance, but I commit to give all the data once it is done, which you have to write in the end. Otherwise, they would hang you. For example, if you go to shopkeeper, you buy some stuff from them, and you don't have enough money. You tell the shopkeeper, right? Okay, I've given you 50 rupees out of 100, but once I go home, once I get some money from whatever, from my wallet, I'll give you the 50 rupees back. You will agree, okay, now you told me, I understand, you give me 50 rupees back. And that's why they say, okay, you can take the money and go home. Exactly the same thing happens here. You tell them that I'm going to do the study, I'm going to continue the study, and once I have all the study data, I'm going to submit. And that's what we like to have in post of good stability. Okay. And stability data is just a huge section of all the data you generated for stability data. Okay. But one thing you want to remember in stability is you want to have only the testing that is relevant for your stability studies. Yeah. So for example, the most usual testing you're going to find in stability section is, for example, assay value, because otherwise you won't know exactly, what is the how it is going to behave, once it is used in the finished product. If it is not good enough, if it is not within the specification, it's not going to be usable. So you want to be including that. You want to see whether if there are any impurities that have been generated throughout the period, for example, 48 months, 60 months, because if you work on chemically developed material, usually they work on 40 to 60 months of stability. So you want to see what is the effect of the harsh temperature and humidity conditions on your drug substance, and whether it has an impact on your acid value and impurities. Because sometimes, most times, what happens is if the acid value is going down, the impurities values are going to go up, and you have to be worried if that happens. So make no mistake, you want to be focusing on all those minor things. Next bit I'm going to talk about is P2P. So information of drug product. Again, ma'am has already shown you this, but I'll still tell about this, whatever I know, and what are the simple minor things which you want to consider when you're writing the dossier. So TPP, which is for the drug product, because earlier we talked about drug substance here. So now we're going to talk about drug product. Now we've generated our drug substance, but now after gathering all the information of drug substance, we want to make your drug product as well, because that is ultimately go to the consumer or the patient, right? So even that has to be documented as ma'am correctly pointed out. So here we are going to talk more about how the drug product was manufactured, or what is the information we have on the drug product. So description and composition of the drug product. It is quite simple section basically, which you just want to say the composition of your drug product. So what you're gonna do, a simple table which will have your drug substance and all the excipients which you have in your drug product. Along with that, what you want to write is what is the grade of the material that you use, whether it is in-house source or it came from IT, EP, whatever it is, or if it is like water, then what sort of water did you use in your processing, or whether it was mineral water did you use, whether it was purified water, or whether it was water for injection. All those minor details has to come in there, yeah, along with the quantity, of course, because you work on a formula, and if you don't write how much it was, it's going to be pointless, right? So you want to be talking about that. The next section is the most important as far as I understand. Pharmaceutical development is really, really big. Seriously, when I work on this, when I read about this, most of the time I'm sleeping because it is long, it is elaborative, but it is challenging as well at the same time. And if you don't understand that, I guess you still have a lot of time to understand, so don't worry. But what we want to do here, I'm just going to tell you some concepts here about pharmaceutical development. I think ICH Q8, Q9, Q10 talks a lot about how you want to develop your product, finished product. Okay, so there are 3 or 4 major concepts which you want to understand, which will tell you a lot about how the pharmaceutical development happens. So we all have heard about QBD, right? QBD, quality by design. Under quality by design or QBD, there is a concept called QTPP, quality target product profile. Okay. So if you have a QTPP, what does it tell you is basically it is again a simple table, very logical. What it tells you is what drug substance you're going to use, what sort of excipient you're using, who's the intended patient, whether it is pediatric, normal adults, geriatric, whatever it is, what sort of dosage form do you are going to be using, what is the likelihood of you know strength and everything, all those things that will be covered under PPP. Once you have prepared your PPP, then you want to be working on your pharmaceutical development, because it gives you a snapshot of what exactly you're going to be working on. Yeah. So if you have this table ready, then you can start working on your pharmaceutical development. The next concept I'm going to talk about is Q8. Do you know what it is? So critical quality attributes are something that is basically any physical, chemical, biological, microbiological, any sort of parameter that may have an impact on your product, which you want to be testing on a regular basis. Yeah. So, for example, assay value or impurities, those sort of things which you want to be testing on regular intervals. If you're doing that, more often than not, your product is safe and good enough to use. Yeah. And so basically, if you have a good mixture, or if you have good understanding of QBPE and CQA, and then they work together in tandem, you're going to have a really good product. So what we do here is we design, or we have a scope. If you have, for example, like a big bubble, yeah. So if you work under in this scope of your instructions processes, you're going to have a really nice product. But if you cross that bubble, surely you're going to make a mistake. And that's why having QBD helps. So what it does is basically gives you a design scope, yeah, in which if you work, your process, your product is going to be super good. So work under this, and your product will be pretty good. So I think from early 2000s, a lot of companies are working on QBD and QTPs. so that they can have consistent product at every single time they produce. And that's why most companies nowadays work on PPP activity principle. So coming back to pharmaceutical development, what we want to be doing is you want to be writing about drug substance, which we've already talked about. We know the characteristics, we know what it does, how it does, and everything. Yeah. So you want to write a little bit about that. Then from QPP, you know what sort of excipients you're going to be using. Yeah. What are the roles and how they're going to come together to give us the final finished product which you're going to use. You write about that. Once you have certain idea, you work on the formulation. Okay, so if you are working in innovative drug company, probably you will not have idea what sort of dosage form you're going to be using. Is that going to be like a tablet, capsule, oral solid liquid, whatever? You just don't know. Yeah. So this is the kind of thing which you understand from the QPPP table that this is what I want to be doing. Okay. So that will give you a hint how you want to be working. However, if you are working in a generic company, like we have in India, huge number of companies in India, they work on the generic sort of products. So generic is basically copy of a product, a reference product of innovative product, yeah, which are already present in the market. So they do reverse engineering. We know reverse engineering, right? Do we know what is reverse engineering? Okay. So basically, I'll just give you a hint if you don't know. Reverse engineering is basically what China does. What they do is if they found something coming from US or any developed nation, they try to dismantle the whole thing, try to understand how it's prepared, and they make their own copy of that. That's called reverse engineering. That is the kind of reverse engineering our companies do as a gen companies do. And they try to formulate exactly the same thing for their own good. Yeah. So coming back to where we were, if you are working in a generic company, you already know what sort of dosage form you're looking at, whether it is tablet or a capsule or oral solid liquid, whatever it is, you have an idea. So you try to formulate exactly the same. You know what? When we look at the carton label and everything, they tell you what exactly they've used in their composition, right? They tell you about drug substance, what is the concentration, and everything. But do they tell you how they prepare? Right? This is the hardest one. How to prepare. Even though you have every single information, unless and until you know the process, how to make, you won't succeed at it, right? I'll give you an example. Suppose we all prepare tea at home, right? मी बनवता ना चहा प्रत्येक नाही हो ठीक आहे मी चहा बनवतो प्रॉब्ली मॅम चहा बनवतात ती चहा बनवते हा चहा बनवतो पण आपण सगळ्यांनी जर चहा बनवला आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या चहाची चव सारखी असणार नाही even though we all use society tea or support chaha, whatever it is not going to taste the same, right? It is going to be tasting different. कारण आपल्या सगळ्यांची प्रोसेस वेगळी आहे, राईट? आणि म्हणून त्या चहाची चव कन्सिस्टंट नसणार. जरी आपण कुठल्या फॉर एक्झाम्पल येवलेकर काय चहा असतो त्यांना कॉपी करायचा प्रयत्न केला, जोपर्यंत आपण त्यांची प्रोसेस फॉलो करत नाही तोपर्यंत आपला चहा कसा लागणार नाही. And that is why we have to develop our own method to get to that Yearlikar chaha, so that we can sell our own tea as well. If I want to sell my tea, I'll say Kulkarni's tea, very similar to Yearlikar Amrutulya, right? If I know their method, exactly the same thing generic companies are going to do. They will do the reverse engineering. They will try to say, okay, they have used this drug substance which we already know, so they will go to the highest possible quality of that material, EP, whatever is available in the market. Then they will look at all the excipients that are going to be used in the manufacturing. Although they have it, they don't know how it is prepared, and that is when systems, processes come in picture. They have to develop their own methods, how to process that, how to manufacture that. And obviously, it is not going to come as overnight success. If you're lucky, maybe you'll get it in like a couple of months, but still it does not happen. I know for a fact that even if you change the composition of your excipients by like 0.1%, 0.2%, it makes a huge difference to how a tablet or a capsule will look like, because it will have an impact. As you know, we studied in third year pharmaceutics. If you remember the tablets chapter, it has so many things. We talked about it, we learned about it, we marked up everything about it, that how it impacts on the quality of the tablet, right? Everyone has done it. Exactly the same thing happens when you go to industry. Because one small mistake and it will have impact on the disintegration, dissolution, every single thing, every single problem you can think of. And that's why pharmaceutical development plays a big role. So what it does is basically uh, you work on, once you know the formulation, you work on all the principles of whatever you know of formulation. You work on how to make that product the best possible version of that, and you both come to conclusion that okay, now I know my product is going to be okay. It and after you know that you work the best for us. So these are the studies as well that will come under pharmaceutical development, and these kind of studies go on actually in pharmaceutical development. In the actual scenario. Another important thing about industry is microbiological assessment, because we know that we do physical chemical assays on a regular basis, but a lot of times people forget that there are microbiological aspects which we have to remember, especially in sterile dosage form. If you don't perform, it's not sterile form. So those sort of things you want to mention here, and what sort of testing you want to do for your regular analysis. They will go under pharmaceutical. There are also subsections which you want to follow, but when you see that, you'll see that it goes one way. Third section, similar to drug substance, you have manufacturing. In manufacturing, there is one more important thing about batch formula, which goes in the P2, where you want to be writing, once you produce a batch, how it is going to look like. What is the batch formula? So, for example, if I'm doing a 100-liter batch, I want to be writing, if I'm doing a unit of that particular finished product, how will it look like when it is in a unit? When I'm doing for 100 liters, how much I have to be adding that particular drug substance, excipient, everything that has to come under the batch formula, which is missing from the solid work. Again, what we discussed about manufacturing processing section, it will come in here as well, because obviously they are just kind of replica of each other. So you have to be making sure that every information about the manufacturing goes in here. One of the important thing in manufacturing section is again, although we talk about the manufacturer, but here all the roles and responsibilities of the manufacturer has to be written in detail. Not in detail like this, we have to give idea that who does what. Because for example, a company, if they don't have facility for certain things, they will outsource it to someone else. But if you don't write it here, it is going to cause a problem. Because how do you know, for example, if I'm not doing microbiological analysis in my company, how will I know who's doing that? And how you make sure that it is all done properly. So you want to be writing everything in the manufacturing section. One of the difference between ES and EE section is having control of experience. This section is the sort of, I would say, a difference which is very apparent and everybody can find out. So in this section, you want to be writing about your excipients. So what are the excipients you use in the manufacturing? You want to be writing that. So it will have everything the same, like having the specification, analytical testing, validation, batch analysis, everything you have in there. Yeah. So unless and until you haven't used anything different, which is something like novel excipients. So for example, if it is not written anywhere, for example, if it is not available in the official documentation.
Get an audio speaker. Hello, 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 hello. Hello. So basically, India, India was an zone that's out there. Uh, between hello. तिथलाच घेतो काय प्रॉब्लेम त्याचा मायक्रोफोन चालू So what we're going to do here is you will put is in the product in your desired container. Really use let's say the check of all the space you want to capture all this thing and you have to say the product. So say the stage. Say that so you want to perform that mobile share. Mobile থেকে তুমি সেভ করে chatting में आओ ना भाई आओ ना गेम करना बड़ा प्लान बी छोड़ and we have batches and we got more batches for that time. So they will have lesser shelf life. So you want to be testing for 3 years, 4 years, whatever it is, perform the testing as per a protocol, generate data, give your stability summary. Hello. More batches say that, for example, I've tested my 3 batches of formal stability study for 3 years. I've got this data, and I can happily say my product is stable for 3 years. So that's good. Yeah. You go to post approval, for example, if you're going to perform your testing completely, you give them a commitment that yeah, I'll give you 50 rupees later. Same like that here, you'll say, sir, we'll be performing our testing for another 18 months or 24 months, whatever it is. And we'll put one commercial batch on annual GMP every single year. That's it. You give this commitment, they are happy. And third section will be a stability. Just huge number of tables it will have. You'll just be writing whatever data you incurred for all those 4 years. That's it. End of your product section. Talked about earlier, they will fall under 3 to 8. Yeah. And 3 to R is usually about, it's very regional, so you know, Thinking about what response you want to get. But still, I would say around 18 months, 20 months, that's what you want to think about when you want to apply for a new application. So just try to see, like how, whenever you get to see, how they write, what they write, what is the way of writing, if they are writing anything specific about certain sections, how they write, and hopefully that will make you a really good writer, good regs affair professional, and yeah, good approvals as well in no time. Thank you. I never say thank you on my slide, but thank you.
From the audience, if anyone has any questions, you can ask.
I'm sure you're loaded with information, so probably you will not have any questions right now. But if you do have any questions, you can probably mail it to me, or you can send me a message on LinkedIn. And yeah, I'll try to help you. No problem. Thank you. Any more questions? Yeah.
So, what are the key differences in CMC requirements of USFDA and EFDA?
As I just mentioned earlier, for example, process validation is one of the in Europe, as I just mentioned, they are more about data, how you have to narrate the story. While compared to US, you have more about numbers. So, for example, if you are doing a US submission, they want to see all the, for example, analytical validation, which we have in 350.3, the validation section. They want to have all the batches that they've used for validation, what was the validation protocol, what was the validation report, how the data looked like. So they want to see more numbers. While if you go to Europe, they just want to see the story, the build-up of story, and what did you achieve in the end. That's what they want to see. So yeah, I mean, it is US is very bulky sort of preparation, I would say. But while Europe is slightly different from that, they want to see the story behind that. That's what my observation has been for over the years. Yeah.
What are the common mistakes made while submitting the module?
Module 3. Ma'am had said earlier, if you do follow what are the instructions given by the health authority, more often than not you're going to be okay. But with CMC, the kind of mistakes which people do is, if you are lacking on data in terms of, for example, I have told to Ankit as well that there is a really nice document given by EMA. It's called Notice to Applicants. Yeah, if you follow that, hopefully you should be okay. But what happens is, while writing, a lot of times if you don't follow the process in your company, about, for example, when I was talking about pharmaceutical development, if you don't follow the procedure itself, and follow, when I say follow, I mean if you don't understand what they've done, how they've done it, and if it is not in logical order, probably they will ask you more questions. Okay, so for example, why do you not see this data here? Have you generated any data on this? Can you please provide it to us? So obviously, when you receive any RFI on that, you'll be working on that section just to add that section which you had not actually put in your document. So you want to be putting that, you want to see the logical order, whether it fits in that narrative of the procedure, you want to be adding that and submitting that again. Or yeah, I think it's, I would say, it's mostly logical. So I don't really see mistakes that people do, or human error. Yeah. So, for example, a lot of times what happens is if you are working in a company, you have very similar products, yeah, and because of the human error, you are not copying the right data from right place. If you don't have attention to detail, you are more likely to make a mistake. So, if you're not reading properly, if you're not copying it properly, if you don't understand it well, surely you're going to make a mistake. So, it's mainly, I would say, a human error made it to some problem, but more often than not, you're okay. You can read, then you're fine. Yes. No worries.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
I request Dr. Deepak Phambere sir to give the concluding remark.
Thank you very much, Parag sir, for explaining the importance of Module 3 in the dossier preparations. And I'm sure that the students of this conference and all the attendees will get the deeper understanding how to structure and prepare dossier 3 for the regulatory compliance. Thank you very much, Parag sir, for giving such a brief introduction or the brief knowledge about Module 3. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Sally to carry forward with the program.
For the third session, we have with us Dr. Anjali Apt ma'am, Senior Manager, Regulatory Affairs, CMC, Cencora Pharmalex. I request Dr. Moreshwar Patil sir, Head of Pharmaceutics Department, to accompany Dr. Anjali Apt ma'am on the dais. Ms. Vaidili Kaidini ma'am to introduce our respected speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have with us today Anjali Apt Kulkarni ma'am. She is a Senior Manager, CMC Regulatory Affairs at Cencora Pharmalex. Ma'am has over 13 years of experience in drug development and regulatory affairs. Ma'am has worked in MNC like GlaxoSmithKline in UK and now with Cencora Pharmalex. Ma'am has honored with PhD in Pharmaceutics and Drug Delivery System and pursued her post-graduation from Northeastern University, Boston. Anjali ma'am has expertise in biopharmaceuticals, cell and gene therapies, ATMPs, monoclonal antibodies, peptide vaccines, biosimilars, COVID-19 vaccines and small molecules. Anjali ma'am is currently managing various CMC projects including MMA, DLA filings, project management, gap analysis, drug development consulting. She is also managing a CM team working on MMA NDA submission on post-marketing challenges. I welcome you ma'am to our MIT Institute of Pharmacy. Thank you for being with us.
I would like to request Dr. Moreshwar Patil sir to felicitate Dr. Anjali Apt ma'am and present a memento as a token of love from MIT's family. Now, I would like to request Dr. Anjali Apt ma'am to guide us on drug development and filing applications for investigational new drugs variation filing to FDA or EMA.
Hi everyone, good afternoon, and thank you MIT Institute of Pharmacy, Kshirsagar sir, for inviting me over here, and Vaidili ma'am for all the coordination. So without further ado, I would like to proceed with my presentation. So you'll see that the topic of this presentation is quite broad. It's drug development, finding applications for the new drugs, and also variation finding. So I think it is all interlinked, and that's why I've included everything together, and you'll see that during the presentation. Okay, so all of these thoughts and information is my own. It's not from my company, and it's always on a case-by-case basis. So it will differ from one project to another. Okay, this is the drug development timeline. This is the slide which will come back to again and again. As you can see here, which is the point? I have specifically used this for the FDA, and the red bits are for quality or the CMC. The blue bits are for non-clinical, green is for clinical studies, and this is the regulatory. So this is how everything goes hand in hand. What happens is you will start the drug development in the labs. You'll have like small scale studies. The raw materials which you are using will be quite lab scale, lab grade or research grade. So when you want to market or when you want to enter, the conversations with FDA and want to launch your product, you start with the IND. And for IND, you start with early controls, early methods, early specifications. Then you want to have control over raw materials initially, because from lab grade you want to go to good GMP grade materials, and you want to start to build up the processes to GMP. At the same time you are performing the non-clinical studies, like ma'am has mentioned, you do some GLP studies, and you build up a package over here. You can consult with the FDA in a pre-IND meeting. You can have that conversation with them, ask them questions whether this package is ready, ask them specific questions, and then you do the IND submission. So IND submission is basically your requesting the FDA to look at the data and start the clinical trials. So this is the request that you send. And then there is a review period of 30 days, during which the FDA will look at all the package that you have prepared. They will see, if there are any deficiencies. They'll ask you some questions. Then you will go back to them. And once everything is clear, you get a go ahead. We will start the clinical trial, which is the phase 1 trial. Then you proceed through, this clinical trial. You gather some supportive studies, etc. And then you can have an end of phase 1 meeting with the FDA. So discuss with them how the data is looking. If there are any questions, they will support you. Then you start with phase 2 studies. Clinical phase 2, phase 3, and then at the end of phase 2 there will be a end of phase 2 meeting. And during this process, until you come to phase 3, you will have the final controls or methods, final processes, and all the process validation studies. So what I call is, when you start early, if you are starting playing cricket, you get a bat from the local shops. But when you are proceeding to the end, like you are playing club cricket or something like that, then you have to get everything to the highest level, to the highest quality, from renowned suppliers, etc. So this is like building everything to that level. And then at the end of phase 3, you collect all this data, and then you can have another meeting with the FDA, which is a pre-NDA meeting. So again, you discuss whether the data that you have generated for CMC, clinical, non-clinical, everything, if that is good enough. If you have any specific questions, you have done some changes, etc., then you can interact with the FDA during the pre-NDA meeting. and then you do the NDA submission. I'll come to the review timelines and everything over here later on. But yeah, I think all these meetings are quite important because it gives you a chance to interact with the FDA, and then if there are any deficiencies that they point out, then you have the time to generate that data and have a slightly easier approval, I would say. And once you do this NDA submission, like ma'am said, if there are any post-approval changes required, then you do a follow-up. You have any commitments, and if you want to do any variations, then you go over here. So that cycle will continue. So moving on to the next slide, this is ma'am has already explained its investigational new drug. So basically, it's a new drug which is under development. Then you are going to provide application to FDA to start the clinical trials. So you want to investigate whether your drug is safe and effective, and then this is all backed up with the safety reports that you have generated during the preclinical trial. So we will be doing genotoxicity, tumorigenicity studies, all these GLP studies, biocompatibility studies. So this is all the package that you will be generating. And then the sponsor is usually a firm or institution, even hospitals, who want to submit the IND application to the FDA. Next is the terminology, which is the new drug application. Here you have, going back to the slide again, you have the IND data. It is all giving really promising results. You have discussed with FDA what it looks like. You have made changes. You have provided any, covered any deficiencies, etc. And now you also know that the drug is safe and effective in the clinical trial. So you know this. And then you provide an application to FDA. Okay, we are now ready. This is the package that we have generated. And we are now ready to market this drug. We want to commercialize the drug. So you build up that package and provide it to the FDA. Yeah. Then there's also abbreviated new drug applications. So it's basically for generic drugs. Here clinical trials are not required, but you need to show that the drug is bioequivalent to generic drugs. And I would say interactions with the FDA are quite key. You provide briefing packages, you show them like what you have done, and that for me is really key. Like from my experience that I have built up so far, these interactions have been very important in building a successful package. Then IND categories, there are two categories. One is the commercial and the other is non-commercial. So there might be some research IND that a company wants to file, etc. So this is also a non-commercial category, and the types of INDs are investigator INDs, which we looked at, and there are also categories like emergency use. The drug is still undergoing clinical trials, but you have some you want to use it in an emergency, and then the trial is not completed, but still you have to administer that, so that can come under emergency use, or for treatment of some life-threatening disease. So you have to have special permissions from the FDA to use these INDs under these two categories while the clinical trial is ongoing. I should have increased the font size, but nevertheless, I'll just show you the IND to NDA drug development journey. It's can be applicable for small molecules, peptides, biologics, and cell and gene therapy products. So each of these products have their own set of requirements, own set of guidelines that you need to follow. And the FDA, even the EMA guidelines are really very helpful over here, because you can refer to them and you can build up your studies based on what they have provided in the guidelines. Then the next thing is all of these will have different set of specifications as well, different manufacturing. So the NDA will be a biologic license application if you want to provide it for biologics or cell and gene therapy products. So you start with some small scale studies over here. Then you do the scale up. Yeah, you do the scale up, you go to pilot scale or GMP scale studies, and then you build up to the commercial scale. And during this time, you are also doing formulation development. So you have a platform, platform formulations. For example, there is phosphate buffer, there is histidine buffer. So companies always have some kind of buffers or platforms, that they use when they start up with the small scale studies. And then as the drug develops, they then prepare fit for, a formulation which is fit for that particular molecule. Like Parag sir mentioned earlier, you do lots of formulation studies and then try to find out what is, fitting for your particular molecule. And then you are doing manufacturing process, you update that process, it undergoes development, you find out, like for example, something is working, something else is not working, and then you figure out what needs to be updated, and then this is how you develop the process. And specifications initially, again, at the time of IND filing, the specifications would be simpler. The FDA will accept a wider range. For example, there is an impurity between 5 to 7 milligrams, for example. So this is acceptable at the IND stage. But later on, when you are going to the NDA stage, the FDA will not accept, wider range. They will need very specific or defined specifications. So 5 to 7 will now become 5.5 to 6 milligrams. So you have to work on your product during this development process and make sure that the process is well controlled, so you get the good quality product. And some of the key parameters, like for sterile products, parentals, biologics, the key tests like microbiological tests are very important to be done right from the IND stage. So the FDA will accept that the range is wider initially for other specifications, but it will not accept the absence of the microbial test if it is a sterile product. And then the other thing is the analytical methods. So for phase 1 clinical trial, you can have the fit for purpose methods. And then as you are proceeding through phase 2, then you'll need qualified method. Then FDA will not just accept, okay, this is fit for purpose method, it will have to be qualified. And then when you are going to the phase 3, it has to be validated. So again, there are lots of guidelines. You need to do robustness testing, accuracy, precision, etc. So you have to follow all these guidelines. And when you are trying to move from IND to NDA, you move from the fit for purpose methods towards validated methods. And also stability studies that you are doing. So initially there may be development studies, and then as you progress there will be engineering batches, commercial scale batches. So again, I would say the guidelines which are provided by the EMA for phase 1 and phase 2, they are even more helpful when you are building up the stability studies. And then comparability, so for example, you are earlier using UV method, and later on, as the product develops, later on you say you want to use HPLC method. So you are just developing those methods from initial to later stages. And for that purpose, you need to have sample retained, because, for example, that is the identification method that you are using. So you need to be sure that there is a comparability between that method, and then it is showing the same identity as well. So lots of sample retention. Sample retention is required for comparability. Again, there are lots of guidelines which show, which will be helpful to guide you in determine how to do that comparability. Next is the process validation, which I want to talk about. So if we go back to this slide, first slide, here you don't require until phase 2, even if you don't have the validated process, it's fine. But at phase 3, you need to have the process validation done. And what I mean by that is, there are several parts of the process validation. So one is process performance qualification. So here you are testing the robustness of your process. So is it reproducible? Is it giving the same quality? Is it giving the results according to the set specifications? There should be no deviations, or even if there are deviations, they should be manageable. So 3 consecutive batches, the data on 3 consecutive batches is required over here. Next is transport validation. So for example, you are preparing the drug in India, and then you are prepared the drug product and you want to ship it to US. So उसमें क्या रहेगा, there will be some part which is road transport, and then shipping to US will also have to consider the air transport. So उसमें there will be some vibrations and so on when you are shipping that. Then again there will be temperature fluctuations, how you have packaged your product. Is there, if there is any requirement for 2 to 8 degrees Celsius, you will have to put temperature monitors. And again, you also have to take into consideration that the product might be in customs when you are transporting it through air. So you also have to take into consideration that custom may be time jayega. So you have to take that time parameter into consideration when doing these transport validation studies. Again, guidelines available for transport validation. Sterility validation. So for example, you have sterile products, you are doing filtration at the end, and then you have to do the filter validation also. You have to show that your product is sterile, and if there is any you are doing gamma radiation or some kind of radiation that is used for sterility, then you also have to show that at the end of that process your product is sterile. So sterility validation is important. And there are also hold time studies. So for example, एक batch आप manufacture कर रहे हो, it is taking 10 hours or 12 hours, and then there will be people working in shift. कोई एक बार में 12 hours में काम खत्म नहीं करेगा. So you have to consider कि एक person जाएगा and the other person will come and continue, but there should be some time gap that you should allow so that and then account for that in this process validation, because you have to take into consideration, for example, you are preparing a biologic, say, and you are keeping that biologic in high pH for a very long time. It is bound to degrade. So then usme where you can have those hold times, where you know that before going into high pH level, जो थोड़ा low pH है, for example, I'm just saying as an example, उसमें it can endure higher duration and it will still be okay. So then you have to take into consideration that इसमें hold time, like what is the hold time over here, and if you are holding any drug substance or any drug product for more than 24 hours, then you will also need to do the microbiological testing. So because then there will be sterility issues. And then there is also a term called media fill. Again, you are aseptically filling broths and then holding it into aseptic rooms and testing at the end, is there any microbiological growth or not. And then the other thing that is been already discussed a lot is impurities, which is process related, product related. Elemental impurities risk assessment, there is ICH Q3D guideline for here, because elements are what, like copper, nickel, like lots of elements that you have. You are using manufacturing equipment which are like which can be a source of these impurities, or you are using some raw materials or buffers which require like copper, and for copper is added for stability and so on. So you have to do like elemental impurities risk assessment, because high levels of metals is not the FDA will not allow high levels of metals in your product. So ये impurity भी important है, and nitrosamine has been talked about already a lot. Again, guidelines are available on how to do the assessment. You assess the nitrosamines at all levels: drug substance, drug product, water, packaging materials, etc. And again, at the end of this risk assessment, if you still assess that there is a chance for the nitrosamine to be present in your product, then you have to do the testing, which is part 2, to show that okay, we have tested. There is a chance for the nitrosamines to be present in the product, but the product is very well controlled and this is below detection limit. So if that is the case, then the agency will allow for your product to proceed. So for example, you are not clear, like you were talking about what mistakes we can make. So if it is not clear, for example, इसमें ठीक से नहीं किया, ये ठीक से नहीं किया, या whole time studies में microbiological test missing है, I'm just saying as an example, or this is not done properly, then there is a chance for you to discuss before you file the NDA, to discuss with the FDA कि this is our package, these are our specific questions. Then FDA will not really evaluate all your data, but they will answer your questions, and anything that is really apparent, they will point it out to you. Then format of IND, ma'am has already said about cover letters, etc. इसमें clinical protocol is very important, because this tells you about how the study is going to be performed. Informed consent is also very important, because ये informed consent patient से मिलता है, या healthy person who is participating in the trial, he or she has to sign that they are ready to enter the clinical trial and get that drug tested on themselves. And investigator's brochure will also contain like all the data that you will be collecting over a period of time. This is CMC data, pharmacological, toxicological data, previous human experience if there is any. So this is just a rough information. Again, I have highlighted here the guidelines that you can refer to. I'm not sure if it is very clear or not. So this is the INT review. So you have, the applicant or the drug sponsor, भी इतना data create किया है, you have to file the IND. Then it is reviewed by Center of Drug Evaluation Research at FDA. There will be clinical review, chemistry, CMC review, pharmacology, toxicology, statistical analysis, ये सब हो जाएगा. And then there is like all of this together will give you a safety review if the drug is safe enough or not. And if it if the safety is not acceptable to be to proceed to the clinical trial, then there will be a hold. And then the FDA will ask for, the FDA will notify the sponsor and ask for new data. So you'll have to generate that new data, give it to the FDA again, they will again do the review, and now they think, okay, it is safe to proceed. Then the review will be complete, and then you can proceed with the IND or the clinical trial, sorry. And then if they think that the review is not complete, then again koi deficiency spot kari, so you'll have to repeat this cycle. And once there is no deficiency, then you can proceed with the clinical trial. Okay. Okay, let me proceed. I'll speak in a little higher voice so it's not disturbing anybody. Okay, and then the PNTA meetings is that, key point is that when you leave the PNTA meeting, you should know that, you have understood the FDA's expectations clearly, and then you should have a firm estimate whether your product is ready to file and what is the likelihood of approval, because we have seen numerous times that because ours is we are a consultancy, we tell the client that okay, this is lacking, you may not the FDA will ask questions, they are still very eager to file, but then in the pre-NDA meeting the FDA will tell them okay, this is the deficiency, and then it's not really ready. So we have seen that as well. So the likelihood of approval will be quite low if you have not done some of the testing. And you have the chance during the PND meeting to solicit comments from the FDA, and then also get the clarification, and then ask all this, this pivotal clinical data, late breaking data is still it's not really available, but it's still going to be available. This is what the data will look like, or this is stability data that we currently have, and this is how we are going to proceed, etc. So you can discuss all of these points during these meetings. Format of NDA, I have put it together, this has already been talked, but there are administrative forms specific for NDA that need to be filled. So I have just highlighted them over here. Again, I have put a link to what more information you can get. This is NDA review. It says typically 1 year, but it can of course go beyond that. And this is after phase 3, and there is also a chance to do an expedited review. So these are the fees that you pay to the agency. I'm not exactly sure what amount you need to pay for the expedited review. But now you are over here, you have filed the NDA, and you realize that there is like a major gap. For example, we are not putting nitrosamine risk assessment reports. So is that application fileable? No. Then the FDA will refuse to file it. We will ask the sponsor to give us this document, and then only we will review. So then once it is fileable, the review will start. So it will be medical or clinical review, pharmacological review, biopharmaceutical, microbiological. So all of these different disciplines, the CMC discipline, clinical discipline, etc. And then there are advisory committee meetings that occur. All of these come together, and then they discuss regarding the data, and then they complete the review, and then they say is the review complete and acceptable. If it is no, then they will ask you for additional information. Then there is also a chance to meet with the sponsor and then discuss, and we will provide the data. Then if everything goes well, next will come the labeling review, because labeling is very important when the person is taking the drug at the end, like the layman, then he should be able to read this label very clearly. Like you can see, it is not really legible, but this cannot happen during when you are taking the drug. And then there will be inspection of site. So is it GMP compliant site or not? If there are any GMP queries, then the sponsor will have to comply with those and do all those changes, etc., do additional work. And then once everything is done, then the NDA will be accepted. And for ANDA review, it is quite similar, but over here you will have a bioequivalence review as well, because you want to make sure that your drug is bioequivalent to the generic. So there is additional discipline that is added over here. It's chemistry, microbiological review. And then they will say if it is approvable or not approvable. You will get letters accordingly, acceptable, not acceptable, and then you will get a go ahead to proceed once all the deficiencies are resolved. So FDA IRs and discipline letters. Like companies are very, they get panicked when they get IRs. So discipline assessment is, we just looked at different disciplines. There is clinical, microbiological, CMC, all of these disciplines. And there is the FDA will assess the ANDA pertaining to certain disciplines. And then if there is any deficiency, then they will ask for information request. So they will request information to or clarification to complete this assessment. And there are also discipline letters, so which is preliminary thoughts on what possible discipline deficiencies can be found. And then the FDA will assign a due date to provide the responses depending on complexity. So there are cases where FDA has also given only 3 days to provide the answers. So that you have to act very quickly when you receive these IRs. So then, if we go back to this slide again, the first one, this is now FDA, ANDA, NDA submissions are done. Then we'll move to the post-approval part, which is variations. Coming to the variations. Okay, so you have got NDA approved and then you are marketed the product, but now you want to make some changes to the products which have been already approved, and then you will categorize like what type of changes it is, whether it is a major change, whether it is moderate change, or whether it is minor change. So this is a rough evaluation. There are types, subtypes over in EMA that EMA has provided. But for FDA, if it is a major variation, it comes under prior approval supplement, which is where you have to get an approval from the FDA whether you can make that change or not. There is moderate, which is changes being effected, CBE 0 or CBE 30, and then there is annual review. And if there is a major change, it comes under type 2, moderate, under type 1B or even type 1A, and minor usually type 1A. So major changes, it is going to have a substantial, it will have a substantial potential to cause adverse effects on either identity, strength, purity, etc. And that will in turn hamper the safety and effectiveness substantially. So for this kind of change, a prior approval is required. And some of the examples that I have provided is that you had earlier one manufacturing site which prepared the drug product, and now you are having a new manufacturing site. If it is not inspected by FDA earlier, or it is not having satisfactory GMP compliance, then you'll have to discuss that with FDA and then comply with all of these requirements. So this is prior approval which is required. Then moving on to moderate change, which is there is a moderate potential to have adverse effect, and then also safety and effectiveness of the drug product. So CBE 30 or 0. So CBE 30 is you can implement that change within 30 days. So you have a new manufacturing site. It is not inspected by FDA, but it has a satisfactory CGMP compliance, and this will come in under this category. And CP0 is you are adding a new manufacturing site for one of your intermediate. So that will be considered as moderate change, and the minor change will be, it will have minor potential to cause any adverse effect. So for example, you are adding a new manufacturing site for labeling, so that is not going to affect the safety or effectiveness of product. Or you are having a new manufacturing site for packaging, like the secondary packaging, then it's also not going to affect the product. Or you are, like sir said earlier, stability commitments. So you are putting one batch annually on stability, and then you are generating that data, and then you put it under annual reports. So that will be a minor change. This is a very busy slide, but this shows how much time there is before you can do the submission. You have to collect, for example, annual reports. You have to collect the data for 1 year before submission. And then you can implement that change. For CP0, you can implement You send the change to FDA, and once FDA receives it, you get the receipt of submission, and then you can implement it. And here CB30 you have to wait for 30 days before implementing, and PAS you have to wait for up to 6 months before implementing that. And similarly, Europe also has a kind of similar timeline, a little bit different than USA. So this is the last slide for case study. I have put it together for PAS. So for example, you were using this API from supplier A in the past. Now you want to you have marketed the product and now you want to change to supplier B. So there might be different reasons, issues with supplier A, or the company has shut down for whatever GMP reasons, or there is increase in cost of manufacturing from supplier A, and then that's why you want to move to supplier B. So you have to do evaluation of new supplier B. So what is the manufacturing capability, what are the quality control procedures that they have in place, and then you have to do the testing, you have to gather results from testing, do the comparability. Then you give it to FDA for impact you have to do internal impact assessment first. You have to evaluate the change on product safety, efficacy, and then you give it to FDA for evaluation. So FDA will evaluate, and once everything is fine, they will give the approval. So this is how the journey is interlinked between drug development. So there is always if you have to make any change, you always have to go back, make some changes, make some additional studies, give it to FDA, they will evaluate. So this all takes a lot of time, and so we always come back to that first slide, and it is all internal. So any questions? Thanks for listening and having that patience. I know this afternoon must be very busy, but thanks for your attention. Any questions from anybody? All right. Thank you.
I request Ms. Vaidya ma'am to give concluding remarks.
Thank you, ma'am, for this knowledgeable session. Your detailed explanation on the regulatory process involved in filing investigational new drug applications and new drug applications and variation filings to FDA and EMA has provided us a deeper understanding of complexity and critical steps in drug development and approval process. Today's session has underscored the importance of transition of a drug from IND to NDA phase, process validation, impurity handling, NDA requirements such as NDA pre-meet, strategic planning throughout documentation. Ma'am has also focuses on case studies with variation. I am very much thankful for your expertise, and this was a wonderful session for our students. Thank you so much.
We will continue with our next session after the lunch break. Lunch has been arranged at first floor above the main canteen facility. Your food coupons are provided in the kit. Kindly gather again for the next session at 2:30 p.m. sharp.
I request all the participants to provide food coupon at the counter. Facility has been provided on first floor of canteen.
हॅलो 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 येतोय ना.
Bhujbal Knowledge City, the part of MET League of Colleges, driven by a single-minded focus on imparting quality education. MET BKC Institute of Pharmacy established in 2006 with a mission to develop students socio-technically. The institute has maintained the quality right from the establishment, as it reflects from the accreditation and various awards which college has achieved. MET IOP is the first NBA accredited pharmacy institute in Nashik region. MET BKC Institute of Pharmacy has been approved by AICTE PCI and is affiliated to Savitribai Phule, Pune University. MET BKC IOP offers full-time courses in Bachelor of Pharmacy, Masters of Pharmacy and PhD.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Ms. Mahima Bhatt, introduce you today's guest speaker, Mr. Amol Ghotmare, sir. Talking about Mr.
home. He is motivated clinical data management, biotechnology and pharmaceutical and clinical trial supply chain professional with a record of achievement. Providing outstanding skills and having comprehensive knowledge of clinical research, the ICH GCP regulation and operational dexterity in a multinational environment. A strategic combination of work experience in clinical data management, lab data management, clinical trial supplies and logistics, technical areas and pharmacological result-oriented services. Talking about his educational qualification, he has done Master of Science in Biotechnology from University of Western Sydney, Australia and B Pharmacy from MIT, Pune.
I would like to request Principal Dr. Sanjay Kshirsagar sir and Dr. Dinesh Rishi Pathak sir to felicitate Mr. Amol Ghotmare sir and present a memento as a token of our love from MET's family. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Mr. Amol Ghotmare sir to guide us on clinical trial logistics and supply.
Can I get a pointer, please? Thank you. Hello. So good afternoon to all of you. So I hope that by now most of you might be acquainted with the terminology of clinical trials. कोई बता सकता है clinical trials क्या होते हैं? Any one of you? Especially the RA students or pharmacology students. Any one of you? Just raise just one hand, please. Yeah, go ahead, please. Right. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So, so before we proceed about the introduction about the clinical trials and what I do in the what I support, how I support clinical trials is, I would like to tell you about the multiple phases of clinical trial. So there are 4 phases. The first one is phase 1, which is also called as early phase, wherein the patient enrollment is quite minimal, followed by phase 2, phase 3 and phase 4, as Shruti madam, she has also conveyed about this, what exactly phase 4 means. It is post-marketing surveillance. Okay, is that clear? Okay, perfect. So now अब ये बात तो होगी क्लिनिकल ट्रायल्स के बारे में, ठीक है? तो पेशेंट एनरोलमेंट वगैरह सब कुछ अभी क्लियर समझ में आ गया आपको? Right, great. So what we do is like, so I would just like to give you a small example about the supply chain. Okay, अब मान लीजिए कोई पार्ले जी का प्रोडक्ट है, बिस्किट्स है, मैन्युफैक्चर कहाँ होता है? मुंबई में, राइट? और मुझे वो एक्सपोर्ट करना है यूएस में. मुझे क्या करना होगा? व्हाट डू आई नीड टू डू? फर्स्टली आई नीड टू डिजाइन द सप्लाई स्ट्रैटेजी. कैसे डिजाइन किया जाएगा? ठीक है, तो कैसे होगा? स्लाइड. सो एग्जाम्पल के तौर पे देखिए, जैसे हमने पिछले सेशंस में भी हमने देखा कि ईच एंड एवरी कंट्री फॉल्स अंडर मल्टीपल और इन अ डिफरेंट क्लाइमेटिक जोन. इंडिया कौन से क्लाइमेटिक जोन में आता है? 2, राइट? करेक्ट. तो मुझे इंडिया से यूएस में अगर कोई ड्रग शिप करना है तो व्हाट डू आई नीड टू थिंक फर्स्ट? टेम्परेचर कंडीशंस, राइट? आप लेबल देखते हो, राइट? You prepare the labels as well, right? Because I would also like to focus once again on labeling part. तो कैसे होता है? देखिए, हम लोग लेबलिंग जो है
during our bachelor's or master's studies, हम labeling को इतना seriously नहीं लेते. But in fact, it has its own authenticity and it has its own importance as well. जब भी कोई फाइनल प्रोटोकॉल सबमिशन के लिए जब जाता है तो उसके साथ लेबल भी जाता है. यू आर गेटिंग माई पॉइंट राइट? तो लेबलिंग को सीरियसली क्यों लेना चाहिए? और खासतौर पे मतलब दोनों जो कमर्शियल प्रोडक्ट्स, देयर इज अ डिफरेंस बिटवीन कमर्शियल प्रोडक्ट एंड यू नो द IND और IMP प्रोडक्ट. लेबलिंग डिजाइन करते वक्त हम लोगों को वी हैव टू कंसिडर मल्टीपल पैरामीटर्स, राइट? फर्स्ट पैरामीटर इज लाइक रूट ऑफ एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, कॉशन स्टेटमेंट क्या है, राइट? इन यूज पीरियड क्या है. सो दीज आर द थिंग्स, राइट? मैन्युफैक्चरर डिटेल्स भी डालने होते हैं. तो एक सिंपल एक सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं आपसे कि जैसे कमर्शियल प्रोडक्ट पे कोई कॉशन स्टेटमेंट क्या होती है? एनी वन ऑफ यू कैन आंसर दैट क्वेश्चन. व्हाट कुड बी द, व्हाट इज द यू नो कॉशन स्टेटमेंट कौन सी हो सकती है? एनी एग्जांपल? सॉरी, आपने कहीं पढ़ा होगा फॉर एक्सटर्नल यूज ओनली. This is a caution statement. When it comes to clinical trial products, there is a different caution statement. वो क्या है? It is for clinical trials use only. You cannot market that product, right? तो ये वो है clinical trial supply. This is a very basic principle. So moving forward, do not take labeling that lightly, right? Especially when you are attending any practical sessions. ओके, उसमें भी आपका करियर बन सकता है. देयर इज सेपरेट डिपार्टमेंट फॉर इट. कमर्शियल आर्टवर्क एक होता है, राइट? और लेबलिंग के भी अलग पार्ट्स होते हैं. व्हाई आई एम फोकसिंग फर्स्टली ऑन लेबलिंग इज बिकॉज दैट इज अ वेरी बेसिक थिंग. कि देखिए अभी ये क्या होगा, दिस इज अ कंटेनर, राइट? दिस इज अ प्राइमरी कंटेनर एंड दिस पर्टिकुलर लेबल इज कॉल्ड एज अ प्राइमरी लेबल. और अगर इसको आप बॉक्स में रख दो तो क्या होगा? द बॉक्स विल बी सेकेंडरी पैक, राइट? सेकेंडरी पैकेजिंग, उसे कहते हैं सेकेंडरी पैक. उस पर भी एक लेबल आता है, दैट इज सेकेंडरी पैक, सेकेंडरी लेबल. ठीक है, प्राइमरी कंटेनर और प्राइमरी लेबल, सेकेंडरी कंटेनर और सेकेंडरी लेबल, इसमें फर्क क्या है? प्राइमरी कंटेनर इज द वन दैट कम्स इन अ डायरेक्ट कॉन्टैक्ट विद द DP, ड्रग प्रोडक्ट. ठीक है, सो अभी आप कंटेनर पे देखोगे ये लेबल है, दिस इज फ्लैट पैनल लेबल. ओके, right? You agree with this, right? Consider this as a bottle, a drug bottle, okay? And then abhi now not all countries would speak English. Do you agree with this as well? If you go to European Union or within entire Europe, every country has its own language. One country speaks multiple language and multiple countries speak one language. As an example, I would like to give is about Switzerland. Switzerland has 3 official languages, German, Italian and French, right? If you go to Austria, not Australia, Austria and Germany, they both speak German, right? So this is a difference. So in that case, abhi aapko label in तीनों languages में, because that is a regulation. It is a mandatory thing that you must have those labels in those 3 different languages. अभी मेरे कंटेनर पर इतना स्पेस तो होगा नहीं, राइट? कि मैं सारे के सारे लैंग्वेज के लेबल्स एक ही पर चिपका सकूं, है ना? इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल. सो इन दैट केस व्हाट वी डू इज वी डिजाइन बुकलेट लेबल. आपने बुकलेट लेबल कभी देखा है? कभी कोई इलेक्ट्रॉनिक प्रोडक्ट्स आपने खरीदे होंगे, देखिए जैसे टेलीविजन हो गया, उसके बॉक्स में एक बुकलेट आता है, देखिए it comes with multiple languages, right? Similarly, it happens when you are into clinical trial supply or even in the pharmaceutical industry. Okay, so ये बात आपको ध्यान में रखनी होगी. Why labeling is very important. Okay, first important point. I hope this is quite clear for you now, right? If you have any questions, we'll discuss it later. So challenges faced in clinical trial supply and logistics. So it is quite common in every industry, unlike every other industry. We also face challenges. So regulatory compliance, we have already seen these one in the previous sessions. There could be some complications at times. Sometimes countries would change their regulations. As an example, एक एग्जाम्पल मैं आपको लाइव एग्जाम्पल देना चाहता हूँ अबाउट यूनाइटेड किंगडम 2022 में आपको पता होगा, you might have read this news that UK was a part of European Union back then, okay, but from 2022 onwards, when it exited from European Union, that term is called as Brexit. ब्रेक्सिट के बाद उन्होंने अपने खुद के रूल्स बना लिए, राइट। एमफार्म के स्टूडेंट्स को एक बात पता होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि देखिए कोई भी अगर आप मेडिकल डिवाइस, खास तौर पर दिस इज क्वाइट इंफॉर्मेटिव, दिस इज क्वाइट मैंडेटरी फॉर यू टू अंडरस्टैंड, स्पेशली अबाउट मेडिकल डिवाइसेस, क्योंकि मेडिकल डिवाइसेस पे एक चीज होती है, if you are shipping anything else to European Union specifically, you need to have a CE mark. Have you had seen this one, the CE mark? If not, you can check your mobile phones as well later. CE mark hota hai usme. CE is a French terminology that means confirmatory European. Okay. So if you are shipping anything else to European Union, you must have a CE mark as long as it is a medical device. Here, if you are shipping anything else, any medical device to United Kingdom, you need to have a UK CMRP, United Kingdom Conformity of Assessment. And on the top of that, United Kingdom also needs two different codes. One is GMDN code, which is Global Medical Device Number, and the other one is MHRA code. ये दोनों कोड्स आपको जरूरी है, और वो कब मिलेंगे आपको? व्हेन द मैन्युफैक्चरर रजिस्टर्स देयर प्रोडक्ट ऑन द पार्ड पोर्टल। एक पार्ड नाम का एक वेबसाइट है उसका, यूके का, यूके गवर्नमेंट का, हेल्थ अथॉरिटी का, wherein they have to register that product, and there is a registration process as well. You can check it on www.gov.uk. ठीक है? Is this clear? This is an example. Another example about the regulatory compliance would be about CED classifications. कभी-कभी क्या होता है कि if any medical device, say for an example, if any regulatory bodies consider that any medical device is no longer safe to be used within the patient, they would ask the manufacturer to declassify that product. That is called a CED classification. And that, okay, एक example मैं देना चाहता हूँ. I would like to seek your support about a differentiation between medical device and IVD. Can anybody tell me about this one? Medical device or IVD? IVD नाम सुना है आपने? Have you heard about this one? Correct. What does that mean? Never mind. Go ahead. Okay. And if I say in vitro, that means inside the glass, in glass. ठीक, सिंप्लीफाई करके बताता हूँ. जैसे आपकी जो लैब, अब आप कहीं लैब में जा रहे होंगे, ठीक है, आप अपना ब्लड सैंपल दे रहे हैं, तो किसी वैक्यूटेनर में या फिर किसी टेस्ट ट्यूब में आप दे रहे हो उसको, ठीक है, दैट इज कॉल्ड एज आईवीडी. दैट प्रोडक्ट इज कॉल्ड एज आईवीडी. जो ग्लास में आप उसका सैंपल दे रहे हो ना, दैट इज आईवीडी. मेडिकल डिवाइस इज समथिंग डिफरेंट विच कम्स इन डायरेक्ट ह्यूमन कॉन्टैक्ट. लेकिन कभी कभी ऐसा भी होता है कि सम ऑफ द मटेरियल्स they are classified, even though they don't come in direct human contact, they are also classified as medical devices rather than IVD. जैसे आप कोई ह्यूमन सैंपल्स हम लोग किसी बॉटल में मतलब कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं, तो दैट बॉटल विल बी क्लासिफाइड, मस्ट बी क्लासिफाइड एज ए मेडिकल डिवाइस. दैट इज वन ऑफ द नॉर्म्स नाउअडेज विद इन यूरोप. हर एक कंट्री का अलग अलग रेगुलेशन है, हमने ऑलरेडी देखा है इस पर. यूएस में आप अगर आप कुछ शिप करना चाहते हो तो यू नीड टू हैव अ डीएलएन नंबर, डिवाइस लाइसेंस नंबर. और वैसे आईएमपी मैनेजमेंट के लिए हमने देखा है एसएमपीसी वगैरह ये सब चीजें लगती हैं हम लोगों को, ठीक है. इफ यू गो टू ताइवान यू नीड टू हैव दिस एफएससी फ्री सेल्स सर्टिफिकेट, जैसे मैडम ने भी एक्सप्लेन किया था पहले, राइट. तो हर कंट्री का अलग अलग रेगुलेशन होता है. नाउ रेगुलेटरी कंप्लायंस अभी थोड़ा समझ में आ गया आपको. इफ योर प्रोडक्ट इज नॉट कंप्लायंट विद दीज with those set standards by those countries, then it will be disqualified. It won't, the regulatory bodies won't allow your material to be marketed in those particular countries. ठीक है. Now, जैसे हमने डिस्कस किया कि इंडिया से अगर मुझे यूएस में या फिर यूरोप में कहीं भी शिपमेंट करनी है ड्रग की, नाउ वी आर लेट्स कम टू ड्रग आईएमपी मैनेजमेंट. सबसे पहले क्या आता है, क्या चीज आएगी आपके दिमाग में? एनीबडी कैन आंसर. लेबलिंग तो हो गया. नेक्स्ट वन, टेम्परेचर कंडीशंस, राइट. क्लाइमेटिक जोन 2 से 4 में जाना है तो क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशन चेंज होगी, तो डेफिनेटली राइट टेम्परेचर कंडीशन तो चेंज होगी. स्टोर एट 15 to 25 might be applicable in India, but in US the temperature and storage conditions are different. You need to consider those things. So there are two different factors. One is transport conditions. जैसे मुझे नासिक से मुंबई अगर कोई मुझे ड्रग शिप करना है, तो जो कंटेनर से जो ड्रग मेरा जा रहा है, तो आई हैव टू कंटिन्यूअसली कॉन्स्टेंटली मॉनिटर दैट द टेम्परेचर ऑफ ड्रग. अभी ड्रग का खासतौर पे क्लिनिकल ट्रायल ड्रग का टेम्परेचर मॉनिटरिंग क्यों जरूरी है? बिकॉज इट कुड थ्रेटन अ पेशेंट्स लाइफ डायरेक्टली. ठीक है. टेम्परेचर एक्सकर्शन आपने सुना होगा. टेम्परेचर एक्सकर्शन जब होता है तो अगेन इट हैज टू गो थ्रू स्टेबिलिटी टेस्टिंग इन द लैब्स, राइट. ये हो गए टेम्परेचर कंडीशंस. ठीक है. नासिक से मुंबई से फिर फ्रैंकफर्ट और सैन फ्रांसिस्को, वेरेवर द ड्रग इज डेस्टाइन्ड टू गो, वहां तक का उसका जो सफर होता है, इस पूरे सफर में टेम्परेचर ड्रग का टेम्परेचर मॉनिटर करना जरूरी है. अब कैसे मॉनिटर करना पड़ता है उसको? देयर इज वन डेटा लॉगर. जो थर्मोमीटर होते हैं ना, आपके थर्मोमीटर देखा होगा आपने, तो ड्रग का आईएमपी थर्मोमीटर्स दे आर समथिंग डिफरेंट. दे आर कॉल्ड एज डेटा लॉगर्स. इलेक्ट्रॉनिक डेटा होता है. वो क्या करता है कि ड्रग का जो टेम्परेचर है मॉनिटर करता है, एंड दैट रियल टाइम डेटा इट गोज टू क्लाउड सिस्टम. इसमें आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का इस्तेमाल होता है. Nowadays we have lot of tools like GPT. Lot of tools are there to to sophisticate the process. We have been implementing a lot of them. ये हो गया one part. ठीक है. टेम्परेचर मॉनिटरिंग विच इज वेरी क्रूशियल. ये हो गया ट्रांसपोर्ट कंडीशन. अभी दूसरी बात है स्टोरेज कंडीशन. स्टोरेज कंडीशंस इज समथिंग डिफरेंट. ठीक है. अभी एज एन एग्जांपल, इफ माय कंपाउंड इज क्रायोजेनिक मतलब उसको हमेशा आइस में, बर्फ में रखना पड़ता है, दैट इज क्रायोजेनिक कंपाउंड. तो इंडिया से यूएस में मतलब 27 घंटे की फ्लाइट है, तो क्रायोजेनिक कंपाउंड अगर देखिए क्रायोजेनिक कंपाउंड है, तो उसको मुझे उसकी सप्लाई स्ट्रेटेजी मुझे इस तरह से डेवलप करनी होगी ताकि मेरा लेवल जो है वो भी खराब ना हो. जैसे पिछले सेशन में हमने देखा ना, लेबलिंग क्यों इंपॉर्टेंट, लेबलिंग भी क्यों इंपॉर्टेंट है, और इट शुड बी रीडेबल एज वेल. क्योंकि इफ यू आर इफ अ कस्टमर इज एज्ड, जेरियाट्रिक पेशेंट या कोई बूढ़ा पेशेंट है, उनकी आई साइट जो होती है ना इतनी क्लियर नहीं होती, उनका विजन इतना क्लियर नहीं होता. सो देर इज अ स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्मेटिंग एज वेल फॉर ईच एंड एवरी सिंगल लेबल. उसका फॉर्मेट भी रीडेबल होना चाहिए. One thing that I really forgot, I'm sorry to explain about the labeling part. ठीक है. And then coming on to the temperature control. अभी is this clear for you now? Okay. So ensuring the safe transportation and storage of temperature sensitive pharmaceuticals is a really key concern. ठीक है. Excursion नहीं होना चाहिए, otherwise बहुत problem create करती है. And the IMP drugs are very expensive. At least I would say 50, 100 folds expensive than the commercial products. So you need to be very cautious while you're handling them. Global distribution. अभी देखिए global distribution आपको एक simple term है कि अगर मैं ड्रग मैन्युफैक्चर कर रहा हूँ, एनी प्रोडक्ट, ड्रग और नॉन ड्रग, वट एवर दैट इज, उसको मुझे कस्टमर तक पहुंचाना है, डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करना है, तो कैसे करना होगा? अभी देखिए, my product is getting manufactured in India and I want to ship it to Japan, but it involves a heavy cost. Okay, what I will do is I will better find a local supplier within Japan. समझ में आई बात? लोकल सप्लायर. सो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन स्ट्रैटेजी भी मैटर करती है, क्योंकि यहां से वहां तक, एक डेस्टिनेशन से दूसरे डेस्टिनेशन तक जाने के लिए टाइम तो लगेगा. It will take some considerable time. So I have to, because in clinical trials, especially in the early phase trials, those are very small trials, और मतलब उसका tenure भी कम होता है, 6 months to 1 year. So everything has to be expedited in that case. So in that case, what I have to do is I have to decide how would I be distributing my drug or medical device whatsoever. So in that case, sourcing जो होता है ना, ग्लोबल सोर्स, वेंडर मैनेजमेंट आपने सुना होगा कहीं पे, वेंडर कैसे मैनेज किया जाता है. देखिए, अभी किसी मेरे क्लाइंट ने बोला कि मुझे यही मटेरियल चाहिए, और अगर वही मटेरियल नहीं मिलता है, तो व्हाट आई वुड डू इज आई वुड सजेस्ट देम एन अल्टरनेटिव मटेरियल दैट इज अवेलेबल इन द लोकल मार्केट. जैसे पार्ले जी का जो ग्लूकोज बिस्किट आता है ना, मैं किसी ग्रोसरी स्टोर में गया और मुझे वही चाहिए, लेकिन उसके पास अवेलेबल नहीं, बट व्हाट ही वुड सजेस्ट इज he has an alternative for that. Tiger आपको चलेगा तो, if it is right. So in that case, so distribution strategy is also key thing. Okay, so we have to consider in case of exigencies, and we have to decide those sourcing, those distribution strategies accordingly. So because supply chain is definitely a dynamic department to work for. Every day you face new challenges. तो इसलिए artificial intelligence का बहुत इस्तेमाल हो रहा है उसमें. We have been using ChatGPT in our organization to retrench our middle steps. Okay. So introduction, we have already covered this. So overview of AI and its potential in clinical trial supply and logistics. So predictive analytics. So here you can see the very first point that AI can analyze historical data. कोई भी चीज जो होती है, we have to take a reference of the history or historical data. Without that we cannot proceed, right? एग्जाम्पल, जैसे इंडिया से मैंने यूएस में पहले कई बार फेडेक्स से कोई शिपमेंट की हुई है, तो मैं उसका रेफरेंस लेके आई वुड एनालाइज फॉर फ्यूचर शिपमेंट्स, हाउ वुड आई कट डाउन द टाइम फ्रेम टू शिप द मटेरियल फ्रॉम इंडिया टू यूएस और व्हाटएवर द डेस्टिनेशन इज. सो दिस इज प्रेडिक्टिव एनालिसिस. तो उसके लिए क्या करना होगा? फर्स्ट थिंग, डिमांड एंड फोरकास्टिंग. How many of you know about demand and forecasting? Demand and supply, you know, right? मागणी तसा पुरवठा, बरोबर? मागणी आणि पुरवठा, बरोबर, असं म्हणतो आपण त्याला. So demand forecasting in clinical trial is very crucial because we have to forecast how much of drug would be required for the next 6 months to 1 year period. Okay? और इस क्लिनिकल ड्रग्स का, सीटीडी का जो होता है, क्लिनिकल ट्रायल ड्रग्स जो होते हैं, उसका एक तो लिमिटेड शेल्फ लाइफ होता है. ओके, एंड ऑल्सो बिकॉज द ड्रग इज क्वाइट एक्सपेंसिव, द मैन्युफैक्चरर और द स्पॉन्सर मीन्स क्लाइंट हु इज एक्चुअली कंडक्टिंग द क्लिनिकल ट्रायल, तो 20% मैक्सिमम ओवरआज, मतलब एक्स्ट्रा. समझ लीजिए मुझे 50 वायल्स अगर एक्सपोर्ट करने हैं, तो ड्यूरिंग ट्रांसपोर्टेशन कुछ भी हो सकता है, ब्रेकेज हो सकता है, स्पिलेज हो सकता है, तो उसके लिए मेरे पास बैकअप होना चाहिए. बैकअप कितना होना चाहिए? 10 to 20% इज ओनली अलाउएबल लिमिट इन मोस्ट ऑफ द केसेस. ओके, उसके ऊपर नहीं, क्योंकि एज वी मेंशन द कॉस्ट इज इन्वॉल्व इन इट. सो डिमांड एंड फोरकास्टिंग हैज टू बी अप टू द मार्क. ज्यादा भी नहीं होना चाहिए और कम भी नहीं होना चाहिए. अगर आपने कम भेजा तो again you have to arrange another new shipment that will involve additional costing. So always think about budgeting in this case, demand and forecasting. ठीक है, किसी को कोई डायबिटिक पेशेंट वगैरह है जिनको लाइफ लॉन्ग टैबलेट्स वगैरह हैं, या फिर कोई एंटी एपिलेप्टिक पेशेंट्स वगैरह जो भी कोई, उनको कैसे है, एक साल की मतलब लाइफ लॉन्ग जो दवाइयां चलती है उसके लिए उन लोग क्या करते हैं, व्हाट वी डू इज we purchase the medications well in advance. We make a stock of it. 6 या 7 महीने का हम लोग स्टॉक जमा के रखते हैं ना उसका. Same principle applies here as well. But we need to consider the costing as well. So this comes under demand and forecasting. Automated inventory management. So AI-driven solutions can efficiently track and manage inventory levels, reducing the risk of shortages and wastages. That is what we discussed right now. जैसे इन्वेंट्री मैनेजमेंट होता है, आपने फर्स्ट ईयर फार्मेसी में भी एक सब्जेक्ट पढ़ा होगा, इन्वेंट्री, ड्रग कंट्रोल एंड इन्वेंट्री मैनेजमेंट, मे बी फर्स्ट और सेकंड ईयर, वॉट एवर दैट इज. इन्वेंट्री क्या होता है, मतलब इन्वेंट्री इज नथिंग बट योर स्टॉक. आपके डेपो में कितना स्टॉक अवेलेबल है और आपको कितना लगेगा, उसका उसे कहते हैं इन्वेंट्री. मेरे पास if I want 50 vials for the next 6 months and I only have 20, then I have to check my inventory on a daily basis. तो उसके लिए AI tool, how will it support is like it will automatically calculate, it will automatically prompt me that look, this you are falling short of this particular material, you have to. उसके मुझे help क्या होगी, how will it help me is I can purchase the material well in advance, to fill the deficit of the inventory. Is this clear? Quite simple. कोई मतलब rocket science नहीं है उसमें. It is very simple. Inventory manage करना, जैसे आपके घर में कोई स्टॉक, कोई मतलब देखिए खाने पीने का स्टॉक उधर कम हो गया तो आप क्या करते हैं, उसको well in advance purchase करते हैं ना. Same thing happens here as well. This is called as inventory management. And then risk identification. AI tools can potentially find out the risk in supply chain, enabling proactive mitigation strategies, because you never know situation कैसे भी आ सकती है. You never know, कुछ नहीं कहा जा सकता. Because we have faced lot of challenges in the past 3 to 4 years. Back in 2022, the Russia and Ukraine war started, right? All of our shipments, they got stuck in the middle. Either they were stuck in Ukraine or in Russia. And it was very difficult for us to re-export the rental equipments like medical, those ECG devices. Those are very expensive. So in order to avoid those risks, we have to mitigate. We have to find the urgent solutions. कभी भी कैसी भी situation आ सकती है. Followed by Russia and Ukraine, we had Israel and Hamas war as well, right? All of our shipments were delayed. They were not lost, but they were delayed because कभी-कभी countries अपना airspace बंद कर देती to avoid any flight operations. तो इसका impact होता है drugs पे, and it will directly impact the patient's life as well, because there are some medications which are not readily available in particular countries. They totally rely on the importation, like Australia, US, European Union. ये चाइना और इंडिया पे ज़्यादा डिपेंडेंट है ना, because whatever is manufactured in India, we export to them, and if the exportation has been stopped, especially with the medications, patient won't survive. They will really struggle for their lives. So we have to mitigate, we have to identify what could be the potential risk. So उसके लिए मुझे क्या करना होगा, how would AI help me to find out the alternative route. इस इंडिया से इजराइल शिपमेंट भेजनी है तो डायरेक्ट नहीं जा सकता, अगर एयर स्पेस बंद है तो कहाँ से मैं कर सकता हूँ उसको शिपमेंट. आई हैव टू फाइंड आउट दैट वन. द एआई टूल विल हेल्प मी टू फाइंड आउट द अल्टरनेटिव रूट. यूएस से जा रहा है कहाँ से, कहीं ना कहीं से तो फ्लाइट्स तो शुरू होंगी ना, ऑपरेशनल होंगी. सो एआई वुड बी, and it is proving very useful for us to find out the alternative routes. Okay. Enhanced efficiency. So how would AI benefit us in clinical trials of logistics? Is like enhanced efficiency. We have been discussing this one. So streamlining supply operations, then leading to improved efficiency and cost effectiveness, cost saving, because money really matters to everyone, right? So optimum utilization of the available resources is the key principle in supply chain, and it will directly have a good impact when it comes to the company's budgeting and overall economic biodiversity. Accurate forecasting, as I'm repeating once again about accurate forecasting, how will it help? The data analytics. I'm sure most of you might have heard or might have worked already on those data analytics part. Can anybody tell me about what exactly data analytics start mean? मीनिंग बता सकता है डेटा एनालिटिक्स का? Okay. So data analytics, again, I said it relies totally upon the historical information that we have in our system. Okay. And data analytics, it has its own capability, it has its own strength to provide the accurate demand forecasting, optimizing inventory control. Then real-time decision making, as we discuss about the war situation things. So in that case as well, it is quite beneficial for us to make the right decision at the right time. Then there are a couple of case studies. Improved inventory accuracy, then reduce logistics cost and enhance distribution efficiency. Let me come back to the UK guidelines and UK regulations as we discuss about why MHRA and GML codes are required. So there is another interesting story that अगर ऐसी situation कभी आती है कि local authorities they amend their regulations, because every year there are some minor updates in every regulatory bodies, every country they amend their regulatory requirements. Either it could be monetary or it could be pharmaceutical. तो कौन देगा इसका मतलब देखिए, who will provide this kind of information about the amendments and updates? It will be the country responsible. For an example, like GlaxoSmithKline hai, they must have country responsible in each and every country that they are serving their products, like South Korea, Australia, whatsoever, because they are the right people who will provide this information. And they will also be providing about the translational services. Translation services पता है आपको? देखिए जैसे as we discussed about the labeling part, अगर आपको स्विट्जरलैंड में कोई ड्रग शिप करना है या फिर मेडिकल डिवाइस शिप करने हैं, you have to design labels in those local languages, right? And if my product is getting manufactured in India and so is my label, मुझे तो फ्रेंच, जर्मन, इटालियन तो नहीं आती. To whom should I ask about the translation, about those labels? और ऐसा नहीं कि we would use Google Translator. There is a standard set of translation services. उसमें भी एक अच्छा करियर है. You can think of it. Okay. तो ट्रांसलेशन सर्विसेज जो होती है ना, it has to, each and every single word must match with the regulatory wording. फ्रेंच लैंग्वेज में मतलब इसका ये मतलब नहीं होता कि आपको एक सिंप्लीफाइड फ्रेंच लैंग्वेज में आपको लेबल बनाना है, ऐसा नहीं. You must abide with the local regulations, and that goes for the review to the regulatory bodies, and then only your drug will be approved. Okay. So in this case, rather than hiring any regulatory third-party translation services, if I develop the artificial AI tool in such a way that it would give me the exact match of the translated document, English से मुझे French में translate करना है, it should give me that tool. There are a lot of tools, but then authenticity is quite crucial nowadays. Still those are under review by the regulatory bodies, the AI tools, because the percentage of error, it is same thing like plagiarism. आप plagiarism आप use करते होंगे, right? उसमें percentage of errors कितना था वो दिखा था. So same thing, they are being tested. Softwares are being tested as well for the authenticity. How much accurate these softwares are, the tools are in order to use those translation services. But then you can definitely think of it. So this is all about the first part, first study. Second study, we reduce logistical cost. As I mentioned, if you cannot afford, if the company cannot afford to import any material from overseas, they can look out for local supply with an alternative in case the same product is not available, because it happens every now and then that the same product may not be available in other countries that I'm using in India. Okay, so in that case, just find out, it is the sourcing or the procurement team's responsibility to help find out the alternative product and get it reviewed and approved by the sponsor. Enhanced distribution facilities, efficiencies, we have already discussed about it. Then key considerations for developing an AI-based strategy for clinical trials and supply and logistics. See, if you have heard about integration of two different systems together, कभी कभी आप देखिए, आप गूगल में कोई आइटम सर्च करते हो, कोई मटेरियल सर्च करते हो, कोई चीज आप सर्च करते हो ना, तो आपको एक, मान लीजिए कोई टी शर्ट हो या फिर ट्राउजर हो, जो भी कोई हो, if you are just searching for trouser for men, Google will provide you multiple options from Amazon, to Flipkart, to Myntra or whatsoever. सबके सब options आपको दिखाई देंगे, right? Is that clear? और उसका pricing भी, price tag भी आपको दिखाई देगा, correct? So it should be easily comparable. So in this case, what exactly happens is, the first thing is, the tool should be in such a way that it should give me all the comparable data that we have used in the past. In that case, and also we have to remember that data security, confidentiality is very important in pharmaceutical industry, because we work in a very, very highly regulated environment. So do not think that we can just manufacture a product on assumptions. एक principle आप ध्यान में रखिए, do not assume while you are working in a pharmaceutical company. Assumptions पे ये industry नहीं चलती. You have to actually perform the labs and every single thing. एक tablet बनाने के लिए इतना सारा process है, huge process, right? I hope you are getting it. And on the top of that, clinical trials में ऐसा होता है, you have to मेंटेन द कॉन्फिडेंशियलिटी. पेशेंट का डेटा भी लीक नहीं होना चाहिए. डेटा सिक्योरिटी इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. कौन सा ड्रग है, क्योंकि क्लिनिकल ड्रग का कोई नाम नहीं होता, जैसे क्रोसिन वगैरह, ये जो दीज आर मार्केटेड प्रोडक्ट्स, दे हैव देयर ओन नेमिंग, दे हैव देयर ओन ब्रांडिंग. But for clinical trial drugs, you do not have any kind of particular brand names at all. And sometimes it also depends, as you will eventually come to know about what exactly the blinding means. कुछ स्टडीज होती हैं डबल ब्लाइंड होती है. डबल ब्लाइंड का मीनिंग ऐसा होता है कि मॉलिक्यूल कौन सा है ये इन्वेस्टिगेटर को भी नहीं पता होता, और जो पेशेंट है जिसको डोजिंग करना है उसको भी नहीं पता होता. दिस इज कॉल्ड एज डबल ब्लाइंड. सिंगल ब्लाइंड स्टडी ऐसी होती है wherein investigator would know what molecule is, but patient would not know about it. And the third part is unblinded. दोनों को पता होगा. Every party would know what exactly is the drug. Okay. However, when it comes to blinding, or even if the drug is unblinded, the patient details they are always masked. Masking होता है. Masking यानी cover किया होगा. We do not know the patient's name and everything at all, because that is a breach of confidentiality. In the previous section, we learned about informed consent. If you remember one point, इन्फॉर्म कंसेंट क्या होता है? जैसे आप कभी हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट होते हैं तो डॉक्टर या फिर हॉस्पिटल आपसे एक इन्फॉर्म कंसेंट, एक फॉर्म साइन कर लेता है कि वॉट एवर ड्यूरिंग द प्रोसीजर, वॉट एवर हैपन्स टू पेशेंट, हॉस्पिटल विल नॉट बी रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर इट. सेम थिंग इन ड्यूरिंग क्लिनिकल ट्रायल कंडक्ट, पेशेंट से एक फॉर्म साइन कर लिया जाता है एंड इट सेज दैट whatever happens to the patient during the trial conducting company or the client or sponsor and the investigator, they will not be responsible. It is the sole responsibility of the enrolled patient. This is called as informed consent. So data security is extremely crucial क्योंकि आजकल social networking platforms में काफी hacking होती है, right? So maintaining the data security is very important in pharmaceutical companies. अगर data leak हो जाए तो so it will directly impact the company, the manufacturing companies. So AI tools, they are really helping us out in this case to provide, a cyber security. Then integration with existing systems. अभी दो systems को एक साथ merge करना है. It is possible. मेरा खुद का एक system है and I want to integrate Amazon, for an example, with my company's system, wherein I can just log into my account and it will directly facilitate me to go to Amazon's website. I don't need to open separate window for that. तो उसका integration होता है. Integration से क्या होगा कि I can directly go to that system and I can directly purchase the product. So integration is very important. This is quite common in the pharmaceutical industries or all the industries overall. दो systems को एक साथ merge करना या integrate करना. But then in that case, you also need to ensure about the safety, data safety or cyber security, because data leak might happen at any time. So seamless integration of AI solutions with current management systems is essential for successful implementation. Third part, staff training. It is definitely imperative for every staff member to be well trained. Every company provides a training. Similarly, unless and until you are not trained, you won't be allowed to perform any activities when you actually start working in a company, right? 6 महीने का 1 साल का कई कंपनीज का पीरियड टाइम फ्रेम होता है. They train the professionals and then only after that, after the full and final confidence, they would allow the people to work on those systems. Okay? Okay, so now implementation roadmap for an AI-based clinical trial supply and logistics. So assessment, so conduct in a thorough evaluation of existing processes and identify areas of AI implementation. So AI implementation के लिए जो हमने अभी discuss किया, there are multiple key factors. एक चीज होती है global trade compliance. I forgot to discuss this point about import export. सुना है आपने, right? सिमिलरली उसमें काम करने वाले लोग होते हैं ना, उनको कहते हैं ग्लोबल ट्रेड कंप्लायंस एक्सपर्ट. ट्रेड कंप्लायंस, ट्रेड में भी कंप्लायंस होना जरूरी है. ऐसे नहीं कि आपने यहां से शिपमेंट इनिशिएट की इंडिया से और आपको यूएस भेजना तो इजीली हो जाएगा, ऐसा नहीं है. एवरी मटेरियल हैज इट्स ओन कैटेगराइजेशन. मुझे एंटीबैक्टीरियल्स भेजने हैं इंडिया से यूएस, तो उसका एक एचएस कोड होता है, हार्मोनाइज स्टैंडर्ड कोड, एंड आई हैव टू पुट that detailed information on my invoice कि in under which category, what is the applicable HS code for this particular product, and accordingly जब वो एयरपोर्ट में जाता है तो कस्टम क्लियरेंस के लिए for custom clearance purpose it is mandatory to provide all those details. समझ में आई बात? Export import is not that easy stuff. It also has its own challenge. कस्टम क्लियर करना है तो इसके लिए देयर इज अ प्रोफॉर्मा इनवॉइस एज वेल. वो इनवॉइस पे आपको ड्रग के ईच एंड एवरी सिंगल डिटेल्स मतलब भरने पड़ते हैं. इवन द एसएमपीसी, आई होप यू हैव read those the sessions quite carefully. प्रोडक्ट कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स होते हैं ना, समरी ऑफ मेडिसिनल प्रोडक्ट कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स, एसएमपीसी. So each and every single aspect, each and every single detailed information of a drug or non-drug has to be entered onto those invoices, and then only your material will be custom clear. Otherwise, it will stuck at the airport. It won't be processed further. So we have to be very sure about it. And then how AI will help me in this case is because harmonized standardization code is a universal code. It can easily fetch the information through multiple sources and can provide me the accurate data. So this is how AI is quite going to be influential and useful in clinical trial supply and logistics. Technical sections, choose AI tools and solutions whatsoever that would that would blend with your specific needs during the supply chain of the clinical trial and logistics. Then pilot testing, because pilot testing is nothing but whenever you start any particular project, the first project that is being tested, I would say a dummy project, it is called as a pilot project. पायलट प्रोजेक्ट मतलब पहला प्रोजेक्ट ऐसा होता है जिस पर टेस्टिंग की जा सके, दैट इज कॉल्ड एज पायलट टेस्टिंग. जैसे यूएटी, यूजर एक्सेप्टेंस टेस्टिंग. जैसे भी आपको कोई वेब डिजाइन करना है तो उसके पहले आपको उसको कोडिंग करना होता है, राइट? दैट इज कॉल्ड एज यूएटी, यूजर एक्सेप्टेंस टेस्टिंग, एंड देन ओनली इट विल कम अंडर गो लाइव स्टेटस. So this is it about. And in clinical trials, because you might have heard about one terminology, very frequent terminology called as randomization. Have you heard about this? What does randomization means? देखिए क्लिनिकल ट्रायल्स में ऐसे होता है कि इफ देयर आर 50 पेशेंट, सभी पेशेंट को एक ही ड्रग दिया जाएगा ऐसे नहीं. सम पेशेंट माइट रिसीव अ स्टडी ड्रग, सम ग्रुप माइट रिसीव अ प्लासेबो. प्लासेबो पता है आपको? Can anybody tell me the definition of a placebo? Just raise your hand quickly. We don't have enough time, so it would be good. You should know, because if you really want to work in an industry, you definitely should be aware of those things right now. What exactly placebo means? Placebo is nothing but a comparator drug. It is not actually a study drug. Study drug is different, because what happens is, because during clinical trials, we have to actually test the drug. We have to see the adverse events to see which drug would be better. A placebo would be better, or a study drug would be better. It's a kind of comparator drug. Sometimes it is unblinded, sometimes it is blinded. So पेशेंट को रैंडमाइज करना, अभी 50 पेशेंट है इस रो में, अगर 15-20 लोग बैठे हुए हैं, सभी को एक ही ड्रग नहीं दिया जाएगा. किसी को विक्स दिया जाएगा, किसी को समथिंग अदर, सम अदर थिंग वुड बी एडमिनिस्टर्ड. तो मुझे सिस्टम में ऐसे डिजाइन कर, आई हैव टू डिजाइन द सिस्टम इन सच अ वे दैट patient number 1 must receive a study drug, patient number 2 must receive a placebo, third patient would receive study drug, fourth one would be placebo. तो ये मुझे घर बैठे कैसे पता चले? कंप्यूटर पे सिस्टम के सामने बैठ के मुझे ये कैसे असाइन कैसे कर सकता हूँ? सो दैट प्रोसेस इज कॉल्ड एज रैंडमाइजेशन. और रैंडमाइजेशन होता है सिस्टम के थ्रू. स्क्रैम्बलिंग होता है, एक लिस्ट जनरेट होती है और उसको स्क्रैम्बलिंग किया जाता है, और ऑटोमेटिकली स्टडी ड्रग पेशेंट नंबर 1 को असाइन होगा, मतलब प्लासेबो पेशेंट नंबर 2 को असाइन होगा. और इसका इस्तेमाल, हाउ डू वी यूज इट? वी यूज इट थ्रू IVRS. Have you heard about this term as well? IVRS, IWRS? No, right? IVRS means Interactive Voice Response System. IWRS means Interactive Web Response System. आप रेलवे स्टेशन पे आप जाते हो तो आपको एक अनाउंसमेंट होती ही दिखाई देती है ट्रेन की तरफ. दिस ट्रेन विल कम ऑन दिस प्लेटफॉर्म, दिस ट्रेन विल कम ऑन अनदर प्लेटफॉर्म, समथिंग. ठीक है? सो दैट सिस्टम इज कॉल्ड एज IVRS, इंटरएक्टिव वॉइस रिस्पॉन्स सिस्टम. And we use this system every day in clinical trial to assign the drug and the placebo to the correct patient. अगर थोड़ी सी भी गलती हो गई, स्टडी ड्रग अगर पेशेंट नंबर 2 को चला गया और प्लासेबो पेशेंट नंबर 1 को चला गया तो क्या होगा? It will definitely be a life threatening moment, right? So mostly we are using chat GPT, and then other one system is SAP. We have been amending those systems quite on a daily, on a, this kind of yearly basis or quarterly basis, because amendment is quite crucial. We have to update those systems. We have to follow the regular guidelines. I don't know how many of you follow WHO guidelines on a regular basis. Do you at all keep a track? For your knowledge itself, it is very beneficial that you keep a track on the the amended WHO guidelines. At least once in a month. क्या amendment हो गई है, क्या नहीं हुआ है? You have to keep a track from now on. Please do so. That will be very beneficial for you guys. Again, this is from a career perspective. IVRS development tool is very important. You need to have software coding information, skills for that. Okay, it is very interesting. If you have a pharmaceutical experience, pharmaceutical knowledge, and if you blend it with with the software coding, it will really going to help you, and you will definitely rock it into that system, that arena of clinical and pharmaceutical industry. And this is the coming up to the conclusion. So immediate impact, definitely it is having an immediate impact. Continuous advancement, we have to improve our systems. We have to improve ourselves as well, right? If we don't update ourselves, we will get outdated. Same principle applies to the systems as well. So we have to continuously update our systems, otherwise those will fall under outdated systems. Then industrial transformation. And that's it. Herewith, I conclude my session. Should you have any questions, let's discuss over. Thank you.
From the audience, if anyone have any questions regarding this session, you can ask. I would request Ms. Mahima Vardhe ma'am to give the concluding remark.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us with insights of clinical trial and supply and logistics. To all the participants who are attending the conference online, I would like to convey you that the meeting link has been sent on WhatsApp. Kindly join the link. Also, if anyone has any question, please do mention it in the chat box. And the participants who are present here, please wait for 5 to 10 minutes till we connect with the pharma team.
Hope my screen is visible to all of you. Is my screen is visible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am, the screen is visible.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Aniket. So, hi everyone. Good evening. My name is Pranita. I'm the associate manager for Pharma Ready support team, and today we are going to discuss about Pharma Ready ECTD specifically. So, I'll start the demo for Pharma Ready ECTD. So, as all of us know, Navitas Life Sciences is a knowledge-driven CRO and consulting services company. And so Navitas providing these services for pharma, biotechnology, regulatory, clinical, and medical devices industries all over the globe. So, and we leverage rich insights and cutting edge technology to ensure compliance efficiency and also accelerate your products to the market. So, and also 20 plus Navitas is having 20 plus years experience in providing consulting services and CRO services. And so you can Navitas has achieved so many awards for this providing these services, and it is headquarters is located in US, Princeton, New Jersey, and in India it is Chennai. And 400 plus customers are there for all over the services provided by the Navitas. And so, as I said, for as a part of consulting services providing to the clinical industry, so end-to-end clinical services are provided, and comes to the regulatory, so end-to-end regulatory services. And for providing regulatory services, Navitas have developed the tools like Pharma Ready, RIM Ready, Label Ready, IDMP Ready, TrackWise, Trace Ready, content management, like it's a SharePoint also we are providing. And for safety services, so like Navitas has developed safety ready tool also. So you can see the details, like these are the products from Navitas, like rim ready. So you can track your submission of your entire product range, and label ready, tracking of labels, and trace ready, track wise, pharma ready, TRMS, like it's a management of training related records of your organization. And DMS means it's a document management system. It's a storage of the documents. It is useful. And Pharmaready ECTD, we know all, like it enables the users to do ECTD submissions. And Pharmaready SPL, it's a structured product labeling. So it is useful for producing SPL, preparation of SPLs for USA and Canada SPL submission. And IDMP ready, so it will enable your submission IDMP ready alignment. So Pharmaready is established in 2006. So it's been 15 years, and time to time it was, when it was established, it was 2x the version. Now it is 8x, like it's going on. So time to time, as per the regulatory authority updates and also client requirements, we are developing our Pharmaready tool. So Pharmaready alone, we are having 200 plus customers worldwide, and we are providing 24/7 customer support also. So as I said, these are Pharmaready is the web application. It contains 4 modules: DMS, TRMS, ECTD, SPL. DMS means it's a document management system, so you can store the documents of wide range of categories. And TRMS, it's a management of training related records management. And it's a Pharmaready ECTD. It enables the users to submit the ECTD submission for 10 authorities. Actually, we have enabled one WHO PQT recently. So along with WHO, the user can enable the ECTD submission for USA, EU, Canada, Switzerland, South Africa, and Australia, Thailand, Jordan, and GCC countries. And SPL, as I said, it is used to prepare the SPL preparations of USA and Canada. And along with this, it's a Pharmaready ETMF also developed by Navitas. It is not a part of Pharmaready, but it is a tool developed by Pharmaready. So it is a clinical trial master file. So it is useful for clinical trial applications. So please stop me if I'm going fast and if you are not understanding. So this is the workflow for an ECTD. So today, and we are going to concentrate on ECTD. So how ECTD will enable the user to do ECTD submission, that I'm going to show you. So here first, the content should be prepared. For the first step is the content should be ready in the files. So after that, we need to do fit and finish. It is also called as submission readiness. So before submitting into any regulatory authorities, the document should be ready as per the ICH guidelines. So as per the ICH guidelines, the document more than 4 pages should, if it is the document is more than 4 pages, that must have bookmarks, TOC, table of contents, hyperlinks to the table of figures, table of tables, and interlink between the files if necessary, and also interlink between the different sequences also. So that must be there in the document as per ICH guidelines. That is called as fit and finish activity or else submission readiness. Or else, like you can call as pre-publishing activities. Before publishing, we will do some activities, like if the document is having more than 4 pages, the document should have bookmarks and hyperlinks. So in our Pharmaready specialty feature is you can do fit and finish activities in the Pharmaready itself. So instead of we are going to third-party tools like Liquent survey, like Liquent RS, like Acrobat, so that you can use fit and finish in the Pharmaready itself. And once the document is ready with the content and fit and finish activities, we will do compile and validate. So before compile and validate also, we will first fill out the properties of application. We'll create the application and we will create the sequence in the Pharmaready tool. And after that, we will do compilation and validation. Then the sequence. The sequence means the term sequence is we are doing one application. We are submit. Why we do application? We are marketing our product. We wanted to get the approval of the regulatory authority to for marketing of that product in particular country. So we need to submit our documents in the form of ECTD to the regulatory authority. So that is called as publish. So we are publishing our documents in ECTD format. Then we are submitting our compile output to the authority. So up to compile output, we can do that activities in the pharma ready. So once you will get the output from the pharma ready, you will submit it to the regulatory authority for application submission. So this is publishing. So once after publishing, you will submit that output from pharma ready to the regulatory authority by gateway. The concerned authority, like if you are submitting to FDA, FDA gate will be there, and if you are submitting to EU countries, you need to submit through the EU gateway. So that is the process, like usual process. How you submit the eCTD submission, and then so in pharma ready, we have consent roles will be there to the person to perform particular actions. As I said, some actions will be there. First, application properties should be filled, and then application, you are creating the application in the pharma ready, and you are creating sequence by filling out the sequence properties, and then you will go for assigning the documents to the particular section. So that is called as build ECTD. Means like you are creating application, you are creating sequence, and you are assigning the documents to the module from 1 to 5, and then you are compiling, then you are validating up to this. This is called as building. So this is done by sequence editor. Sequence editor will do he will assign the documents to the module sections, and he will do compile. He will do validate. So these things can be done by sequence editor. Sequence owner means he will create the sequence. He will have the access for sequence page, and he will fill out the sequences, and he will push from one stage to another stage, like manage page to approval page to the published page. Manage page, I will tell you. So manage page means up to build ECTD, up to validating the page is called as manage page. So once manage page is ready, then that activity will go to sequence approver. So sequence approver will see the entire sequence. Then if it is okay, then he will approve. Once it is approved, that will go to the publisher. Then the concerned publisher will publish the output. Then that will be generated in our pharma ready server, so in the compile output folder. So these activities will be done by one in manage page to approval page to published page. That should be done by sequence owner. He will push from one page to another page. Sorry, any doubts in this? I'll go to the application. Okay. So I will go to the application. Once I will go to the application, you will all get the idea what I'm saying here. And here, as I said, we are providing 24/7, 365 days. We are providing the support. Like our support team is providing the services. Like we will do suggestions to your submissions, and we will, if you get stuck in the submission, we will suggest you. We will provide the solutions to you. And if you are the customer, we will handhold for your first submission. And so these are the specialty of our pharma ready. And we will go to the directly to our ECTD model. I'll show you. Please stop me if I'm going very fast. And we have also community portal. We have community portal. You will know all the information about our latest patches. Patches means latest version. Version to version, we will do hot fixes for the present issues. And also regulatory authorities will change rules and regulations from time to time. So accordingly, we will implement our pharma ready. So that you will find here. And our guides. If you are using our ECTD, any if you are doing any submission in the ECTD, if you get stuck by using user guide, you will know that. And all of the information about our pharma ready and Navitas, you will know that. And other products, about your other products also, you will get to know about RIM ready, label ready, IDMP and trace ready. So now I'm going to, and as I said, so here the role matrix will be there. I'll present for 1 minute, then you will get the idea. So ECTD administrator means they will have the access to whole ECTD model. So as I said, sequence should be created, application should be created, and compilation should be done, and validation should be done. So all these activities can done by ECTD administrator. He will have all the activities throughout the ECTD model. And application owner will have the access for application page. He can create the application, and also he can create the sequence also. Sequence owner, as I said, he will have the access for the sequence properties page. He can create the sequence and he will push from one stage to another stage, like manage to approval, approval to publish. And sequence editor means he will do building activity. So once sequence get created, his duty will start, like he will do assign the documents to the module section from M1 to M5. Then he will compile, then he will validate, and then he will synchronize. Up to synchronize, he will responsible. And sequence approver, he will only do approval. Remaining activities he cannot do. Publisher, he will only do publishing without without that he cannot do anything. Like only he can do that activity only. And reader, he can only see the sequence. He cannot edit anything in the sequence. And sequence importer, like if at all you are using some other environment, now only you are changed to Pharmaready, and already you have published so many sequences. So you wanted to import that sequences to Pharmaready. Particular person in your team can be get that role, and he can do that. And module editor, module wise only he can do edit the property, edit the sequence. And administrator, as I said, he will do entire ECTD module terms. And here one more thing is there, one person can be assigned with multiple roles. If I'm the admin, so I can do everything. So I'm Pranita, I'm logging it. If I'm at all, I'm having the like admin activity, ECTD administrator, I will do everything. And one person will get multiple roles. I can get the role of application owner, sequence editor, up from application owner to like a sequence importer, everything I can assign myself. That should be depends upon your internal team decision. So I'm logging in with admin credentials. Admin means like in entire Pharmaready, he can do anything. So Pharmaready is a web-based application, and all the activities whichever we do in the Pharmaready will be captured in audit logs, and that can be exported into the audit log viewer, and that can be you can export it into Excel sheet, PDF, CSV format, every format you can do. So whoever is doing to the particular like that particular submission, you can export into, you can take the printout, like whatever the activities done by that particular student or that particular concerned person employee is doing for that particular submission, that can be seen in the report. So you can see this is a Pharmaready home page. Here you can see the models of 4, as I said, DMS, ECTD, SPL and TRMS. So before creating an application in the ECTD, some mandatory things are there. I'll show you that. So first we need to create doc identifiers, like it says identifiers, regulatory identifiers. So why we are this is the mandatory step, means this is regulatory identifiers for 3 terms we need to do. What are the 3 things? Product, dosage form, and you can see here product name, program and sponsor. So why we are doing our application, our submission? Because we are doing our submission for product, one product to be marketed in that particular regulatory authority. So which product you are doing submission, that product name we should be first updated in the system. Because if you go ahead and create the sequencer application, you will get only drop down. So if you update here only, you will get your product name, program name, sponsor name in the drop down. Then you can create your application and sequence. So product name, I'm just like testing purpose, I'm just giving METCalpol. I'm just see this is the product name. I'm just testing purpose. I'm just keeping METCalpol, and which regulatory authority you are going to submit. So I wanted to submit to the FDA only. So I'm just submitting. If at all, if it is approved in FDA and you wanted to like marketing that product into some other countries also, then that time you can come back and you can edit. Or else you can choose all the countries once at one time. Then you no need to come and update every time. So I'm just submitting. And next is I have updated my product. Now program. Program means dosage form. In which dosage form you are going to market your product. It's a tablet or capsule or it's a solution. So that thing we need to do. So here I'm just updating tablets. 100 mg. And I'm selecting all the regulatory bodies. And sponsor means already marketing authorization holder who is going to submit the application for the product. That person should be here. Just I'm keeping MET. Here I'm checking all the regulatory authorities and submitting. So now my three things, mandatory things I have updated in Pharma Ready. And also one more thing is there, master data. So for that I need to go to ECTD module. ECTD master data. So master data, I think this term you must have heard. Master data means you are creating your attributes to the module 2 and module 3. You know already, like module 2 is the summary of module 3 to 5. And also module 3 is quality, like you will quality of the information of that product will be compiled in module 3. So like you already know the substance and product manufacturer will be there. The substance and manufacturer of that product, the details must be updated before going to the submission. So who is the manufacturer? Who is the substance? What is the substance name of your product? What is the dosage form? What is the indication that you need to do? So here I'm just product name. I'm updating already, like it's a MET. So this is I'm just choosing all the regulatory bodies and put a folder. So in the output folder, like when you create your submission, that like in that when you are going to create your submission, that will also published by your product name. That's why the folder name is asking what is the product name, and it won't be more than 10 characters. So I'm just keeping same thing MET. So I have updated my product name, and I need to update my manufacturer also. Who is the manufacturer of my product? So I'm just putting MET, like start cut MFG. Regulatory authorities I'm selecting, and automatically it got selected, and I'm just submitting. So I need to put my substance. So MET substance. I'm submitting. So and also remaining module 5 also we can update, but like for testing purpose, I'm going to publish module 1, 2, and 3. For that I have updated my master data and regulatory identifiers also. Now I'm going to create my submission. So for that we need to go to create application. So here I said like our Pharma Ready is enables the user to do submission for 10 authorities. So I'm selecting FDA USA for testing purpose. So sponsorer has a kept, so you can see here I'm getting dropped down, not the text box. That's why we are updating initial only. And the program I have created like tablets 100 mg. Product name MET. Calpol. So temporary application number, final application number. If you have already submitted your application, like there will be two options, like electronically you will download the form from the authority FDA and you will fill out and then you will get the number. Or else if you didn't apply it already, then you should do temporary application number. And if you again after some time, like if you do application submission, then you will get the number. That time you can come back and you can change the number. But time being, you need to do temporary application number. Afterwards, you can change it. So for FDA authority, it's a 6 numerical application number should be there. So I'm just selecting randomly. So I'm creating, this is like owner. I said that. So this is the application owner page. Application owner can only be can create this application properties, and then he can create the application. So owners, I'm just putting my name only, administrator. And I'm adding new sequence. I'm creating new sequence. That's why I need to check out this box. Sequence means like I'm doing submission to the authority, that is in the form of sequence. And then you can, if you want to delete the application and associate sequences, if at all the application is wrong or information wrongly like you filled out, then you can come back and delete everything. And directory ECTD compile destination. ECTD compile means like if you are doing one submission, if you are doing submission, if you are published the output will go sit in the Pharma Ready server. So Pharma Ready server means to make Pharma Ready tool working, server will be helpful. So in the server, like before submission itself, you will place your documents called as MySpace folder, and also there will be ECTD compile folder will be there. So like our people, like our Pharma Ready support like team, will be configured in your system in system settings. Like even if at all you are creating your submission in system settings itself, they will configure the path. So already in the system settings. So no need of putting this. So if at all you are not filling anything, directly it will go after submission, after compiling, your output of your submission will go and sit in that compile path. If at all you want to change that folder, then that time you need to go to the server, you need to change the folder name, that path you need to give. So now there is no need to fill, automatically it will go, your output will go and sit in that particular folder. And I'm submitting. So I filled my application properties and I'm submitting. So now it is showing application type. So application type you need to choose. So I'm just choosing ANDA. So now this is the sequence properties page. So here I need to choose submission type. So here I'm just choosing original submission as I'm doing first. So first sequence will be for FDA, it will be 0001 sequence. Remaining authorities will be tetra 0, but for FDA, it will be start from 0001 as per the regulatory authority guidelines. So related sequence member means like if you are go ahead and creating multiple sequences, if in that case like your sequence is linked to the other sequences, that time you need to choose. And see, as I said, sequence owner will have the proper these access to this page, and the sequence editor means those who can do building activity. So I'm keeping my name, and sequence publishers who the concerned person can do only publishing activity. But this is not mandatory thing. Like the sequence publisher and the sequence approver, sequence readers, these three are not mandatory to fill, and only sequence owner and sequence editors are the mandatory things. So because I said like here you can see mode, manage mode, approve mode, publish mode. So if at all you are assigning particular persons for sequence editor, sequence publisher, sequence owners, then the sequence owner must have to, once the activity is completed by sequence editor, it should move to sequence approval. So sequence owner again needs to come back, and here he will put dot here approve, then it will go to the approve page. Then the approve notified that he need to approve the sequence. So then once he approves, again he will, the sequence owner will get the notification. Again he will push from approve mode to publish mode. So again the person, okay, you if you don't want these modes, you want only one person needs to do all the activities, then you can skip this modes. So the person only do everything. He can only build everything. He can build the sequence. He can approve the sequence. He can publish the sequence. So one person can be assigned with multiple roles. So I'm assigning myself to the particular role, and approver sequence. If at all there are more than one approver, then like it will be possible for, there will be possibility for sequential approval cycle parallel. Means like one, if the both approvers are there, if the two approvers are there, so one by one they will get the notified. If first person will get the notified when he will give the approval, then the second person will be get notified. If it is parallel cycle, if you choose, then it will be taken any order. It will go to the persons at the same time. Any person can do first. Like if the second reviewer also, second approver also can do first time, and then he can submit his review. So sequence approver, this is not mandatory, so I'm not filling it out. And user defined fields. So these are customized fields. You can create more fields in system settings, but this is not going to impact this for this whatever going to create under this defined fields. There is no impact in your output of your submission. And key dates, so this is not mandatory, this is optional. If at all your team is having so many submissions, you can set the timelines. Like you can set the submissions to be happen in the predefined timelines. A managed batch means up to validation on particular, like tomorrow to 10 days, like in 10 days, within 10 days, the managed mode should be completed. Approval next to it will be completed. So if you are putting some dates here in central page, the concerned person, if I'm the Pranita, I'm not administrator, I was assigned to the submission as an approver, so I will get notified in my central page that from this date to this date you need to approve the submission. So like that you can design your submission, but this is not mandatory, so I'm skipping it off. So changes saved, okay. Okay, and here we have already changes saved. So you need to continue the edit the properties. No, I don't want. So if I do cancel, I will go to the sequence manage page. So here sequence editor like responsibility starts. So he can first he need to add the modules from M1 to M5 whichever is needed. Then he needs to assign the documents from module 1 to 3 and he need to compile, he need to validate. So that is his responsibility. So here you can see this is my product. Metcalpal is my product and my application temporary application number and I'm adding module to this my sequence. So here you can see module 1 to 5 will be there. So what is this module 1, 2 through 5? So PharmaReady is built with predefined all regulatory authority structure. If you are choosing module 1 here means it's a standard template of module 1 of FDA, module 1 to FDA 5. And also you can create the customized templates also. If at all you are created 0001 and you are going to create 0002. So for that, whatever you have updated regulatory identifiers, master data, and you will also assign your documents to modules. If at all these all are same for the second sequence also, then you can save the template you have created that will become customized template. You can see. These are the templates already created for your product already. So you can choose, if you choose, all your time will be saved. So that is called a customized template. But I'm choosing standard FDA regional now. And module 2 and module 3. Here choosing my models now. So you can see like my application number, my sub product name and my sequence number. So now my modules are added to my product, to the structure. So now before going ahead for the submission, I need to fill the admin properties, that nothing but it's a regional. So already, we all must know like it's a regulatory authority to authority. Module 1 will be varies, like it's a regional data, and 3 to 5 it will be similar, like most of the things are similar as per ICH we will do. But here it's a regional. So before going to go ahead for the submission, we need to fill properties of admin. So here you can do DUNS number. I think you must have studied in your theoretical. So DUNS number, it's a manufacturer site number that will be provided by the FDA authority to the particular site. This will be 9-digit number. So I'm just giving randomly. So see, you can see company name spawn already. It is it is came from our application sequence properties. Submission description, for every submission you will submit the cover letter. For this purpose, I'm going to submit my application. So in the description you will keep this is the submission I'm going to do. So that description in the cover letter must be here. But I'm just testing purpose. I'm just keeping ANDA. So my application number I got from application properties, and the application containing files. These from as per the authority rules, it should be true as well always. And application type is already came from my application properties. And cross reference application number, cross application type, this is not mandatory, this is the optional field. So means like if at all if you feel your submission is linked to some other submission also, if you are preparing ANDA and you are also submitting DMF for the same application, then you can create that you can give that application number here, and application type you can give it here, and in cover letter you can mention I'm also submitting this application here, so that you no need to give the documents to that application. So that facility you can do, but it is not mandatory for every time. And submission information, I'm sorry, here actually you need to add new contact. So here I think you are the students, I think you know why we are giving contact. So if you are going to do the submission, there will be one person from your organization or your company that that is he is the person responsible for communication between authority to your organization. So that will be either that person may be regulatory person or else technical person in your organization or United States agent. If you are in India and you wanted to market your product in USA, that time one person you can choose in United States, and you can give it as a United States agent to the authority. So I'm just giving regulatory person from our organization. So contact name, I'm just giving Met. So email, I'm just giving roughly. And number, personal number. Insert. So my properties are added. Here you can see. Next, submission information. It is already got updated. So submission ID, actually it won't be must be, it is not mandatory, but submission ID we can keep this sequence number, but actually usually for the primary sequence, first sequence, you won't get the submission ID like the 0001. If you are go ahead creating like 0002, 0003, that time that submission ID becomes 0001. But now no need to fill this, but like testing purpose I'm just keeping this. Submission type original application, and submission subtype will be like it's a original submission, so I'm just keeping application. So this also you need to follow the regulatory authority guidelines. For FDA, this is a M1 specification document of FDA. So if at all you are doing original application, submission type is original application, the submission subtype must be among these four. Otherwise, your submission will be rejected by FDA. So you must strictly follow the guideline by the FDA. So I just choose an application, and I'm doing ANDA. So for that I need to upload the 356H form. So I'm choosing file from my desktop application. So I'm just uploading my form 356H upload. So it is uploaded, added to the list. Okay. Okay, and next grouped submission. Grouped submission, like if at all your submission is linked with some other four applications also, that time that application details must be give here. Otherwise, no need. It's not mandatory thing. It is already added. I'm submitting. Okay, next I'm so now and I'm adding, I need to add the documents to my model section. So there are the five options are there. MySpace, as I told, in PharmaReady server, before doing submission, in MySpace folder will be there. In that MySpace folder, we will keep our documents, then we will come for the submission. So this MySpace path, the path of our server MySpace folder will be already will be there in my preferences. It will be configured. So if you press this button, so it will be configured in such a way that it will be displayed. The documents in MySpace folder will be displayed like this. And there will be another options are sequence. Add from sequence means it is a first sequence. That's why there is no choice to choose the sequence. If at all you are create like 0002 or 0003 sequence, then you can add the documents from previous sequences like 0001. And DMS, if at all your ECTD is integrated with DMS, then there will be a chances of you can store your documents in DMS. That documents will be visible from this option. And local means you can add from your desktop. Drag and drop from desktop. There will be two ways. You can directly choose the document and you can drag the document to the here. So I'm just choosing MySpace. So here you can assign your documents. So I'm assigning my document cover letter to cover letter section. I'm just dragging and dropping under cover letter section. So as you already know, like all the documents whichever submitted to the authority must be in PDF format. So PharmaReady will take care of this conversion from Word to PDF. So and also naming also, the naming will be all namings will be as per the ICH guidelines, and it will take care of conversion of Word to PDF. Only in special cases only we should submit in the Word format of documents. In that case, you can choose retain original format so that the Word is not going to convert into PDF. But usually all the documents will be in PDF format. So I am just choosing model 2 or 5. So if at all I wanted to submit the submission for model 2 substance, then as I said, I have already filled out my master data. So for that, first I need to choose that properties here. Otherwise, you cannot assign the documents. See here, it is showing select a substance. So I have chosen as a met substance here. Manufacturer, met MFG. And if at all you are go ahead creative of 0002, 0003 sequences, that time you can copy the attributes from like previous sequence. That facility also there. So I'm updated my, see you can see my substance name and my manufacturer name under the this section. And drug products also I need to update. Dosage form tablets 100 mg. Manufacturer like it's a met. Okay, I'm just choosing tablet mg. So updating. So now it will be displayed on your model section. So same thing, it will be already applicable to model 3 also. If your manufacturer is same for like substance and product, then you will update this. It will be automatically then. Then you can assign your documents to the model 3 section and model 2 section. Otherwise, it won't accept it, like without filling the properties. So now I will start uploading the documents. So 2, 3 is like I'm just roughly choosing the document. Let introduction to summary. Just drag and drop on this under the module section name. Specification. I'm just choosing. Just a second. T2P3 manufacturer. And see here, if at all your document is not having TOC and if your document is more than 4 pages, as I said, you can do fit and finish activities. You can produce TOC, you can produce bookmarks in the document, you can do hyperlinks that I will show you. But once after assigning all the documents into the module section, I will do that. 2.5 clinical overview. Container closure system. Literature references. Just I'm roughly using this. TOC sample. So here, first, if I want, I have assigned my documents. Now I wanted to do F and F activities, fit and finish activities. I need to click this and I need to, first I'll show the document properties also. See, if you do view document, that will be downloaded onto your desktop. So you can see there is no TOC. Now I'm going to create the TOC. So first that I need to select that section and I need to do generate TOC. So you can choose here like which document. Under the model, there are 2 documents are there. From which document you need to do. So I'm just selecting TOC sample and it create TOC from page 2. Saving. So you can see bookmark to TOC generation is status in progress. You can do refresh from within 2 minutes, it will be done. So now it is done. So now if you do like view document, it will get downloaded and you can see the TOC in that document. You can see now this is the TOC. So like this, you can do the F1F activities. I'm just right now I'm deleting because this is not necessary for our submission. So now remaining documents, I'll show you like how to create a bookmark. Then you will get the idea. So properties, if you do the properties, like automatically our PharmaReady will give the leaf title. Title means our original this title will be appear to us, but in the XML file, this file will be appears like this introduction to summary. Leaf title means our file will be how our file will be appear in the XML like this, and file name. It like this. It will be a file name. Our original file name in the ECD submission is like this. And leaf ID. Leaf ID and checksum will be provided by our PharmaReady. This is a unique queue for each and every document. So by seeing this only, you will get to know that this is the document is different from other document. So this is unique queue. Checksum and leaf ID will be provided by our system. I mean PharmaReady. So I'm just I will show you like how to create the bookmark and linking. Then I will go to submission. Edit the document. You need to choose edit document. So you can see this is the document content. If you want to create the bookmarks for this, just add bookmark page, select the page, and I'm choosing this word. Next, create bookmark. So our bookmark is created. Next, I'm choosing model 2.2. Next, create bookmark. Choosing my word. Next, and this is the page designation. So I'm creating bookmark. So my bookmarks are ready. So sometimes we need a hyperlink between in the documents also. If at all this model 2.2 should go some other like this document, that if I press this, it will go to that document. That type of hyperlinking will be needed in the submission. So that how to give. So I'm just giving file. I must choose file. Then I'm choosing model 2.2. This word I need, and settling. Before that, I should choose my destination document. I'm choosing this document. Clicking open in destination panel. So here one page it is there. I'm setting the link. So I'm going source panel again, and I'm saving my document. Okay. So once it is done, I'm going to show links. So you have created the link. If you press that, this document will be open, this specification document. So this is the way we will create the TOC, bookmarks, and links. So every document, this is only one page document. Just some testing purpose I'm showing, but like if your document is more than 4 pages, you all other document must have bookmarks, TOC, table of figures, table of contents, hyperlinks within the document. Then only our ICH rules will be provided. I mean that will be followed to our submission. So if at all of my process is completed, I'm canceling this. Now I can do compilation. Compilation means if I start compiling, my output of this entire submission will get created in the ECTD compile folder in my server, PharmaReady server. I will show you. So first I need to compile. So it is compilation success. Once compilation is in success only, we need to do validate. So what is validate means? So our validator PharmaReady. So this is also specialty of PharmaReady. You can do fit and finish activities. You can do validation. You can do compilation in the PharmaReady itself. But some other thing like if you go outside, the validator will be different, and where third party tool you need to use for fit and finish activities. But everything within the PharmaReady inbuilt validator is there. So what validator will do? Module 2 to 5, it will check the naming convention. If the file names are as per the file name convention, or else application form is filled out, or else like your cover letter is. These are the mandatory things. Like it will check. So it will throw some checks as per the FDA regulatory authority rules and also ICH rules. If at all our submission is not following the rules, it will show the error. So that is validation error. So you can see our validation is okay, but warnings. So what are the warnings we need to do? See, we need to see and we need to check it out. We need to update accordingly. So this is my validation report, my application number. This is my sponsor, and this is my application submission type, sequence number, DTD version, and validation criteria. So here one error is there. So you can see valid means, as I said, there if at all my document is more than 4 pages, there are some rules by ICH, like PDF version should be between 1.4 to 1.7, and there should not be any security policies, and fast web view should be S, and inherent zoom should be S, and there should not be any broken links. So some rules will be there, that all rules are passed in my documents. Only one error is application number in form does not match application number in the US regional XML. So if at all this error is there, then you need to go back and you need to correct, then you need to publish the submission. Otherwise, your like our authority will reject our submission. So valid means it's a green color. Invalid means you must do that correction before submission. Warning means certain warnings you can simply you can take it positively, but some warnings you have to must do update for that. So this is information, like you can do that. So these are your documents. I have submitted these documents in my models. Now I'm closing this. So now this my output, you can see I mean your submission output in the compile folder. For that you need to go to the server. I'll show you the server. Just give a minute. Sorry, am I going fast? Are you able to get like what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So now you can see this is my ECTD compile folder. As I said, our PharmaReady team will be configure that path. So no that path in system settings. So without filling anything, if you are doing compiling and validating properly, our submission will come and sit in the server. So what is my application number? This is the one 634 So it is already like output is created in the compile folder. So and also you can see here MySpace in before our submission we need to come here, we need to copy our documents from your desktop to MySpace folder in the server, and then you need to start the submission. Now I'm going to ECTD compile. So this is my submission and this is my sequence. So first application number will be visible under this M1 to M3 my submission. So what is M1 folder? In this folder, like what is the country first, that will be there, and I have submitted my cover letter and form 365H, and every submission will contain in model 1 US regional ML will be there, XML will be there. So you know already why we will do like why XML, what is a specialty of ECTD. XML format of XML file will be there. You can see all the files in that XML file, and it will act as a TOC to the particular files. So I'm just opening this, you will get the idea like why the XML format will be there. So you can see whatever the files like you are going to submit in M1, that will be visible here. Like what is your sequence number, what is the submission type. You can see your application properties and sequence properties and the documents. See, you have submitted form 365H, and for that checksum. What is the checksum? So checksum you have already know. I think this is the mandatory thing. You if you are the student, like checksum is generated by the system. It is unique for each and every file. So based on checksum only, authority will check the originality of the document. You are submitting the already like original document or duplicate document. Authority will check based on the checksum. And cover letter you have submitted. So whatever the files you have uploaded and whatever your submission properties and application properties, you can see here in the XML, in regional XML. I mean for model 1 only. And if you go to M2 and M3, whatever you have submitted for M2 and M3 will be seen here, like in 3 QoS. So in 2 model 2.3 quality of section, in this you have submitted drug substance, med substance. You can see now your document title is this. So PharmaReady will take care the naming convention, everything that will be as per the predefined structure of regulatory authority and also ICH guidelines. So now I'm going to model 3. So whatever the documents I have submitted. So I have submitted in 3 to literature references and also 3 to body data. You know already what will be the drug product and drug substance. But I didn't updated any document in the substance. I have updated my file in the production. So what is my, so as I fill the properties, master data, first is like what is the product name and what is the manufacturer. So my product name this and manufacturer. So manufacturer document I have submitted 32P31. So now for every ECTD submission, there will be utility folder. In utility folder, there will be style sheet and DTD. These will help the our submission to visible properly. Like if it is XML, if you are opening the document, it should open in XML format. If you are submitted PDF document, if it has to be open in PDF format properly, then this utility folder, DTD file and style sheet will be useful for your documents to properly opened, and that will be open in proper format, like it's a designated format. If it is PDF, that should be open in PDF. If it is XML, then that should be open in XML format. And for every submission, you will find index XML, utility folder, index MD5. So as I said, each and every file you have submitted in ECTD, so that must get the checksum. So all the checksums you will find in index XML. For this index XML, the checksum will be kept in the index MD5 file. So if I open this, all the details of your document, whichever I'm submitted from M2 to M3. M1 already you have seen the separate XML will be there for M1, regional XML. For M2 to M5, you will find the checksum and all the details in the index XML file. So you must choose with Notepad++, then you can see the details. So whatever the documents, so introduction to summary you have added, specification you have added, manufacturer you have added, container closure system, literature references. So for each and every file, what is the checksum? So like that you can see the thing. So this is XML. So for which each and every file checksum will be generated, except to this index file checksum, all the files from M2 to M3 will be kept in index file. For index MD5, only one checksum will be there. That will be for index file, this file. So this is your output will be visible like this. And if you go and compile, like again, you can create another sequence for the same application. That time your submission appears like this. Like if I am creating another sequence under the same application, it will be visible as 0002. So if you go to 0002, you need to perform the life cycle operations like append, like replace. So that will be visible. Suppose like if I'm choosing here, like I'm opening this. If at all you are creating the 0002 sequence, your document is like newly replaced or append. Append means I will show one submission. Do we have time, Aniket and Ashwini? Just I will take 5 minutes. If you want me to show, I will show the life cycle operations. Otherwise, this is the process. If at all you are appending means your document, like your older document and new document will be useful for that submission. And replace means your older document is like it is not useful. You are replacing with other document. So that life cycle operation can be done in ECTD in formality submission. Is it fine, Ashwini? So this is about how to create the application, how to create the sequence, and in sequence manage page, first we need to add the modules to the my sequence number. First I need to add my modules, like that is standard template of FDA. Like not FDA, if you are going to apply to the other countries, then you need to select that country in the standard template. Then that type of modules will come, and you need to assign the documents from these options like MySpace sequence. Then once after adding that, you need to do compile, then validate, and synchronize also there. So
experience on regulatory submission software. I want to thank everyone for your active participation. We witnessed how the software facilitates efficient document management, ensures compliance with regulatory standards, and enhance collaboration across teams. If you have any further questions or wish to learn more about PharmaReady, please don't hesitate to reach out.
As we proceed towards end of the conference, I would like to call upon Ms. Vaiday Gaidani ma'am to propose vote of thanks.
Today's sessions and all over conference was very enlightening to all of students. I present over here vote of thanks to all of you. You sorry. So I heartfully present my thank you to our principal sir, HOD sir, Convenor, Dr. Sonawane sir, Dr. Sanjay Kshirsagar sir, all the staff members and teaching and non-teaching staff for today's active involvement and guidance for these sessions. I present my thank you to Canteen, Civil and Maintenance Department, Medicom Department for their canteen for their help. I also present my thank you to all the coordination committee, student committees for their active presence in the conference and their support. Today I conclude over here our conference of navigating the basics and fundamentals in regulatory affairs. So thank you for your presence over here. I have few announcements to make. We have arranged bus for you from our college to Dwarka. You can opt for that bus if anyone don't have any transportation system, as well as further announcement will be done by our team.
All the participants kindly collect your certificates from registration desk. Before that, fill the feedback form. QR code is displayed on registration desk. For online participants, fill the feedback form through link that will be provided to you on WhatsApp. You can download your e-certificates from Google Drive from Monday onwards according to your registration number. Thank you.